Take a roller coaster ride into the crazy story that I have for you today. The twisted mystery of the House of Horrors. If you enjoy reading about sadistic torture, night terrors, and things stalking you in the dark, then this is just the story for you. Unknowingly, Dominic Harrison, aka Youngblood, is sent to live in a haunted house, filled with untold evils, under the same roof with a mysterious man that turns out to be so much more dangerous than anyone could have guessed. Dominic finds himself trapped in a web of deception, on display, thrown into a great show, with his life depending entirely on how good of an actor he is, held captive, unable to leave, fearing for his own life, struggling to stay alive while trying to avoid the sadistic abusive maniac that wants to play a game of life and death with him. Now get ready to have your mind blown by my thrilling mind twister. Can you solve the mystery? Fall into my fantasy world of deception. Follow Dominic on an adventure that leads you into the worst nightmare you've ever had. Let's see if you can survive with Dominic until the end. Hopelessly lost in a world that wants to kill you. Read along to see if Dom has what it takes to get out alive. Chapter 1. House of Horrors, starring Dominic Harrison, aka Youngblood. Warning: this book contains some brief, explicit, graphic sexual content, adult language, violence, and disturbing horror scenes. Read at your own risk. Also, no rude comments. If you don't like what you read, please keep it to yourself, or private message me about it. I apologize in advance for my story being a little sadistic, but please enjoy my twisted, thrilling tale of terrors. House of Horrors, The Black Hearts Club. Chapter 1. Anarchist. Locked me in a room since I was young. I've never seen a morning sun come up. I'm employee of the month at a Ritalin club. Yeah, why do you think I'm so messed up? They don't know where I am. They said I'm an anarchist. I'm an anarchist. Anarchist, not like the other kids. News article. Last night, patient escapes from mental illness facility. Police are baffled by the unexpected mystery of the escape. The disturbed patient is possibly armed and considered very dangerous to himself and/or others. Police are still investigating into the breakout mystery. Any information on the missing person would be gladly accepted. Dominic trembled slightly as he passed through the towering walls of cement stone, and watched the great iron gates slam shut behind him with a bang. The loud sound of car tires screamed off in the distance. The little black car kicking up loose mud and gravel out behind it, as it tore off. Damn, they must have been glad to get rid of me. Foster parents, always fighting, always angry. Dom looked up at the old creaky gates. They stood above him like a prison wall, locked, unfeeling and unmoved. This felt just like one more kind of prison. Slowly a sense of hysteria rose in Dom's chest, making him feel sick with a feeling of unease. He could explain, with the sense that he was now trapped. Did someone really live all the way back here? He wondered, gazing down the old driveway, littered with potholes and deep ruts. A rusted yellow dead-end sign hung sideways, nailed to a wooden post dejectedly. The sides of the road littered with trash and newspaper clippings, wet with last night's rain and dampened into mush. Long grass grew knee-high and blew in the wind. Slowly Dominic moved forward, swallowing the lump growing in his throat, and started down the road that led through a tangle of rotten trees and bushes. They spread out over the road to join each other on each side of the path, looking almost like a tunnel, made of oak branches and brambles. Dom noticed a few more road signs laying face down in the grass on the outside of the driveway, half buried in leaves. Slowly Dominic reached for one, and turned it over to read the words. "Keep out." The others said "no trespassing" in big blocky letters, and said something about trespassers will be prosecuted. Cold icy chills ran across Dom's body as he faced the winding driveway. Who the fuck had they sent him to live with? Every warning bell was going off in Dominic's head, telling him that this was a bad idea. Slowly the horizon had turned a brilliant orangey red color that made the whole sky look like it was bleeding. It had the most horrifying effect on the darkening woods around him, and Dominic watched the time tick by, and slowly the afternoon was turning into night. There was nothing he could do now but go on, if he didn't want to be here all night. Soon it would be completely dark. Slowly Dominic walked down the gravel driveway that looked like it had no end, into a forest of woods, so sickening to look at it made Dom almost want to run away. The trees looked sick, dead and rotting, along with the small bushes, grass and leaves that fell in limp fluttering motions, although it was too early in the season to do so. Suddenly Dominic wished with all his heart that he could have stayed at that dirty, miserable foster home. At least he knew what to expect there. Shut up and do what you're told. Go to school. Waste that, what they had said, again and again. And when that had failed to work on him, bigger threats came up. scarier threats. We'll send you to a correctional facility. Yes, it was true Dominic may have been a difficult teenager, but could you really blame him? Homeless, struggling to survive in a harsh world that did care about him. No one did. So, he had gotten into trouble, ran with the wrong crowd, and it had all caught up with him. He along with his friends had been packed up and sent to the place where they sent all the bad kids. Hell's Quarry, housing 250 juvenile delinquents. Dom quivered slightly at the thought, and hurried forward, pulling his suitcase behind him, and shifting so that his backpack would stay over his shoulder. The path led deeper into the red gloom, winding on and on, growing tighter and thicker with every step he took. Trees and bushes stood out boldly, their black shadows morphing into things that looked like something from a child's nightmare. The thick trunks of trees looked like the heavy bodies of stalking giants. The smaller bushes appeared to stand out like thin reapers with outstretched hands, raised to catch at him. Dom quickened his pace, his overactive imagination diving into hyper mode, having a heyday tonight, tormenting him with visions of gory horror, but he couldn't help it. Domini saw movies and Halloween pranks to help him along, and come on here in this place of wonder and mystery. Somehow he couldn't stop seeing everything in a dreadfully imaginative way. He kept wondering to himself, who on earth would want to live so far away from other people, and why would you let things go to this extreme? Trees that badly needed trimming, grass needing to be mowed, and so on. The guy must be a mean twat, Dom decided, jumping a bit as a flock of blackbirds burst out of the bushes to his right, and flew southward. He must hate people to want to live so far away from them. But the problem was this place looked deserted. No new tire marks on the driveway, there hadn't even been a mailbox or fire number. The only thing that really stood out was the three-line telephone poles, tilting with age. But besides that, no human hand seemed to have touched this part of the country. Suddenly Dom saw a shadow move just ahead of him in the brush. It looked darker than the woods and somehow scarier. It shifted and the shape shook slightly. Dom stuck dead in his tracks and gasped, frozen to the spot. Slowly with disbelief he watched it materialize into the dark body of a huge black dog. It was giant. Maybe 3 times bigger than your average dog. No, this thing looked like the size of a small bear. It was shaggy with long waves of black hair that streamed across its muscular body. Ears lied flat back against its head. Eyes, bloodshot and milky with sickly goo. Its paws massive and dirty. Dom nearly cried out in shock, taking a trembling step back, cracking a stick under his foot. Immediately the dog's head turned towards him. Its brown eyes met his shining blue-green ones, in a brief moment of disbelief and surprise. A low growl starting up deep in its throat, its hair rising to stand up straight on its back, making a perfect dog mohawk. Its mouth drooling as its teeth bared. It took a stalking step forward, and that's when Dom noticed a trap spiked to one of its front feet, covered in black dry blood, trailing a rusty chain behind it. Dom couldn't take any more. He turned and ran back the way he had come, with the dog right behind him. He tripped and fell over loose rocks and sticks, sobbing out once as he fell over a rock that dug deep into his knee, blood soaking his jeans, but Dom ignored it. The road seemed longer now as he ran back, limping with his now bad leg. He could barely see in the dim orange light. Soft demonic laughter echoed around the dark, and the crow's wailing cry jarred at him as he ran through the trees. Help! He screamed as he ran, throwing himself forward until he reached the iron gates, standing almost taller than before, dark and cold, locked. Somebody help me, Dom yelled, pounding on the gates with both fists. But they stayed closed tight, locked with him on the inside. They weren't locked before, so how could they be now? Dom agonized as he reached through the bars to fumble with a paddle lock that now hung from the gate. Someone had locked him in. Dominic realized in a dazed panic. Desperately he screamed, "Help!" But somehow, he knew that no one would hear him, not in time to save him anyway. Even as he struggled to pull the gates open, he could hear the dog crashing through the tangle of trees not 15 feet back. The woman that had dropped him off here, his social worker Angela Goodman, would be long gone by now, too far away to hear him, and the only town they had passed through was at least 5 miles away, and Dom hadn't seen any houses down this dead end. The cement walls were too tall and smooth to climb out of, and the gate itself was impossible to scale, being way too tall and slick like cold ice. Suddenly a hand like vice gripped his shoulder and wrenched him backwards. Dom almost fell over, screaming put in defense, preparing himself to be madly torn apart by the dog, when he saw a tall gaunt man wearing a clean black suit of clothes and a white tie with a gold pin that said, "Black Hearts Club." The blank expression. He moved stifle-eye. His grip on Dom's arm tightened until it forced a sob from the boy's shocked lips. "Help me, please," Dom begged, tugging on the man's shirt sleeve. "This big dog is out there. Please open the gates, we have to get out of here. Dom whipped his head around to see if the giant dog was still stalking them from somewhere behind the thick brush, but the huge black dog was nowhere to be seen. The man grunted and hauled Dom forward by his shirt, pulling Dom to his feet, wincing, as his weight rested on his bad leg. Richard mentioned that you might be a difficult boy, willful and stubborn, a little hyper too maybe. Man's voice sounded strained and unnatural as he spouted out the words, as if he were quoting things he had been forced to memorize, scratching his chin awkwardly. Fuck that shit. Dom spat hotly. He was tired of being labeled by the adults around him. They were always shutting him up, never wanting to hear what he had to say. Most adults couldn't handle his energy. Dominic tried to jerk away, dragging Dom down the road, the way he had just come from. Shockingly strong and had no problem making Dominic come with him. But Dominic resisted. No, let me go. Let me go. That thing could hurt us. The man laughed heartlessly and ignored Dominic's attempts to kick free. I'm not lying, Dominic yelled, now angry and a little desperate. Let me go. Finally the man stopped and looked down at him. Listen here, young sir. There is no such beast about these grounds. I am the butler, and also the groundskeeper, and if there was such a menus about I would have disposed of it. He glared at Dominic with a bit of distaste and annoyance, daring him to argue. Now will you kindly come with me? Dominic was wordless for a moment. You're a butler? He stickered, unconvinced. No one has butlers these days, unless they're rich or something. The man's face turned even more sour, as if that was even posable. But I am the butler. He argued back, letting go of Dom's arm and becoming emotionless, staring at the ground. Because Richard said I was, he had never lied to me. I am his faithful servant. Dom frowned. He couldn't decide what was wrong with this nutcase. He was obviously a little off. But after a moment or so, the man's face cleared of the confusion, and he smiled, a twisted, forced smile. You may call me Mitchell, I am the butler. Richard said I was, so therefore I am. Dom froze again, thoroughly creeped out. The transformation on the dude's face was startling, as if he had forgotten what he had just been saying and suddenly reset. But he was still talking, rambling on about how he was going to be escorting Dom the rest of the way to the house. Slowly Dom followed the butler to a waiting car, a few paces down the driveway. It was sleek black, with not a scratch to be seen, and a new fresh car smell. Inside, Dominic made himself comfortable on one of the leather seats, clearly never sat on before, or hardly ever. Mitchell tossed Dominic his backpack and placed Dom's suitcase in the trunk. Then he climbed into the driver's seat and started the engine, leaving the black viewing window between them open so that he could keep an eye on the boy. The car purred to life and soon they were off. The driveway plunged downhill and turned a sharp corner, almost swallowed whole by a forest of oak trees. Their gloomy branches, gray, bare of leaves, looked like some kind of skeleton. Finally Dom could breathe a little more easily. He was safe for now, driving far away from the stray dog, or whatever it had been. Maybe Mitchell was just stupid and proud to admit that he had no idea what horrible beasts roamed his badly neglected grounds. So what's my Uncle Richard like? Dominic asked, breaking the growing silence. Mitchell took a long time to reply, and when he did nothing, he said made much sense. I don't know him very well, and I don't really see him much either. Ever since the day to work for him, he's been a queer kind of man, and very distant. His guests too, they are queer. What do you mean? Does he have a lot of people over? Dom asked, leaning forward, his attention no longer focused on the view from the car window. Mitchell shrugged. He never has many parties, or goes anywhere except his business trips. Mitchell replied, but strange things happen sometimes. Oh dear. Mitchell grew an even lighter shade of white and cursed softly. I'm talking too much again. Master hates when I spill things. Now that you will be staying with us I must keep my mouth shut. That's what he says to me. Keep your mouth shut, Mitchell. And the butler slapped himself in the mouth and cursed some more, mumbling about how hard it was going to be to stop talking so much. Dominic's chest began to tighten again. Why did his uncle suddenly appear out of the blue and want to adopt him? He had never been there before, never cared about Dom at all. Dom didn't even know he had an uncle, until last night, when they had told to pack up his shit because he was being adopted. Everything about it though was sketchy, rushed and hurried. Even the paperwork had been approved and sent on in a mind-blowing fashion. The proper introductions had been skipped entirely. At the time Dominic had thought it was one more of their cruel jokes, but it hadn't been. It was all real, and now he was riding in a rich car, going to a new life. But in spite of his excitement, the sickening fear was back, and Dom felt his hands trembling as he gripped the black and gray, checkered pattern backpack. It was all too good to be true, and somehow something felt off about the whole thing, even more so now than earlier. The fucking stray dog. The fact that his uncle had 10-foot cement walls around his property, locked iron gates. What was he keeping in, or trying not to let out? There was a wonderland of trees and woods, and he hadn't even seen the house yet. But really, how bad could it be? Suddenly Dom wondered the very question that had been eating at him ever since last night. Would his uncle be like the cruel men at Hell's Quarry? Would Richard get pleasure from hurting him? Mitchell? Dom asked after a long wall of silence. Yes. Mitchell nodded, glancing back, his eyes sliding off Dom as if he was sizing him up, calculating his intentions. Is my uncle a good man? The butler's eyes raised with surprise, and then he signed and turned his attention back to driving, taking his time with a slow response. The master is not perfect, but none of us ever can be. We are just who we are. Dom shifted uneasily. The butler's answer was vague, leaving a lot of room in between, a lot of gray area. He wouldn't hurt me, would he? Dom asked, his voice softer as his green eyes studied the butler. But Mitchell remained quiet, silently thinking for what seemed like eternity, his hands moving on the steering wheel slightly. Finally he spoke up. I don't know. I just don't know. The house. Thanks for listening to the first chapter of House of Horrors: The Black Hearts Club, complete fanfiction audiobook. Please subscribe to my channel and continue listening to the rest of the story that you can find in my video playlist titled House of Horrors: The Black Hearts Club. Thanks for putting up with the few spelling and grammar mistakes. Note, this story is fanfiction, not a true story, and was written purely for your entertainment. Chapter 2. Chapter 2. Complete. Black Hearts Club, House of Horrors. My god, it's not a house at all, but a cold, dark mansion. An abandoned castle, just like something right out of a Disney movie. It had been fixed up and remodeled into a giant house, with murky glowing front porch lights, held by gargoyle statues. Dominic strained to see the atrocity better, just barely, making it out in the hazy red-orange evening light. It towered blackly above them like a mountain, reaching so tall Dom could hardly make out the towers that looked upward into the dark. It had tall windows decked out in heavily trimmed frames. More statues adorned the house, standing on block pedestals in the shapes of gargoyles, dragons and angels. Stone porches with rounded banisters stood neatly attached to the house with stone railing. Columns held up a rounded building on one side that looked like a summer house or a giant ballroom. Dominic couldn't be sure. Some of the glass in the ceiling looked broken in. Wind howled mournfully through the open spaces. It was made almost entirely out of thick, dirty glass, with a round, domed ceiling, a prismed ball attached to the very top of it, like a cherry on an ice cream cone. There was a heap of large stone steps that lead up to the giant, ornate front door, accented with black stained glass, and a big door knocker carved to look like a lion's head. There were a few weedy gardens with overgrown rose bushes, but that was all there was for a yard, not to mention the vinny lilac bushes that had spread like weeds, growing in thick patches against the house. It was all very overgrown, and weeds grew right up against the great place. It was a horrifying, ugly mass of outdated stone and bricks that was too well made to just crumble with age. It had put up a good fight over the years, because now, maybe 100 years later, it still stood towering proudly without any mark of aging upon it, besides a few chips in the stone, or a slight crack here or there, but that was all. And as if the house itself waste enough, there was a stone path leading up to it, much like a bridge with arches and a deep drop-off beneath it. In the deep holes at the bottom of the slope was heaps of garbage and trash, broken beer bottles, as if kids had partied here once and then left behind their shit. Pixels of glass sparkled dimly, green, brown, blue, and a chipped, forgotten milk bottle from like the 60s. Dominic made a mental note. Don't fall into the hole, it's full of sharp stuff. But overall the whole house was unnecessarily enormous and sickening to look at, almost as sickly and forgotten as the forest of trees that guarded it. Dom felt his heart drop into his chest as he stood and stared, not moving. Fuck, was all he could get out. This place was hideous. I don't want to live here, Dom thought to himself, feeling small in the enormity of the place. All he could think about was that it looked an awful lot like a fairy tale castle gone wrong, Beauty and the Beast's mansion. Only this time around it was covered in black-gray mold, and looked like a curse was cast upon it. Dom turned his attention away and back to Mitchell. Butler had gotten out of the car and took Dom's backpack and suitcase, leading the way up the grand front steps. The house was overwhelming, a jumble of tall buildings, towers and stone roof tiles thrown all together to form the massive place. A big dragon had been carved into the stone on one side of the front doors, and on the other side, there was a flying horse with outstretched wings. Together they gave the illusion that they were guarding the house. Mitchell turned a big iron key in the lock and then pulling the heavy door open for them to pass though. The room inside was perfectly dark and perfectly awful, with Mitchell taking his sweet time finding the light swishes. Dom moved closer to the quiet butler, feelings his back tingle with nagging prickles of fear. The room felt cold and dark, damp and scary. He was overwhelmed by the sense that this place was abandoned and empty. He almost felt like the house was playing tricks on him, its icy fingers creeping up his spine. Dom shivered and huddled near the door, ready to make a quick escape if he needed to. Finally the lights flickered on. Instantly the feelings of doubt disappeared. Mitchell was apologizing, turning back to look at Dominic. "I'm so sorry about that. My old functioning is getting slower," he was saying. "I just know that's what will do me in someday. Master Richard hates slow service." Mitchell sighed, and continued to mutter to himself as Dom turned in big circles to stare at everything in the giant entryway. It was lovely, rich and fancy. The ceilings were high and grand, with arches and pillars, and everything was trimmed in rich blue and silver trim. It was very modern, as if someone had remodeled the whole thing into a 21st century home. But somehow, it lacked the cozy feeling of a normal house. The haunting cursed castle effect was still there. Dominic saw a fancy double staircase leading up into a hallway that fell into darkness out of sight. The doors leading to the upstairs stood open and inviting, showing off polished wooden steps and freshly papered walls. "Come along," Mitchell said, leading the way down a very long passageway. The floor was covered in lush purple carpet that squished under their feet. Crystal chandeliers hung from the ceiling above them, illuminating giant picture frames carved from dark cherry wood. They held stunningly beautiful paintings of pretty trees in a misty forest, peaceful lakes with crystal clear water, and a number of other wonderful things. The hallway led on for a little longer and they passed by door after door of rooms all closed up tight. Then they turned a corner and started down a new hallway. This part of the house was more narrow, with lots of tall windows covered in long black ruffled curtains and blinds. All except one tall window, that had its velvet furnishing drawn back with a black silk bow. Through the window Dom caught glimpses of a high balcony with elegant stone steps leading down into a tangle of black tress and bushes. Maybe a long time ago, it had led into a hidden garden, with stone fountains and beds of pink and white roses with cool stone benches to sit on, and shade from the purple lilacs. But now it was forgotten and lost in memory. The woods had grown right up against the house, forever hiding what might have been there. Now the trees and overgrown vines looked just like prison bars, stretching over the windows. But past it all, far, far away however, through the trees, Dom saw shy, misty blue moonlight, dancing in a clearing at the bottom of the hill in a quiet valley. Come on, we haven't got all day," Mitchell fussed, turning back to see what was keeping him. Dom quickly ran to catch up with the butler. This hallway was decorated with low tables that held little dimly lit lights. There was a few statues of knights wearing whole suits of medieval armor. The floor was black and white checkered tile that made clacking sounds as they walked. It looked like a chessboard, but as they got closer Dom discovered that it wasn't white and black tiles, but black and silver. The squares that should have been white were in fact mirror squares. Black and silver checked mirrors, reflecting the ceiling. It was very strange and disconcerting, because when he stood on the mirror square, he could himself upside down. Dom stared fascinated. Mitchell nodded across the hallway to a big wooden door. "That's the dining room. Normally, Richard eats dinner at 6 o'clock, but you will be eating later tonight because of a delay he had in business. And down that hallway at the end is the library." Mitchell smiled to himself. "I know it must seem like a maze to you, but you'll get used to it soon enough." "I did, and who am I?" And continued around another corner, and down another row of richly furnished rooms. Finally they came to a stop outside a big bedroom door. It was locked too, and Mitchell fumbled for a minute, looking in all his pockets for the right key. "My oh my," he grumbled. "Where is it?" And he found it and turned the key in the lock. "Why are all the doors locked?" Dom asked, trying to be patient as he waited for Mitchell to hurry up. "Well now, young man, I can't say. Ever since the master had me start here everything was always locked up tight. It's the way he likes it." Mitchell pushed the heavy door open and flicked the lights on to illuminate Dominic's bedroom. "Here it is then. This will be your room. Stay here, and I'll come for you when dinner is served. The bandages are in the closet," Mitchell said, eyeing Dom's bloody knee. The cloth had ripped open and blood still staining his leg. "You might want to clean up that bloody knee of yours." "Wait," Dom gasped, running after Mitchell. "You're not going to just leave me here?" "Why not?" Mitchell asked, turning on his heels to squint at Dominic. "It's creepy in here. I don't want to be alone," Dom added, looking back into the big room, with its tall ceilings, giant bed, and tall tightly curtained window, and fireplace. The room was too fancy, large and alienated. It had a personality almost. Dominic could feel it, but Master said to put you right in your room until supper time. He's very particular about his things, and said not to let you snoop about. Now please stay here. Mitchell slammed the door and was gone in an instant. His retreating footsteps made no sound in the silent house. Dom kicked his suitcase in a corner, and dropped onto a small loveseat, reaching to open his backpack and pull out his iPod Touch, one of his most prized possessions. Pushing in the headphones, Dominic let the heavy metal rock music drown out the sharp anxiety eating at him. Slowly the song played, Sick of It by Fourth Point. I am not who I once was, but I walk like I'm blind. I am like broken pieces that are shattered inside. I don't always mean to follow my ways. I know they always lead me straight to the grave. I'm sick of it all. It's all in my head. It's chasing the dark. I can't let it in. I want to hold on and never let go. But truth hits my heart and all I know. The sickness in my heart, the sickness in my soul. It plays with my mind, takes me away from you. I need you in this fight, need you to take control. I'm broken underneath. I'm getting sick of it all, sick of it all. I feel like I'm a hostage, held by my fear, always stuck here surrounded by the things I hold dear. I hear myself asking questions, why do I try to always cling to what's gonna die? I'm sick of it all, it's all in my head. It's chasing the dark, I can't let it in. I want to hold on and never let go. But truth hits my heart and all I know. The sickness in my heart, the sickness in my soul. It plays with my mind, takes me away from you. I need you in this fight, need you to take control. I'm broken underneath. I'm getting sick of it all. The sickness in my heart, the sickness in my soul. It plays with my mind, takes me away from you. I need you in this fight, need you to take control. I'm broken underneath. I'm getting sick of it all, sick of it all. Dinner is served. Richard Wargrave Harrison was tall and broad, with corkscrew red masses of corals falling over his forehead. Most of them had at one time been grist back or at least been attempted to be put into some kind of order. His eyes were sharp and sparkling. Astonishingly, they were almost identical to Dominic's own eyes. Greenish blue like murky water, but instead of them sparkling with fun and mischief, full of life and joy like Dominic's eyes, his sparkled dangerously with something else, quite unreadable. He wore a long dark green nightgown that trailed the floor behind him. It looked too Victorian, and out of date for Dom's liking, but he supposed when one lived in an ancient piece of history like this house, it was quite impossible not to dress accordingly. The thing was made from something like thick velvet, trimmed handsomely in black embroidery along its edges. He wore green fluffy slippers and sat like a king in his high-backed armchair. He was in the middle of pouring himself a glass of wine, and briefly looked up at them as they strolled in. One look at Dom made the boy almost shudder. In one instant his look penetrated, pierced as if he could read minds, feeding on the emotions he sensed. Hope, anxiety, a bit of fear. Will you have a seat? He said in a deep booming voice that nearly made Dom jump. Thank you, Mitchell. You may shut down for the night. Mitchell hesitated for a moment, then softly he spoke up. But what about the little lady, Emily, sir? Will she be taking her dinner? But Richard interrupted him. I said go. He yelled it, and his harsh tone made the thin butler momentarily jump, just a bit. Yes, sir. He nodded his head with the slightest bow and melted through a side door out of sight, leaving them alone together in the great big fancy dining room, complete with its enormous table and ancient Victorian furnishings. Dominic sat down in the gilt chair the man had pointed out to him, and tried to smile politely, his face slightly flushed with color. So this was the man that had nailed no trespassing signs to his driveway, chose to live behind cement, stone walls in a house miles away from the rest of society. Thanks for inviting me to live here, Dominic said inadequately, not really sure what to say, now that he was finally here. The red-haired man grunted in response and held up a spoonful of soup to his lips, sipping it daintily. Dom felt his face heat up even more. He didn't like being ignored. Waste he going to say something. I did even know I had an uncle, Dom commented, breaking the painful silence that clouded the room like a shroud. Nor did I know I had a nephew, but here we both are. His uncle spoke up around his chewing, with little interest. Dominic gazed about frustrated. The table in front of him was set neatly with all kinds of delicacies, but his appetite was failing him. Did you know that you have a big stray ugly dog stalking about your woods? Dominic asked boldly. He couldn't help himself and went on. I told your butler all about him, but he seemed to think that I was lying. Richard paused in his eating for a moment and smiled, a wicked ugly smile. My butler is a brainless piece of parts, and the beast you're referring to is Saturn, my black hellhound. He considered a few moments, glowing with pride, then added, he's lovely, isn't he? The biggest dog in this part of the country, meanest, too. Don't get too close to him, he's got a nasty temper. Dominic glared. But he's dangerous. The man across the table nodded, agreeing. Exactly. Then he returned to ignoring Dom and continued to bit into his chicken with spurt. Finally he seemed to notice Dominic not eating, because he looked up and actually paid some attention for the first time, and swept a hand across the dishes. "Are you hungry, boy?" Dom nodded, not sure if the food was safe. "Then eat up. I won't have anyone say I starved you while you're under my roof." His emerald eyes meet Dominic's with a stern, interested gaze. He took a long look at Dom like he was trying to size him up, read him somehow. Dominic got the impression that this guy was bad somehow, full of lies and evil. He could explain it. "Yes, sir." Dominic took a slice of garlic buttered bread and hastily took a big bite. It was delicious, his mouth flooding with amazing flavor. "Good boy," the man praised, turning back to his own supper and ignoring Dominic from then on, eating as if Dom was beneath his notice, not worth his attentions. Each bite was as good as the first, and soon, Dom had cleaned his plate of the cooked chicken, creamy potatoes, corn, rich gravy, and had eaten every crumb of his bread. When he was through, he noticed that Richard had finished his own supper and was watching him again. His green eyes shone in the dim light, his folded hands resting on the table. Dom froze, feeling a sense of shyness creeping across him. What was going to happen now? It was like they could just sit down and watch TV for the rest of the night like normal people did. In fact, Dom had even seen a TV anywhere in this backwoods creepy crypt. "How was your dinner?" Richard asked him, picking up a knife and cleaning its sharp blade with a napkin. Its edge shone in the light. "It was very good, thank you, sir," Dom said hastily, clenching his toes together nervously in his shoes and fumbling to wipe his mouth with his own napkin. "Good." Richard nodded, still looking at him. It made Dom flinch down lower in his chair. Most the time he liked people, but this guy was something else. What did he want from me? Dom wondered. "Do you think you can find your own way back to your room?" Richard asked, leaning back in his chair. "Yes, sir," Dominic lied, getting up. He would use any excuse to get out of there. "All right then." Richard nodded. "Good night." Dom backed out of the room and smiled. "Good night, sir." As soon as he could run without his unsel, hearing him, Dom ran down the first hallways he saw. He had no idea how to get back to his room, but frankly he did care. He just wanted to get away from the man that sat so coldly on the other side of the table, and watched him like he would like to stick that knife into Dominic. Slowly Dom felt a little better as soon as he was alone, walking down the narrow hallway that led through a maze of dark, empty rooms. But soon again he felt the nausea creeping across him. In the dark emptiness he felt afraid. Passing open doors he saw furniture covered in white sheets, but mostly the rooms were empty. Why did he feel like this? Dom wondered. Suddenly he heard footsteps behind him. Spinning around, Dominic saw 3 men. They all were wearing black shining raincoats. Horror-struck ashy faces stared at him. "Help us," they said in unison. Then they were gone, completely vanished as if it had been a dream. But Dom could have sworn that they were there. Fanfiction audiobook. Please subscribe to my channel and continue listening to the rest of the story that you can find in my video playlist titled House of Horrors: The Black Hearts Club. Thanks for putting up with the few spelling and grammar mistakes. Note, this story is fan fiction, not a true story, and was written purely for your entertainment. Chapter 2. House of Horrors: The Black Hearts Club. Chapter 3. The men that had been there, it seemed, for one moment were completely gone, the next, leaving Dom confused and scared. "Calm down, everything will be okay," he told to himself, trying to shake the feeling of unease. Walking on right through the spot where the men had just been standing. "It's just my imagination playing tricks on me," he said aloud, following the narrow hallway. This part of the house was very still, making the place seem even creepier, if that was possible. "Bloody hell," Dom spat. "How am I supposed to live in a place like this? It's like a great big massive maze and I can't find my way out." Every step took him farther and farther into the house's illusion. The lights on the glittering small glass tables seemed to fade dimmer as he walked past. The hallways got larger and the shadows moved. They slid across the floor and over the walls, and unbelievably, they almost appeared to follow him. Every time he looked back, there was the same enormous shadow, shaped like one of the angel statues he had seen outside. It was in the middle of the hallway, towering 10 feet above his head. Part of him almost wanted to go back there and investigate, show himself that it was really nothing at all, but something else held him back. A deep dread in his chest, a sickening feeling, and he just couldn't bring himself to go look. And after a while Dom heard music. Soft, sad piano music drifting on the air. It was so low, he could hardly hear it. The thin sound wavered and moved sweetly, and Dom followed it. past a fine lounge area with couches and tables, past a marble statue that stood towering above him, the woman's hands tied behind her back, her face distorted in pain. Dominic turned into another room, wanting nothing more than to escape her sick gaze. Get away from her. He couldn't imagine living in a house with such a thing to look at. The door on the other side of the room led into smaller rooms, and finally, he heard the sweet music a lot louder. Slowly he walked past giant glass doors that tower above him as if they had been made for a giant. The doors stood partly opened and Dom glanced inside. Feeling cold night air brush across his face, touching the edges of his brown hair, and moving it slightly. Suddenly his whole body screamed with alarm. Hardly able to believe what he saw. Through the space, Dominic caught sight of a big round room, sparkling dimly with moonlight, which seemed to come in from everywhere, and about 20 feet into the room stood 100 shadows, standing perfectly still and staring back at him. Wide eyes, deranged mad faces, pale dead eyes, translucent bodies. Dom stood stock still and didn't move. His heart had stopped. Never before in all his life had Dominic felt so scarred. Never before had he wished so badly that he could run away. In his shock, fright, Dominic didn't even dare to breathe. He just stared at the black shapes of the ghosts, or demons. He couldn't see them very well, but they almost all looked identical. Tall, thin and clouded in the shadows that bathed the room. Giant glistening walls stood behind them, made of shining silvery moonlight. Finally Dominic couldn't stand it a second more. He turned his face away and ran, and out of the corner of his eye, he saw every single one of them turn and move to chase after him. He did look back, but he could still hear the pounding of footsteps as he crashed down the length of the hall, turning another corner to see a bright blinding light and loud music. The beautifully carved door was wide open, and Dom fell forward into the room, unable to stop himself. He was panting and gasping to breathe, stopping short to see Mitchell. They were in a big library that smelled richly of old books. The place was wonderfully bright and glowed with comforting lights, making the red and gold wallpaper shine brighter than ever. There was bookshelves all around the room, crammed full of handsomely bound books. There was a big table also piled high with books and armchairs seat around it. There was an old computer monitor on the table and keyboard, like the kind of old computers from the late 90s. Finally, at the back of the room was the most gorgeous fireplace Dominic had ever seen, and getting thrown into the dancing flames Dom saw Mitchell, tossing in all kinds of articles of clothes. "What are you doing?" Dominic asked before he could stop himself. Mitchell swung around to face Dom, a few belongings still held behind his back. He didn't move, didn't speak. He just stood where he was as if he didn't know what to say. The loud piano music drumming on loudly from the record machine that sat next to the computer. Suddenly Dominic heard footsteps coming, making him shudder. Were those ghostly figures still coming for him? Mitchell grinned wildly from ear to ear as Dom backed farther into the room. The booming footsteps grew louder and louder until whoever it was stopped short outside the room. "Master?" Mitchell asked, still not moving. "Yes, Mitchell, I thought I told you." Richard strolled into the room, his arms also full of clothes, but he stopped short when he saw Dominic. His face grew a deep shade of red. His fancy clothes from earlier were gone, and to replace them was working clothes, splattered with dry red paint. He wore an apron with big pockets, and in some of the pockets were tools, shining silver in the bright lights. Dominic noticed the knife from earlier, the one he had been cleaning at dinner time, half hanging out of one of his pockets. Its blade was slick red. Richard's sleeves were rolled up and they also were splattered in paint splashes. Slowly, carefully, Richard set down his things, ignoring a small cell phone, as it slipped from the pile and fell to the floor with a sharp crack, as its display cracked. "I told you to go to bed," Richard roared, looking at Dominic angrily. Dom slowly backed away from him. The man was crazy. I was going to," Dom protested, trying hard to say something in his own defense. "And what happened?" Richard demanded, following him. "I got lost in this bloody awful house." "Did you?" Richard spat, looking over at Mitchell. "Well, we don't believe you," he said coldly. "Do you know, boy, what happens in my house when someone makes me unhappy?" Richard asked, pointing a finger at Dom. "And, no," Dominic replied, cowering back. "Well, they get hurt, Mitchell. Punish him," Richard Finley said, reaching to throw the rest of the clothing into the raging fire. "What? No," Dom protested, wide-eyed, feeling the heat from the fire press against his back. He couldn't believe this was happening. This was not medieval times. You can't just go around hurting people. Disobedience will not be tolerated, Richard remarked coolly, picking up a poker to pick at the burning ashes. No, stop," Dom screamed as the butler threw him to the floor with a swipe of his hand, knocking over a stack of books with him. "You were snooping about, weren't you?" Richard said harshly. "No, I swear," Dominic pleaded. "Spying around is not tolerated in my house. Neither is lying about it." Richard turned back to them smiling as he watched Dominic reach for a heavy vase and struggled to his feet, bringing it down hard over Mitchell's head. Richard laughed snaringly, sitting down in one of the chairs next to the fire, as Dominic stared at the exposed mess of wires and electronic bits of brain from the man's head. He heard Richard clap his hands together and laugh. Took you long enough to realize that he's not an actual human. See, he's just an overly expensive excuse for a butler. He's one of those new intelligent real-live robots. You know, only rich people can afford them. Real-live sex dolls. Well, the government made a few models too, only they were a little more complicated. Programmed so well you can't hardly tell a difference between a real live person and this guy here. How the fuck did you afford him then? Dom asked. He's pretty good, except for the glitches and the slow response sometimes, but you gotta take what you get, or made. Dominic cold answer. He stood stupidly and watched the robot rip off a table leg and stalk him, because... Richard continued talking aloud to himself. When you're a genius like me and know your way around the internet, sometimes you can find gateways to getting things you want. Dom cringed, hardly listening. He stared at the robot stumbling forward. The smash to his head hadn't hurt him at all. It had even slowed him down. It just made him look nastier. Dom gasped and threw out his arms to shield his face as the butler hit him. It cut deeply across his arm and the side of his cheek, sending him to the floor with a sob. Blood began to trickle from his face and arms, making Richard grunt. Mitchell, not the table leg man, we don't want to kill him, remember, just hurt him. Rich held up a belt and Mitchell took it with a new gleam in his eye. "No!" Dom screamed, crawling backward until his butt hit into the red papered gilt wall, and there he was trapped. Please. Thank you for listening to our fanfiction audiobook, House of Horrors, The Black Hearts Club. Please subscribe and continue listening to Chapter 4. You can find the other parts to this audiobook on my channel. Thank you again for putting up with the few spelling and grammar mistakes. We hope you've enjoyed our twisted tale of horrors and will continue listening in to discover the truth behind the Richard Wargrave Harrison mystery. House of Horrors, The Black Hearts Club Chapter 4. Each throbbing, heart-wrenching blow echoed off the walls until Dom lay curled up in a tight ball on the floor. He wasn't screaming anymore, just sobbing softly between the blows. He was too tired to fight back anymore. Every harsh swat leaving him numb. The angry red welts across his face and arms, trailed across his back and shoulders, burning pain like fire. Hairs ran down Dom's pale face, until they left blotchy pink marks across his cheeks. His arms outstretched with pleading promises never to disobey his uncle ever again, begging Mitchell to stop. And then finally it did. Dom woke from a deep smothering sleep to find himself buried under an enormous amount of quilts and blankets, stuffed with pillows and wrapped in a large high-backed wicker bed. The room was luxuriously warm and cozy. Dominic felt lightheaded and almost dizzy. A blazing fire crackled on the hearth in the big room, and warm golden light streamed through the 3 gilt glass windows. The night outside seemed clear, but withdrawn from the rest of the world. Just a few small stars twinkled shyly far away. Dominic was drenched in sweat and clutching a warm purring body to his chest. It was a cat, he could tell from the silhouette of sharp-pointed ears and long delicate whiskers, along with its vibrating purring. Dominic couldn't remember much from earlier besides a haze of shouting, after dinner, and both Richard and Mitchell dragging him back to his room, after forcing him to drink some kind of blue liquid. Cold sour stuff from a dropper bottle, then tucking him into bed as if he were a 5-year-old. He had been non-responsive and drowsy, weak and submissive. What had they drugged him with? Dom remembered someone hitting him and the foggy remembrance of Mitchell and Richard. Burning clothes, but why? And why did his body ache and scream with pain all over? Suddenly a telephone went off from the other side of his room, making him jump up startled. Fumbling around to find the light switch because the firelight wasn't enough to see very well, as the phone continued to ring, almost seeming to get louder with every second that ticked by. A rattling began, and by the time he had found the light and located the phone, it was practically vibrating off the small table it sat on. Dom gasped as the warm cat that had just been in his arms seemed to vanish, and in its place, he heeled a bundle of wound-up blankets, now clearly visible in the light. Throwing them to the floor, Dominic raced over to the phone that still rang on loudly. It was one of those older phones from back in the day, sitting on a receiver with a long tangle of cord that connected the light blue phone handle to the machine. Quickly Dom picked it up and held the phone to his ear. Dead silence, airy silence. "Hello, Dominic Harrison speaking. Hello. He paused and listened and waited, but the quiet was definitely haunting. Is anyone there? Still there was no answer except for the tiniest hint of static barely perceivable that had started up. Hello? Dom tried again, and this time he almost thought he heard a man's voice. Was it a voice? Or his imagination? Watch your back. Was that what the man said? Who is this? Dominic asked, a slow shiver crawling across him. Hello? Hello? He yelled, but there was no answer except the soft static that had grown somewhat louder. Dom threw the phone back onto the receiver and stood quietly listening. The house was still and nothing moved. Shivering, Dominic looked about his new room. Richard had spared any expense here. The room was just as rich and fancy as the rest of the house. Dominic had seen the room earlier that night before dinner, but now he studied it closer. It was painted soft rose pink, with gold trim that edged the walls. Like all the other rooms, the ceiling was high and open. At the furthest wall there was 3 windows. It looked like one big one, but they were just 3 set close together. Dom reached out and threw the drapes back more so that he could see better outside. The windows were arched and tall with wide stone frames carved ornately around them. Nothing in this place was not overly done with fancy trimmed designs or carvings put right into the stone itself. The old windows reached from floor to ceiling, and the middle one had a doorknob that opened when Dom turned it. Through the window Dom walked out onto a high veranda, rounded in a half-circle shape with a thick wide banister, and 2 stone gargoyles that sat on the wide railing. They looked out unseeing, silent as the stone they were carved from. Creepy art, Dom thought, as cool breeze kissed his face and he looked out upon the vast expanse. He was not too high up from the ground, maybe about 5 feet or so, but after that the hill the house stood on fell away sharply into a misty valley, the same view that Dom had seen from the hallway window. This part of the house was the back side of the place, and utterly untouched. It looked so deserted it was startling, like the house had been dropped into a tangle of wild weeds and long grass. The moonlight shone so bright Dominic could see everything almost as clearly as if it were daytime. The valleyway below the hill stretched out so far it seemed to almost to go on forever, until it finally came to a dim line of shadows that must have been trees. Past that a river sparkled dimly in the hazy light. It was a beautiful valley. Next to the side of the great house was growing a massive oak tree, its roots at the base spreading out disturbingly, its branches stretching above the roof and towered past what Dominic could see. This place, his room and the veranda, was actually the prettiest part of the whole house. Dominic thought to himself, as he walked back into the room and securely closed the window. Dom wondered what it was that they had sedated him with. Because he felt different, the anxiety was gone, and with it the sick urge to run away. Slowly he looked about the room. It was nice, with its big bed and mountain of blankets, the vanity, table, closet, large fireplace, and what was that? A master bathroom. Dom walked through a set of thick doors and found himself in a sky blue bathroom. The whole place was tiled with clear blue glass, and it had a walk-in shower, 3 full-length mirrors, a toilet, big sink and bathtub. Dominic smiled, pleased. The hot shower was really what he wanted after the bad scar with the telephone call, and waking up so covered in sweat. So he set to work turning the shower handles until the spouts shot streams of steaming hot water on him. Quickly he stood back so that the water cold soaked his clothes. Dom got into the shower, and let the waves of hot moisture warm his shivering body. The room had been very warm, but somehow the creepy phone call had scared him so badly that he could stop shivering. He winced as the water pressure grew stronger and hotter, burning his already abused skin. And with the pain came back his memory, and he remembered the harsh beating Mitchell had administered, his screams for them to stop, the waves of smarting pain as he held his arms up to shield himself, bent over a table held down to helplessly endure the sadistic punishment that had turned more into torture than a mere correctional technique. He could see his uncle's mad laughing face of insanity as he watched Mitchell beat him. He almost seemed to enjoy it, turning into somebody else, his green eyes black with pleasure. Dom could still remember his look filled with lust as he watched Dom take the belting. What was wrong with the man? No one beats kids anymore, and if they do they were sick. And what kind of crazy man makes a robot butler, steals government designs? Who would even have the skills to do so? It would take expert hacking skills to pull off such an undertaking. Dominic was confused. Unless Richard was laying about the whole thing, he did seem like a proud man, someone capable of about anything. Surely capable of abuse to some degree, if he could stand by and let his robot beat Dom so brutally. Dominic could see the evidence written across his back and shoulders, red welts standing out across his body. The idea did occur to him that maybe he should run away. But that seemed extremely stupid considering that Richard could probably find him and haul him right back here. And then what? In a way though, his uncle Richard had been very kind to him. He had saved Dom from hell's quarry, and then he had gave him his own room and fed him with rich fancy food. He can't be all that bad, Dom tried to tell himself, while scrubbing his body with the yellow bar of soap. So he was a bit old-fashioned, maybe a little too strict, but now Dom knew how he was expected to behave. He could do better, but as he thought about it, a sickening feeling gripped his heart. He was safe here. How did he know for sure that Richard wouldn't hurt him again? Suddenly a rattling sound from on the outside of the shower curtain brought Dom's mind out of his thoughts. Clear footsteps, walking back and forth. Dom shuddered with horror, bringing his arms up to hug his chest. Was Richard watching him shower? Was someone out there right now? Dom stood naked, hot waves of fear washing over him. He didn't know what to do, alone and pretty much defenseless. Was someone else in the house, stalking him? The dim shadows around the big curtain looked like figures of people, more than one. Who were they? Dom felt his heart beat faster. Who's there? Dominic demanded, willing his voice to remain calm, but it broke slightly. He waited, but there was no answer, only more shuffling of feet. The shadows moved slowly, tauntingly. Finally, when the sounds got louder, Dom found his courage and thrust back the shower curtain. But it only revealed an old cat sitting on a pile of stacked up towels and nothing else. No one was in sight. Dom gasped, relieved. His attention caught on a glimpse of a shadow that slid out of sight behind the bathroom door. The cat jumped off the stack of towels and came up to sniff at Dominic's knees. Smelling the blood on his scuffed leg, the cat's gold eye steadily watched him, sweeping across his trembling body as he stood still staring. The cat must have been 100 years old. The gray, mangy thing looked like a gutter rat. Thin, gaunt, and missing one eye. Its body brushed past him to rub against his leg. Get out of here, Dom yelled, feeling exposed, and not too ready to make friends with the cat while he stood, naked and dripping wet. Dom liked puppies, cute things with bright eyes and pink tongues that licked your face and begged for hugs. Dom sank to the floor of the shower, shook as the cat wandered away. It had been a long day, and he had taken just about enough. This whole place is fucked, he thought, studying the opposite bathroom wall. The misty full-length mirror, reflecting his body sitting on the shower floor, curled up into himself, staring as the bathroom door began to slide shut. Dom watched it horrified as a tiny voice began to giggle from the other room. This time it wasted his imagination, because the bathroom door was now opening back up all on its own. Dom burst outside into the cool, damp evening air, running hard. The night was as dark as a shroud. The moonlight that had not 10 minutes ago been bright as day was now blocked out with black clouds. The grass was wet with dew under his feet as he ran through the long grass, pulling on his clothes, and clutching a flashlight he had found on the bathroom counter. Immediately Dominic felt the long fingers of the oppressive darkness closing in on him, like he was being suffocated alive. Turning, he swung his flashlight around frantically, searching the tall grass and scrubby bushes around him for the least bit of a hint that danger was nearby. But there was nothing, and that almost seemed worse, because whatever was out there was still safely hidden and most likely watching him. Dominic stumbled away from the house that towered above him like a monster, and ran forward into the gloom of the trees. Anything to get out of that house. The little girl's laughter still ringing in his head, his flashlight beam barely lighting his path. A rustling in the branches above Dom's head made him turn just enough to see a dark silvery shape crouched in the tree he was walking under. Dom gasped as gleaming yellow eyes glowed at him from the branches. Dominic took off running, but his directions were all confused and he didn't know where to run to. The shape lunged forward, dropping to a lower branch, just like a cat, nimbly stalking its prey. Somewhere far ahead Dominic saw hazy lights from the house. How had it gotten in front of him again? Had he just walked away from it? Dom blindly wondered as he crashed through the trees. Now suddenly, Dom heard a low howl on the wind, like a lost coyote. The shrill sound sent chills across his body. Something reached out in the dark and scratched at his arm. Dom felt the sting of fresh blood, pain and the throb of a wound, but he didn't stop running. He heard the sounds get louder and felt another scratch, but this time, whatever it was, reached to grab onto him. It had caught hold of the edge of his t-shirt, ripping the sleeve. Let me go, Dom screamed wildly, thrashing at the invisible enemy. And finally, it did, letting him go, to crash back through the small clearing in front of the mansion. It looked down upon him, almost smiling, its abandoned evil, grinning at him happily. The air was not cold anymore, but hot and thick, like butter. Dominic reached out for the stone railing, and hauled himself up the endless steps, not stopping until he stood by the still open window, its long drafts blowing wildly in the breeze. Now that he was back, the night calmed down, once again silenced and dreamy, peaceful in sleep. Thank you for listening to our fanfiction audiobook, House of Horrors, The Black Hearts Club. Please subscribe and continue listening. You can find the other parts to this audiobook on my channel. Thank you again for putting up with the few spelling and grammar mistakes. We hope you've enjoyed our twisted tale of horrors and will continue listening in to discover the truth behind the Richard Wargrave Harrison mystery. Chapter 5. Mitchell brought down a switch, hard across Dom's knuckles, making him jerk forward to attention. He was strapped to his desk. A large pile of books stacked in front of him. One book lay open, displaying a number of difficult mathematics. "You will learn your lessons before supper," Mitchell informed him coldly, "or take a whipping for your idleness." Dom stared ahead wide-eyed. "But it's nearly midnight," Dom protested, pointing to the great big grandfather clock ticking loudly on a high shelf above the fireplace. "Silence," Mitchell roared, slamming his thin cane down on top of Dominic's desk. The crack echoed loudly throughout the room. He was getting increasingly violent as the days went by. Dominic had sat strapped to the hard wooden desk for 5 hours now. The schedule here was off the top, chaotic, with no rhyme or reason. Dominic had been allowed to sleep in 4 hours, and then finally fed breakfast. The afternoon and late evening had come, and with it Mitchell had turned up to start the day's lessons. Dominic had been fidgety and restless, and finally Mitchell had come to the conclusion that Dom needed to be strapped to his desk, to control his energy, with the alarming drive to punish Dom for any sign of idleness. Dom was convinced that Mitchell was dysfunctioning. Things at the cursed mansion had gone from bad to worse. Night after night Dom woke up screaming with nightmares that seemed too real to be just dreams. But they had never been this bad before. Some of the dreams were things that had happened to him back at Hell's Quarry, the foster home facility where the bad kids had been shipped off to. It wasn't a prison, but it just as well could have been one, the way they ran the place. If you got beat up there or harassed, no one really cared. It was a playground for dishonest guards and staff. They got away with pretty much everything. But when Dominic was having nightmares about the cruel boys' home, Counselor Mr. Donald Graves, and his evil taste for young boys, Dominic had worse nightmares about the house itself. He couldn't even think about sleeping unless the lights were on in his room. The only horrifying thing was, when he was wrenched awake with bad dreams, he would discover his room had become pitch black, even though he had fallen to sleep with the lights on. More terrifying was when he flipped the switches, the lights wouldn't work, leaving him to survive the night in the dark. Sometimes even worse things would happen. Dom would wake up paralyzed, unable to move, stuck to his bed, scared out of his mind, with nothing but his thoughts for company and the dreams. They never made any sense, but he had the same dreams over and over again. The creepy house, always swallowing him up and spitting him out into a place where monsters fed on him, tore him apart, and then fixed him, only to hurt him all over again. It was a game, a fun house horror movie, where they took turns devising new ways to play with him. The men in the creepy animal costumes said he talked too much, sewing his mouth shut with thick black thread and sharp needles, keeping him alive for their own benefits. But he was quieted, silenced. Their property. Dominic hated those dreams most of all, finding himself trapped, unable to say what he felt, alone and tongue-tied. And somewhere in the dreams Dominic would always walk across the same narrow bridge in front of the house, and every time, he would lose his balance and fall into the drop-off, falling and falling until he would get wrenched awake by the 11 o'clock nightly phone call. It continued without fail. Dom would be wrenched from sleep to hear the loud ringing, endless static, and a man whispering things Dom couldn't quite hear. Sometimes he thought the guy was trying to warn him about some sort of danger, but Dominic couldn't be sure. He tried to ignore the phone call, but the ringing would continue until he finally gave in and answered it. Always the same man, urgently telling Dom to wake up to listen to him, because he wanted to help. Finally Dominic told Mitchell about the mysterious phone calls he got, but the butler always laughed it off, never really listening. After all, he was only a robot, and did have the intelligence to understand or care. His helpful reply was that it was the house. Like that made any sense. Dom would wake up with odd marks across his skin, sometimes, and he couldn't explain where they had come from, or how he had gotten them. Fingerprints or slight scratches. By this time Richard was prescribing medication to help Dom feel better. "Can't sleep? I got something for that. What's that? Paranoia? We can take care of that. Pop some pills, stop the chills." Fucking Richard Harrison. And after that night, the first evening, when Dom had gotten lost in the house, and Richard had made Mitchell beat him for it, well, they had fixed that little problem. Now Mitchell followed Dominic everywhere. Mitchell would either bring breakfast straight into Dominic's room, and leave him to eat it, and then amuse himself for the rest of the day. Or he would come bring Dom to the dining room, where Dominic's breakfast was laid out on the grand breakfast table. And after breakfast, there was Dominic's lessons, held in the library. Richard had informed him that he was going to be homeschooled, more like isolated. Dominic thought secretly, with no exceptions. Mitchell said all his energy should be thrown into music because he was such a natural at it. So for hours Dom sat at the baby grand piano that stood in front of the enormous bay windows and played until his fingers ached, with Mitchell sitting nearby to make sure he did what he was told. He rarely saw his uncle, and when he did Richard always eyed him with an intense look that made Dominic feel like he was a kind of prey, being stalked for a kill. His uncle always had a hungering look about him. It was deserving to say the least. Dominic hardly ever had a moment to himself, however, unless he was locked in his room, which happened frequently. If Mitchell wasted around to babysit, Dom would discover that they would lock him up. Other than that, Dom wasted allowed to do hardly anything he wanted, besides being allowed to stroll through the endless weedy gardens or explore the abandoned horse stables. That building was almost completely hidden from view by a tangle of thorny vines, and falling apart. Streams of golden sunlight fell in through the giant holes in the wooden roof. It was majestic, with stone horse statues standing outside, rearing with their manes and tails streaming back in a frozen pose. But in all this time, more and more Dom's suspicions about the place being off grew stronger. Something wasn't quite right with his uncle Richard, and the creepy grand house, the stupid robot butler. It wasn't just Dom being paranoid anymore, or jumping to conclusions because this was all new to him. No, there was definitely something going on all the way back here in Richard's creepy house. And Dom was determined to figure out the mystery. Already he had made a few observations. The 100 people he had seen in the silver room that first night was only his own reflection, or at least Dominic thought that was what it was. The place was a retired ballroom surrounded in mirrors. Its glass ceiling had let in that night's moonlight, making the place seem deceiving. It was bewitched, playing games with his mind, casting the illusion that there was hundreds of ghostly faces staring at him, when in truth, it was only his face reflected back at him. But the odd thing was, after he had been caught peeping in the room, the next day, Mitchell had locked the place up tight with thick silver chains, wrapped around and around the door handles. Now that was curious. What was in there worth locking up? The question ate at him as he tried to figure out what his uncle could be hiding. There were other things too. The whole upstairs seemed to be uninhabited. The one day he had asked Mitchell about it got him slapped. Upstairs is off limits, Mitchell had said. And then after that, magically the door leading to the grand bugle staircase was also locked up. Dominic didn't know how, but sometimes he almost thought he heard faint footsteps up there. But it wasn't just Richard and Mitchell that acted creepy. No, it was the house too, built to cause the people living there lots of confusion. Doors that opened into solid walls, leading to nothing. Stairways that lead to dead ends. Dom could be walking for a long time and turn a corner and find himself back there he had started. Stairs that seemed straight and level to begin with began to tilt and lean as Dom went along, until they were completely impossible to climb unless you were a frog and could walk at odd angles. One room held a whole row of mirrors that portrayed Dom in different shapes and sizes, stretching Dominic until he looked like the tall man, or widening him out until he looked like the fat lady. Richard had a fancy for odd things, it seemed. The house was a kind of fun house, a mind twister, disconcerting to live in. And to make things more interesting, Mitchell loved to scare him, spending meany wet rainy days, sitting in the conservatory, telling Dom endless lies about the house's supposed ancient history, while sipping mugs of hot coffee. "It's haunted," Mitchell would say, with a devilish look playing across his face, as he drew Dom near the fire to cuddle in the dark gloom. Then he would go off on some crazy, but thrilling tale about a murdered child that used to walk the hallways at night just looking for the rest of her family to kill. She was driven by the house's whispers, Mitchell said, clasping his hands together and looking around as if he half expected the little girl to appear at that very moment. The scary thing was, though, that Dominic thought he had heard her giggling outside his door the night he had been showering and saw his bathroom door moving all on its own. But there were more stories, tales about the soul of a little blind ballerina that used to dance for the demons trapped in the basement, so that they wouldn't kill her. You see, they liked to watch her dance, and as long as she cast her spell of beauty upon them, they wouldn't hurt her. How Mitchell came up with these lunatic stories Dom didn't know. And last of all, Mitchell told Dom about a secret part of the house where no one ever goes. That's where the real evil lives. He would chuckle. Dom was wrapped in thought, still thinking about the crazy stories, when he suddenly noticed a pale face staring out of one of the grimy windows at him. It was now a few days later. The face from the window watched his every move, making him shiver. It did occur to him that the grand mansion could quite possibly be haunted. That is, with all the strange little things that frequently happened. The creepy phone call, the moving shadows, the misty figures, the slamming doors. Of course Mitchell's stories were not true, but the house did seem sorta strange almost all the time. But this face in the window, it looked too human and alive to be merely a common aberration, a ghostly being. It had peered out of the window as if it were trapped, afraid, looking for a chance at escaping. Dominic turned from the horse barn where he had been exploring, and took off for the house. The face had appeared in one of the lower windows, which means it could have been in the basement. The basement was one of the many places Dom had never been allowed to get close to. Come to think of it, Dom had even seen an entrance to a basement. No trapdoors, no airy stairways opening into a dark cavern, nothing at all. Suddenly hands pulled Dom to a stop, and he turned to see Mitchell, holding an armful of freshly picked roses sprinkled in misty dewdrops. "Where are you going?" he asked, eyeing Dom critically. "Mitchell, I saw this face." Dominic gasped, trying to break free from the servant's grip on his arm. Mitchell laughed with no humor and gave Dom a small shake. "Yes, and you see great big monsters in the woods, and hear spirits talking through your phone at night. What's your point?" Dom shook his arm free and looked back at the small dark window. The face had vanished. The person looked like it needed help, like it was trapped. Dom added the last words with a stamp of his foot, and turned to head back to the house, but Mitchell ran after him. "You must be mistaken," he said calmly. "Master's having some guests over for dinner tonight, nothing more. I saw what I saw." Dom persisted, kicking a loose stone with his foot, watching it disappear into a bush of weeds. "Best to forget about it," Mitchell said quietly to himself. "Master knows what he's doing, but what is he doing?" Dom asked, searching Mitchell's eye for the truth, but not seeing anything in the blank, expressionless face of the robot. "Probably just selling merchandise," Mitchell said, shifting the roses to his other arm. "Whatever," Dom muttered, following Mitchell inside and to his own room. "I'm going to figure this out," he declared, bouncing onto the bed. "Figure what out?" The words came out of nowhere, causing Dominic to jump back up. Richard sat on Dom's bed near the window, his arms folded, his eyes glowing orbs of black light, a sadistic smile playing across his twisted lips, and for the first second, it sent chills of ice down Dom's back. The man had work clothes on again. New red paint splashes splattered across his apron, catching Dom's attention. Richard glowered at Dominic sternly, his gaze slightly inhuman. "Nothing, sir." Dom finally got out, eyes on the floor respectfully. He wasn't afraid of Richard, well, not until now, but something was off about the guy. The way he moved was unnatural. "Well, I'm having some guests over for dinner tonight." Richard began getting up and strolling to the window to look out, his walk wobbly and forced. "And I want you to join us." He turned back and gazed solemnly at Dom's face, his sick smile fading into a piercing, penetrating stare. Dom could almost feel the man reading his fear, sensing Dominic's very thoughts. "Do you think you can act like a gentleman and behave yourself?" Richard asked, finally stopping the trance. Dominic's face burned. What did they think he was, some kind of hyperactive child that couldn't control himself? "Well," Richard pressed. "Yes, sir, of course, sir," Dominic replied obediently. If he was going to figure out Richard's mystery, he was going to have to play the part of a good actor. "Good, then it's all settled. Mitchell will come fetch you when it's dinner time." Richard smiled that mind-reading smile again, as if with excitement, and turned on his heel, briskly exiting the room. Mitchell followed him with almost the same level of pride, and Dominic was left alone, quietly to cave into the floor and gather all the willpower he had. Dom waited a few minutes to make sure they were gone, and then he tried the door handle, shocked with surprise and delight when he found it opened easily. They had forgot to lock him in. Quickly, but quietly, Dom slipped down the dim, shadowy hall. The ground floor must have a basement somewhere, right? Dom was pretty familiar with the north side of the house. There was the grand entrance, with the big front door, the hallway that led through the art gallery, with the pictures hung from cherry wood frames, the second hallways with the tall windows and low tables, the hallway that led from that past the locked-up rounded ballroom, and that's when you come to the common rooms that he was allowed to be in, the library, the fancy dining room, the conservatory, with the creepy exotic plants he didn't dare touch, the music room, with the bay windows and grand piano, the lounge, and the west side of the double staircase, of course, now locked, and finally the darkest part of the house where the creepy west side hallway began. Dom never had the chance to explore this part of the house because of Mitchell's constant vigilance. "These are private rooms," he had said, where Dom was not supposed to go, but this time Mitchell waited here to stop him. Dominic flipped on his flashlight and stepped into the mass of gloom. It was black in here, so cold, the temperature must have dropped 10 degrees. Dom felt his skin prickle with goosebumps, but he ignored it and continued on, wishing he had thrown on a sweatshirt. The pale, high-arched hallway was painted a rich, dark blue that looked black when all he had was a flashlight to shine on it. The floor was tiled with black tiles that shimmered in dust as Dom walked along. Besides a few chandeliers that hung from the ceiling, the hallways were empty and undecorated. Finally, after some time, Dom came to a stop in front of a grand doorway, trimmed with fine engraved artwork set into the deep frame. Dominic stood still for a moment, unsure if he really wanted to open the door. If it was locked, which was a good possibility, Richard might be inside, and catch him snooping. If he did, he would surely punish Dom, and it won't be a picnic. Richard would probably be so furious, he might even throw Dom out. But as Dominic thought about it, he came to the conclusion that it wouldn't be so bad. Richard wouldn't kill him, just for snooping would he? More like he'd make Mitchell thrash him again. And that waste, so bad, he had taken worse before. Had he endured endless nights at Hell's Quarry, in deep over his head because the counselor of the place did like him, or liked him too much? It was difficult to say. And so finally Dom had made up his mind. He turned the doorknob and pushed the door open quickly, resolved to be brave no matter what. The room was empty, making Dom gasp in relief, realizing he had been holding his breath. It was a big giant kitchen, equipped with everything imaginable: pots, pans, plates, cups, silverware, fine china in giant glass china cabinets. There was cutting boards, salad bowls, coffee pots, and the whole place looked deserted. Not a single person in sight. In fact, the kitchen looked like it had been used in years. Thick dust and cobwebs covered every surface, along with white sheets draped over the tabletops. What the bloody hell, Dom thought with a little shiver. Where has all the food been cooked if not in here? He did now. Slowly he walked across the room and gazed around. There were a few small doors that opened into the room, and Dom strolled over and turned the doorknob to the first small door. It opened into a pantry, also clouded in dust and a few stray spiders. Dom threw the door shut and tried the next one. This door opened onto a tiny stairs that lead up a narrow stairway. Dom hesitated. It probably just lead up to some small servants' quarters. In the olden days, servants often used to live in tiny cramped rooms set high up in the attics of the plantation houses. This wasn't a plantation house, but it must have a pretty similar setup. He closed the door and turned to the last door. This one opened to a very small passageway that led into complete darkness. The dark was deathly cold, and smelled of rotting sick moisture, leading down. Dom flicked on his flashlight and froze. Not 5 feet ahead towered a wall of bricks, freshly cemented into place. They completely blocked off the tiny hallway, making it a dead end. Shit. Damn it. Bloody hell. Dom thought this could have been the entrance to the basement, but then a second thought occurred to him. If there was a basement, and there had to be, with someone down there just had to be another way to get into it. Turning quickly, he ran back up the short hallway. With new energy, he would find the new entrance if it was the last thing he did. Bursting back into the kitchen. The kitchen. Just seconds before it had been abandoned, dusty cobwebbed, but now it was completely new, clean and shining. Filled with ghostly figures of maids and cooks, preparing a banquet. But they were all ghosts. Not one of them was alive. You have been listening to Chapter 5 of House of Horrors, The Black Hearts Club. We hope you have been enjoying our thrilling tale, and will continue listening along to solve the mystery of the House of Horrors. Thanks again with putting up with a few misspelling and grammar mistakes. Please subscribe to my channel, share my story, and continue listening to the rest of the story that you can find on my channel. Thanks again. Chapter 6. Trap. Graphic content ahead. Continue at your own risk. Mr. Eric Rice, Dickon Vosley, and of course, Charles Penn. Richard stood as Mitchell entered the gleaming dining room, with Dominic close behind him. Dominic almost laughed. Richard has friends? He couldn't believe it. What a shock. The guy was beyond creepy and withdrawn. How on earth could it be possible that he had managed to make a friend? How could one consider him as such? The idea was hard to believe. Richard was a horrid old creep. Dom tried to hide the growing smile that was forming on his face. The mere idea was odd, but maybe they were as weird as he was. At least they could all be weird creeps together. Dominic shrugged it off and looked about. The place had a sense of excitement, a sort of energy building. The large marble-top table was spread in delicate lace, with gold-tinted glass dishes piled high with every kind of food imaginable. The fancy spread gave off the most delicious smells, wafting in the air. Candlesticks were spread out across the table, giving the room a pleasant, cozy, inviting feel. Richard has really outdone himself this time, Dom thought, shifting in his new clothes. His outrageous attire consisted of a black t-shirt, black skinny jeans, and pink socks, and of course the gold necklace he liked so much, tucked into his shirt. His iPod hidden safely away in one pocket, its pink phone case slightly visible. Richard raised an eyebrow and his forehead crinkled as he studied Dom's clothes. His gaze fixed unapprovingly on Dom's bright magenta socks and black shoes, the thick black laces tied hurriedly in giant knots. He looked over at Mitchell briefly, and the gaunt butler shook his head, fumbling nervously with his white silk gloves. Richard's face clouded with worry. The men around him seemed to catch onto his impatience, reaching to examine a gold watch, hands tapping out on the tabletop. They were all massively overdressed, their clothes suggesting that they were going to a funeral or possibly getting ready for a very, very formal event, but not a simple dinner party. These blokes are so strange, Dom noted. Dominic. Richard spoke up, finishing what he was saying. These are a few of my closest friends and business partners. Be polite now, he said, his attention again focused on Dominic's outfit. For now Richard appeared normal. The strange behavior from earlier, the creepy vibes were gone, and in its place was Dominic's original uncle, stiff and proud and utterly unlookable, but not frightening. They will be having dinner with us tonight, he said, looking back at the doorway and motioning for Mitchell to leave. Dominic smiled at the three gentlemen, and tried to ignore the fact that they were all now staring at his clothes too. But he was proud of his bold choice in dress, and he wasted for a minute going to let them sway his confidence. Eric Rice, he like Dom's uncle, had bright red hair. He was short with a gray mustache. He had dull blue eyes that squinted at him when he walked past to sit down. Dickon Vosley sat next to Eric. He was older, gray-haired, dark gray eyes that flashed like melting ice, scanning Dominic the same way the counselor, Donald Graves, used to when he was about to do something inappropriate. It made Dom cringe inwardly, sensing sexual desire hidden in the man. And finally Charles Penn, younger than the rest, maybe in his 30s, stupider looking than the rest of them, with a simpleton look on his face. He seemed hot-tempered and impatient. "I'm so glad you could join us tonight," Richard said in a pleasant voice as he glanced around the room to look at each of his guests in turn. "Now there is just one more person we are expecting, and she is a bit late," Richard said with some distaste, sitting down in his high-backed armchair. He and the men talked quietly together, ignoring Dominic entirely, all of them except for Dickon Walsley. He turned his head just enough to catch quick glances at Dom, steeling himself to just one look every so often, just enough so that the other men didn't notice him looking. But finally, after a while of awkward waiting, the last expected dinner guest arrived. "Here she is," Richard exclaimed, bouncing out of his seat to welcome the newcomer, with a rush of new excitement and energy Dom had never seen in him before. A level of charm, magically erasing the edge of darkness, he had just minutes before been commanding. Mitchell had waited for the woman in the entryway and escorted the lady to their table as soon as she had arrived. A Miss Bevelyn March, surrounded in a cloud of overwhelming floral perfume. Richard introduced her to their small dinner party and sat her down in a chair by his side. Bevelyn was brunette, with short wavy hair pulled back into a ponytail. She was wearing a thin red sweater and gray slacks. Her face was very overly done up in makeup. She had rosy red cheeks and bright ruby red lipstick, her long black lashes thick with mascara. She was very short and plump, carrying a large black handbag in one hand and an oversized umbrella in the other. She wore lots of sparkly jewelry heavy around her neck, with diamond bracelets and an emerald ring on her finger. Matching earrings dangled from her ears. She smiled sweetly at them, lifting her small dimpled chin up high. Soon everyone was eating and drinking merrily, and Dom fell to thinking about the horrifying experience from earlier. He eyed the food on his plate warily, poking at his mashed potatoes with the end of his fork, having no appetite. The kitchen had been full of 3-inch-high dust, and covered in cobwebs from top to bottom. It was crawling with spiders and peeling wallpaper. Then in the next moment, the whole place was wafting with delicious smells, and sparkling with clean dishes and floors. This was simply impossible. Dominic Harrison. Dom looked up at the sound of his name, his thoughts momentarily distracted. Quickly Dom turned his head to see Dickon Weasley, gazing at him closely, his droopy eyes red from drinking or lack of sleep set on Dominic curiously, his eyes briefly catching on the glimpse of skin showing from Dominic's partly open shirt. "So you're the boy that's come to live with Richard," Dickon finally said, tearing his eyes away. "His nephew, if I'm to understand correctly." Dom wasn't sure if he was asking a question or just making a remark, so he hesitated before finally nodding his head and speaking up. "Yes, sir, my uncle is very kind in taking me into his house the way he did." "Indeed it is," the man agreed, his tone throaty and vulgar. He leaned back, taking his time to swallow an enormous glass of red wine, then going back to stare at Dom critically. His sleepy eye swept across Dom's entire being this time, making Dominic squirm in his seat. "How old are you again?" Dickon asked after the longest, most awkward pause Dom thought he had ever been forced to live through. The others seemed to be listening to them talk now because the room had fallen silent as a tomb. And thank God for Bevelin, because the plump crude woman blurted in, "Well now, it's very lucky for you young man, that your uncle has taken you in. Over the years I've seen so many poor boys and unfortunate little girls, sent to group homes. There simply isn't enough good people out there, willing to take on the responsibility of taking in these poor fatherless angels." Dickon choked, his gaze turned to Dom with a smile of evident humor. He was possibly amused that anyone could see Dominic as a kind of angel. No, more like he thought Dominic was a burden, the kind of problem that nobody would want to deal with. A sad situation that he wouldn't wish on anyone. But Bevelin was still dominating the conversation. She went on to share with the dinner party how lucky it was that they had invited her to dinner on such short notice, because she was going straight to the airport afterwards, to depart on a luxurious 3-week, much-needed vacation. Of course, first of all though, she would deposit their rather large donation check into the city's bank. She explained that she worked at the city's charity service that helped support the unfortunate and poor people in the area. Dom thought to himself that she came off as being rather proud, though impatient and maybe a little deceiving, her tending to be nice in spite of her good work. But Dominic wondered why she was here. Surely Richard had fancier, finer ladies to engage with. What an odd dinner party this was. And so the Victorian-like dinner continued, with the men talking about politics, sports, or other topics that Dominic had nearly forgotten about. His stay here in Richard's mansion was slowly changing him, it seemed, little by little isolating him. He was forgetting about his old life, slipping away. After a while Mitchell came into the room, pushing a silver cart piled high with all kinds of desserts sitting on it, and the big vase of his roses from earlier. He set them down next to Bevelin's plate and bowed, his hands shaking slightly. "Roses for the lady, and dessert for all the gentlemen," he announced. "Why thank you," Bevelin cried, smelling the roses, and then sat back to eat her chocolate cake. "The roses are my little gift to you," Richard said, moving his chair back slightly away from the table where Bevelin sat. "For all the good work you do for our ungrateful city." "Thank you," Bevelin smiled in response, proud that at least someone was giving her credit for all her hard, endless work. "You are far too kind," she beamed, digging into the cake and wolfing down giant bites of the delicacy. The other men talked very little and sat quietly eating their own desserts. They were gracious enough, but just enough to not appear rude. Dom looked hungrily at his untouched plate of food, and wondered how long he could go without eating until they noticed. He just couldn't forget about the spiders, the dust, the bugs, the kitchen he had seen waste fit to cook anything in. After the shock of seeing the transformation, Dominic had ran back the way he had come, and locked himself up in his own room, sitting aimlessly on the cool veranda, trying in vain to calm himself, letting the breeze blow his soft brown hair about his face, watching the dancing afternoon shadows as they grew closer, closing in on a boy that already felt trapped, alone. And then he had sat there, lost in his own thoughts, listening to music until Mitchell had come for him, flushed and hot if ever a robot could be, practically steaming out of his ears, to drag Dominic back with him through the black hallways, and past the large elegant rooms, with their ancient furnishings still thickly covered in the white sheets, to crash into the dining room aglow with its creepy candles, odd guests, and Dominic's uncle. "Oh no, oh my, I suddenly feel a bit faint." Dom looked up quickly from his untouched raspberry pie. Bevelin had dropped her roses to clutch her forehead. Everyone stopped eating and talking. All heads turned to look at her. The poor woman looked awful. Her face, drained of color, had turned a sickly white. Her hands clasped it to her forehead. "Oh my, I'm so embarrassed," she exclaimed. "I knew I shouldn't have come here." She began to mumble to herself, almost crazily. "I feel so weak. God, I shouldn't have come. I had a bad feeling about it, but do I listen to myself? No, oh dear, I'm so stupid. Now, my dear young lady," Richard spoke up quickly, "everything will be all right. It's probably just a head cold, or perhaps a headache." He pushed his plate aside. "Maybe you would like to sit down for a while in the living room," he suggested, getting up and holding his arm out for Bevelin to take, talking soothingly to her. "We'll have a nice cup of hot tea, and you can rest as long as you need to. Mitchell, bring us some tea things into the sitting room straight away." "Yes, master," Mitchell echoed, falling over himself to rush out of the room. Bevelin slowly rose, trying to get up, but fell instead. "Oh yes," she drooled as Charles and Dickon jumped to catch her fall. "Tea does sound lovely." Dom watched as she allowed the men to escort her from the room. They left all together, shuffling noisily down the dark hallway that led into the fancy sitting room. They left him alone, paying no attention to him. Dom stayed put, and stared at the women's half-eaten chocolate cake. What the hell? All of them had been so quick to react, as if it had been planned. Dom sat thinking for a moment, wondering if this was why Richard had acted so excited. He knew this was going to happen, but what were they going to do to her? Then he noticed the beautiful bouquet of roses and leaned in close to sniff their perfume. They were sharp and sweet smelling, and instantly that's when he himself began to feel sick. Stumbling away from the table, Dominic staggered to the open dining room door, half tripped and fell to a crawl, trying desperately to make it back to his room. What the bloody fucking hell had they laced the roses with? Dominic's mind wasn't working properly anymore. He felt dizzy and lightheaded, like he was sleepwalking, crashing into the hallway wall, not even seeing it until it slammed into his face, his balance giving way. Dom fell to the floor and lay for a moment, unable to get back up, almost paralyzed. What's happening to me? Dom thought, dazed, his arms outstretched to keep from crashing into things. Nearly colliding with a tall marble statue, Dom continued forward. He had to get to his room, he just had to. If Richard saw him now, it would be all over. He would know that Dom was really onto him this time, and who knows what he might do then. Slowly, agonizingly, Dom took another step forward, falling into a glass table that sat along the hallway wall, scattering expensive knickknacks across the floor to shatter into sharp shards of broken glass, reflecting the ceiling as they came to rest on the checkered pattern-mirrored floor of the hallway. Dom bent to pick them up, only to fumble blindly with it. Each piece looked far away and blurry. Dominic passed the living room. Its door was left wide open. Dominic saw Bevelyn laying out cold in a large armchair. Richard stood behind her, looming over her helpless body like a predator. Dickon was checking her pulse, and the other men were nowhere to be seen. Dom stumbled away, hoping they hadn't noticed him, crawling forward on his hands and knees, willing himself to keep moving, and finally, after what seemed like an eternity, Dom made it to his own bedroom, the pink wallpaper popping out at him as Dom collapsed on the bed, falling fast to sleep, a blackness darker than night, clouding his brain. Then all in a moment he was climbing out of his bedroom window, falling into a bush of moon-lace flowers, heavy with bloom, and the delicate scent of spring. The flowers were overly exaggerated in watery dewdrops, catching the light of the moon in a glittery sparkle. Crickets chirped loudly and an owl hooted sweetly overhead. Dominic looked about confused and saw that he had fallen into a misty garden that magically spread out across Richard's neglected lawn, tinted in faded blue shadows and pale streams of silver light. It was almost too pretty to be real, and somehow Dom wondered if this was just a dream, the kind that came to him when things were hard, when he was lonely or sad. A comfort dream, he called them, sweet and pretty, turning into a wet dream if he was lucky. After all, he was only human, but he didn't want it to go away, even if it was just a dream, so he pressed deeper, trying hard to focus on it. Wandering through the tangle of shaded trees, heading down a mossy hill tilting slightly, passing by the haunted woods he had almost gotten lost in barely a week previous. But they didn't look haunted now, in fact, they looked gorgeous. No glowing eyes or slinking shadows tonight. Dominic walked on a little weakly, his legs a bit wobbly. Then he saw her, a misty figure melting through the large bushes of pale roses, tripping through a puddle of clear water, setting the liquid in dancing ripples. Dom reached out a hand to her, but she vanished further into the garden. She was something entirely new to him, as black and white as an angel compared to a demon. The clear sky shone overhead as Dom moved through the lush flowers, catching another tantalizing glimpse of the pale white dress she wore. She was a ballerina, glittering porcelain with long golden hair, faded pink slippers, surrounded in diamonds and a lace gown. Dom saw a few fireflies twinkle around her in a cloud like little stars. They were dancing with her. Wait, Dom said, quickly running to catch up with the phantom. She giggled and looked back once, her large brown eyes filled to overflowing with sweet kindness, and just a touch of playfulness. Please wait, don't go. Dominic climbed over a ledge of rocks and walked across the wet stones that sat in the still water, reflecting the clear starry sky. She twirled in a perfect spin and danced on, the fireflies accompanying her, flickering in 100 sparkles. Who are you? Dom asked the shimmering image. She leaned in and picked a white lily. Please, he insisted, crashing forward, desperate to get a closer look. The little thing shook her head, sending her waves of golden hair floating around her shoulders, bare white covered in snowy lace. She skipped on, not waiting, and pushed open a garden gate, walking through it and heading into the thick greenery. For a moment Dominic was afraid that she would vanish, and he would never get to see her again. His chest tightened with sadness. But just when he had about given up on her, she popped her head back up and waved her hand to him. Over here, she sang out in a clear, soft voice. Then she was gone again with a swirl of fireflies. Dom raced to the spot, only to find a single white rose petal, laying in the dewy grass. Dominic felt frustrated but didn't have much choice but to follow the trail of flowers that crisscrossed into the glow of blue woods. The trees blew in the late night wind, talking quietly to each other, their branches and leaves rustling quietly. The old oaks spread out like a tent, blocking out a lot of the silver moonlight. "Where are you?" Dominic asked, picking up more paddles and surveying the dreamy landscape. "Over here," he heard faintly from lower down the steep hill. Dom fell to his butt and slid a few feet forward. It was that steep. Dom caught a tree branch to stop his descent and slowly worked his way downhill. The flower petals lay out in front of him, a clear sign, and Dom hurried forward, being more careful not to fall again. She was about 15 feet ahead of him now. He could see her clearly, a glow of pinkish silver outlined in moonlight. Daintily tripping along, gliding forward, Dom crawled over a rotten log and reached out a hand. She fell into his arms then, light as air, surrounded in a sickly sweet scent of cotton candy. Her hair fell around them in long silky waves, sweet and warm. Her face turned up to his. Soft brown eyes met his glass green ones in a dreamy, lovesick gaze. Her long eyelashes drooped shyly, and her lush lips parted as if she wanted to say something, but Dominic couldn't hear a sound. The world had fallen silent. Everything had stopped. Maybe even time itself paused for just an instant, caught up in her lovely spell. It was magic. Unreal, hazy, dreamy, glittery, soft warmth, seeping into him. Just standing there holding her, feeling her body against his. The touch of being loved and accepted melting him, and all in a moment of passion he wanted to kiss her, taste the soft cherry red lips, touch her pearl white skin, but then he noticed her slender arms filled with roses, draped in her arms and falling, pink and white with a fine layer of dewy mist covering them, dripping off the sickeningly sweet petals. "No!" Dominic screamed wildly. "No, don't touch them, they'll make you sick." He launched forward, reaching to tar the flowers away. Falling face first into deep green water, cool clear waves closed across his face, and he sank downward, caught up in silt and pond scum. It was filled with goldfish, sparkling brilliant gold, and swirling around him. Green lily pads fanned out as his head broke the surface. Choking and gasping, Dominic awoke with a start, feeling weak and lightheaded. He was damp, wet, and very hot. It was dark and still. Fuck. The hazy drug-induced dream ended as quickly as it had begun, leaving Dominic a little confused and disappointed. If only it had lasted a little bit longer. He wanted more. Slowly Dominic struggled to move, even to just sit up, but something stopped him. His arms lay at his sides, pressed against heavy cloth. His legs too. He wasn't even in his bed, Dom discovered, turning his head from side to side. He wasn't laying on the floor either. No, he was inside something. It was hot, dark, and stuffy, with dust. Very tight, almost like he was laying inside of a shoe box. Dom reached up and felt thick velvet not 2 feet above his head. Crisp, smooth cloth that smelled like a nursing home. Artificial flowers. Dominic tried to sit up, but he couldn't. He was trapped, securely locked in some kind of velvet box. Dominic kicked up, trying to get the top off, but it didn't even flinch. Panic hit Dom like a slap in the face. Raw fear cutting into his chest like a knife stabbing into fragile skin. "Help! Help! Get me out of here," he cried as loud as he could, but to his horror, his shallow screams for help sounded muffled and suffocated, trapped in the small space with him. "Please help, please, please." Dom began to sob, pounding his fists against the hard cushioned top, bruising his knuckles, but he still hit frantically. Suddenly Dominic stopped screaming, and lay still, in shocked terror. He suddenly realized where he was. He was in a coffin. There was no mistaking it, with the embalming air freshener making him feel like he was going to sneeze. The feel of comfortable velvet lining, the shape, and its dimensions were just about right. It was a coffin. Choked sobs rent his throat again as he begged to be let out. "Please, please, if anyone's listening, let me go." Through his tears Dom realized that his Uncle Richard must have found him passed out and put 2 and 2 together. He must have had too much to cover up, that he couldn't risk having Dominic spill his secrets to the police. But what did he do to the people he drugged and hauled away? Dom didn't know. All he could think about was what would happen to him once all the oxygen in the coffin ran out. He would die, just like drowning. His lungs would scream for air, but not receiving any, he would surely suffocate. "Please help me," Dom screamed again, thinking as he did, how perfectly impossible it would be for anyone to hear him. Hot burning tears ran off his cheek and tickled down his neck. It's crazy how you can see your own life flash before your eyes when you're about to die. Time slows down and all the pictures get really clear, coming into amazing focus, seeing colors you never saw before. It's like being on a high-intensity drug. Your brain is fighting so hard to find a way to save you. Adrenaline pumping into your veins, screaming at you to fight back, even if you can't. It's like flying off a roller coaster and you're strapped down, with no way to get off. So fucking helpless. Dom kicked again at the low cover above his head, the deep thud of the impact sending vibrations through the coffin. "Help me." Dom's voice cracked with new sobs. Sometimes when things got tough, he may have wanted to just fall asleep, dream forever in a perfect place with a fairy tale like girl. But now, when he was actually looking at the end of the road, it did seem so appealing. It was so cruel. How could his uncle bury him alive? Could he have at least killed Dominic first? Dom's body began a throbbing shudder that wouldn't stop, trembling all over. How could his own uncle be so heartless? Did he care at all? No, of course, he probably didn't. Why would he? Sweat formed across Dominic's forehead as he slammed his knees up hard against the unmoving cover. Slowly the torturing minutes began to tick by, counting down the minutes until his time ran out. Each second that went by made Dom wondered how much time he had left. The temperature in the small space felt hotter, and Dom struggled to keep from completely losing his mind. But it was an almost impossible fight. He simply couldn't focus on staying calm. His claustrophobia was rising alarmingly, going through the roof. High levels of anxiety played with him, taunting him, whispering, saying that he was buried 6 feet underground. Slowly Dom's body grew warmer, he trembled with sweat, now, his back wet with it. Dom kicked again, slamming his fists up again and again, screaming and begging for mercy. And hours passed, or maybe minutes. But Dominic couldn't tell anymore. It all just felt like an incredible nightmare, endless, and so horrible, it was impossible to wake up from. When suddenly, magically, the coffin's heavy lid slid open without warning, light streaming across Dominic's face, and he lurched forward, tumbling out of his deadly prison, unable to believe that he was rescued, gasping for air, taking it in and crying. Falling onto the ground next to the silver box as sobs shook him. 2 figures stood over his body, watching his meltdown silently. "You fucked up, Harrison." Richard's voice was close to his ear, and sharp as a knife. Dom winced as the noise sent a pang through his tortured brain. Richard grabbed his chin and wrenched his head up, looking him straight in the eyes. His cruel orbs burned with anger and built up rage. "I told you again and again." "What did I tell you?" Richard yelled, smacking Dom hard across his cheek. The blow sent throbbing stabs across Dom's face, and he flinched lower, unable to stop crying, still too shook to speak, to say anything. He was dazed and non-responsive. "I don't know," Dominic murmured, his eyes shining in glistening tears, unashamed, his mind cloudy. They all stood around him, in a room painted black, with purple lights. They weren't outside at all. His prison had not even been buried. This whole time, they were inside the house. Dom noticed that Mitchell stood, blocking the only exit. Locks crisscrossing its frame. Mitchell's arms were folded across his chest, a merciless smile on his robotic face, as if he was trying his hardest to imitate his master's expression. "Wrong answer," Richard screamed enraged, hitting Dominic again across his head, sending the boy to his knees, forgetting what Richard had even been saying. "What did I tell you?" Richard hissed, kneeling down close to Dominic, and taking the boy's face in his hands, turning it so that Dom was forced to look at him, not to explore around the house. Dom guessed, mumbling hardly above a whisper, "Yes, you fucking worthless shithead. Now we are getting somewhere," Richard yelled. "After all I do for you, taking you into my house, giving you an education, feeding you, buying you clothes, letting you wear all that weird makeup and eyeliner, and how do you repay me?" Dom flinched as Richard moved to strike him again. "You don't respect me, Dominic. You think you know better than me. You think this is all just a fun game, don't you? Don't you?" Richard hollered in Dom's face, spamming his fists into Dominic's chest. The impact threw Dominic back into the side of the coffin. Dom whimpered as pain tore across his back and shoulders. "You think you can sneak around getting your nose into my business, but..." Richard paused and pointed a trembling finger at Dom's face. "I'm giving you fair warning. If I ever catch you sneaking around my house again, I won't just lock you up in a coffin. I'll beat the shit out of you myself." He leaned down and wiped the stain from a tear streak off Dominic's cheek with the edge of his finger. "Hear me, Dominic?" He growled in a lower tone, his dark green eyes flashing. "I'll beat you senseless, and you won't even be able to stand. Now wash your face. Crying like that makes you look like a fucking pussy." Dom's chest ached with pent-up anger. How could they do all this to him? It wasn't his fault. Wasted his house too, now that Richard had adopted him. Slowly Dominic rose to his feet, and stood up straight and tall. He was almost as tall as Richard, and maybe just as strong. "Well, it's not my fault," he yelled back at Richard, suddenly letting into the flood of passionate emotions, the anger and rebellion flooding him with renewed strength, and his own sense of injustice. Richard had been unfair to him, in so many ways, and Dominic had had enough of it. "I never asked to be here in your fucked up haunted house. I was better off where I was. At least I had my friends. I never meant to go sneaking around your shit whole house in the first place. You know, that night, I really did get lost. I wasted trying to sneak around. I just wanted to have a normal life. I wasn't trying to catch you in some kind of dark secret. It's your house, you can do what you want in it. But it is like trying to find your way out of a maze, and I want to know how the fuck you expected me to find my way around. With no map, no directions, just a fucking. Go to your room, Dominic. Can you find it on your own? Dominic repeated what Richard had said to him that night. It had ran through his mind again and again, until he had memorized every hurtful and hate-filled word Richard had screamed at him, while Mitchell wielded the belt, covering him in marks that wouldn't go away, shivering with fear, alone at midnight, sitting inside his own mind, trying to get things right, watching himself take a good thing and fuck it up in one night. No sleep, up all night wasting time with people he didn't like. Something was fucking wrong with them. No, Dominic continued hotly. I couldn't fucking find my own room. I didn't even do anything wrong. But you still had your stupid butler beat the shit out of me for it, didn't you? Dominic paused, panting and gasping. It felt good to blow up finally, to say everything that he was thinking. And for a split second he almost cringed. Richard was staring at him in shocked disbelief, hardly able to believe the change in Dominic. Shocked that the boy was finally fighting back in his own defense, daring to cross Richard, even if it meant another beating. He was filled with rage, boiling anger and trembling with passion, his green eyes dangerous and filled with emotion. Standing tall, his arms on his hips, for a split second he was the scary one, unafraid to say what he felt and willing to fight for it. And now, Dom went on, I'm so scared, I can't even sleep at night. I get phone calls from the dead, I see faces in the mirrors, fucking shadows follow me. Why did you bring me here anyways? You don't even like me. Richard stared at Dominic, his face unreadable. He was calm suddenly, and that scared Dom almost more than his previous rag. Richard finally looked over at Mitchell and seemed to be thinking intently. Finally he spoke. I never thought he had it in him. Scary, isn't he, Mitchell? Just think, maybe we could use him someday. He addressed his words to Mitchell, almost smiling to himself. Dominic was tired and finally coming off his high. What are you talking about? He asked. But Richard didn't answer at first. He merely continued to study Dominic. And after more thinking to himself he finally spoke. I took you and Dominic out of duty. A rich prick like me needs to feel good about himself once in a while. Taking you in seemed like the right thing to do. At least have something to be proud of. Dominic listened as Richard went on. And I guess I thought maybe someday that you and I could be business partners. Good, possibly good friends. What business? Dominic interrupted. I'm not going to discuss it now, but this doesn't excuse your actions. You got into my shit. Smelling the roses was stupid on your part. What if I had laced them with poison? You could have died in your room, and no one would have found you until it was too late. But what were they laced with? Dom persisted, getting bolder, and finally remembering why they were standing here, screaming at each other, like raving lunatics. I said none of your affair. Richard yelled it, a bit of his old anger returning. I apologize for my scary house, Dominic. I really do. I can understand if you find it frightening, but haunted it is not. I haven't seen a ghost, or spirit, or any other kind of mythical creature in all my entire life. In fact, I don't support the theory of such a thing. For every odd happening or strange appearance, there is a logical and simple explanation. And if your imagination is that fantastic, then that's your own fault. Now Mitchell, kindly escort young Harrison back to his own room, please. I don't want to see him any more tonight. I think we have both had our fill of each other's company for one day. And Dominic, Richard added, his face darkening just the slightest bit, I do hope from now on you will keep to your own rooms, and not get into any more things that don't concern you. Dominic slowly nodded his assent, and Mitchell moved to the side as Richard left them. When they were along, Mitchell turned to Dominic. You're really brave, you know. Most people are afraid to cross him, but you stood up for yourself, and that's not a small thing. Dominic blushed. Thank you, I guess. Dom almost smiled for the first time. He felt the weakness in his legs returning. Mitchell led the way out of the room and down a slick black hallway. Where are we, Mitchell? Dom asked, leaning hard on the butler for support. Mitchell drew an arm around Dom's waist and helped him to the edge of a giant gleaming staircase. We are just upstairs. Easy now, it's not too far to your room. Take the steps slowly, sir. Dom looked back over his shoulder. The whole hallway looked so dark, so mysterious. Why haven't I ever been allowed up here, Mitchell? The butler hesitated and almost shuddered. Well now, young sire, it's the master's house, and it's his right to decide what happens in it. Mitchell replied quietly. Now no more questions. Some hours later, Richard Wargrave Harrison sat at a fancy big wooden desk. He leaned forward, studying intently one of the 4 computer screens fixed in front of him, his hands raised above a keyboard, ready to type, but still he waited, the blue glow from the screens casting creepy shadows to dance around the black room. The figure in the video lay still for a long time, but finally, it woke up with a jolt. The person put a hand out and felt the top of the box along the inside, almost unsure of where they were or what was happening. Stillness wrapped the room, as Richard waited for the inevitable struggle to begin, and then it did. Help! Help me out of here! The entrapped person screamed, kicking their knees to slam into the box's top, but of course, it did move. Please help! Please! Please! The sobbing began as the entrapped victim began to realize the seriousness of the situation. The poor person pounded their hands against the unyielding walls of the box, as they screamed, "Please, please, if anyone's listening, let me go," struggling frantically to break free. "Please help me," the kid screamed. Finally Richard smiled, pausing the video on the boy's tear-streaked face, his glassy green eyes filled with shimmering tears, his bare chest heaving with every gasped breath he took, his body shining slick with sweat. "Oh yes," Richard mumbled half aloud to himself, while studying the pale, beautiful picture on the video screen. "They are going to love this one." You have been listening to Chapter 6 of House of Horrors: The Black Hearts Club. Please subscribe and continue listening to the rest of our story, that you can find on my channel. Thank you. House of Horrors: The Black Hearts Club. Chapter 7. Discovery. Dominic stood still, frozen to the spot, a worn leather bound book held forgotten in one hand, the library door partly open, cold air funneling out from the dark room like it was connected to a wind tunnel. It was 12 o'clock on the dot, and Dominic had been studying late into the night, determined to get an A+ on his essay report that Mitchell had been coaching him on. But Dominic had totally forgotten about all that. Richard said that the mansion wasn't haunted, but this astounding display of supernatural activity was impossible to ignore. Richard lay 10 feet up in the air, arms folded across his chest, sleeping on thin air as if he were laying sensibly in his own bed, but he wasn't. He was levitating, hovering above the fancy couch positioned next to one of the great bookshelves. There was a pillow sitting on the couch, and a crumpled blanket too, as if he had been sleeping there. Dom stood, eyes fixed on Richard with astonishment. This was by far the most horrific thing that he had seen yet. Suddenly Dominic saw a man sitting back in the shadows of the room, behind the couch close to an open window. But he wasn't a person. He was a shadow man, made out of black mist that formed his stocky build, large head connecting with wide shoulders, long legs and arms reaching almost to his knees. It was the distinct outline of a man, just not a human. When he turned his face towards Dom, and caught sight of the boy transfixed on him, he dropped his hands and vanished, his black eyes the last thing to deform. Richard fell to the couch heavily with a groan. And suddenly the black mist reformed and flew into Richard's body, sinking into him like he was made out of pure air. Dominic stumbled away, regaining control over his body, dropping his book to the floor, his eyes focused on Richard. The man had commenced to move, flexing his fingers one by one, as if he were feeling them for the first time, and flexing his other hand. The sound of cracking bones made Dom feel like he was going to be sick, wishing so badly that he had never went to the library at all. Richard turned his head to look at Dom when he heard the book hit the floor, and that's when Dominic tried to run. He had barely made it to the door, however, when Richard waved a hand, the door crashing shut, all on its own, with a superhuman motion that sent Dom into it hard. His shoulder took the brunt of the blow, making him wince, but he hardly noticed it. His attention was fixed on Richard. The possessed man had risen, and was stumbling forward, straight for Dom, tipping and swaying as he went along, like the Walking Dead, as if he had never learned the art of walking until now, and was learning it for the first time. God no. Dom found his voice in a wave of heated panic, trembling, cold and burning hot all in a single moment. Suddenly he had firmly made up his mind. Tonight, he was going to run away. Well, that is if he wasn't killed first. This was the very last straw. Richard had beaten him, locked Dominic up in a coffin, kept him a prisoner in this sickening house, subjecting him to endless hours of tedious study, but none of it compared to this. "Just let me go," Dom gasped out hoarsely, as the creature that had once been Richard stalked him. Dom shivered as the man stopped inches away from him, sniffing at Dominic's face as if he were a dog, investigating new prey. Dom remained still, and frozen, emotionless as the thing finally got bored and pushed past him, melting away through the door, going right through solid wood as if it were nothing. Suddenly Dom saw a body roll over in the folds of Richard's makeshift bed on the couch, and then it sat up. "Dominic?" It was Richard's voice, clear and calm, almost friendly. "What are you doing in here?" he asked, perplexed, rubbing his eyes sleepily, and fumbling for a light. "I don't know." Dominic heard his own voice falter. "I was looking for a book," he finally stuttered out, afraid to tell Richard what he had seen, quickly coming to the conclusion that Richard probably would not believe him anyways. "Are you all right?" Richard inquired, reaching a hand out to Dominic. "Can't sleep?" Richard got off the couch and crossed the floor to peer closer at Dom's pale face. white in the light, his eyes wide and glassy with delayed shock. Richard touched Dom's shoulder in a concerned gesture, and Dom flinched. Richard's hands were cold. They felt like ice. Poor boy, Richard said softly under his breath. Did something scare you? Richard persisted, reaching to pull Dom into a hug. It felt out of character for him. Strangely wrong and hella awkward. Richard's body was bone cold, his strong grip tight, his chest a heavy wall of smothering ice. Dom wriggled away, feeling the warmth leached from his gray hoodie. I'm fine, he said, pushing the library door open. It moved easily, and Dominic hurried away down the passageway that led back to his bedroom. It was safe there, but before he got to his room, he caught sight of Mitchell, slumped in a chair breathing evenly the way he did when his body was on off mode for the night. The servant seemed shut down because he didn't move or say anything until Dom spoke, activating the butler with a jolt of electricity. Dom's voice strained as he spilled out what he had just seen. You should go check on my uncle. Something's wrong with him, Dominic said, looking back at the closed library door. Mitchell moved to get up and looked too, then he glanced back at Dominic, confused. Richard? He questioned, the blank stare that Dom hated so much spreading across his face. Yes, check on him, please, Mitchell. Something or someone was in the library with him. Mitchell got up and took Dom's arm. I think you need to go back to bed, he said firmly, leading Dominic away in the opposite direction. Richard has been gone on a business trip for 3 days now. You couldn't have possibly seen him, Mitchell explained solemnly as they walked together. What? Dom sputtered out, pulling away. What do you mean? Yes, he left Friday morning, Mitchell answered. You need to get some sleep. Mitchell took Dom's arm again and hauled him along the dim passageway. Dominic moved after him, half dazed in wonderment. The man had looked, talked, and acted exactly like Richard. Mitchell pulled the large door open, presently, and led the way into Dominic's cozy bedroom. He crossed the floor to the ornate fireplace. The fire had almost entirely burned out, except for a few small coals that flickered dimly, threatening to burn out. Dominic ignored Mitchell and half ran to the tall windows. The middle one stood open wide, the lace curtains hanging in shreds. Mitchell, Dom gasped, backing away slowly. Something's in here. Nonsense, young master. Mitchell chuckled, straightening up, his arms filled with firewood. And behind him in the bathroom, Dom saw something move. Quick, it's in there. Look, Mitchell, look. Dominic nearly screamed, moving to stand behind the butler. Mitchell turned his head to look through the open door, but his expression remained sober. Quiet, you silly. He spoke up soothingly, turning half around to pat Dominic's shoulder. Nothing is in there, but Dom saw it. The cabinet door on the inside of the bathroom had opened, and the same black shape had crawled out, stuck to the wall, slowly climbing it, stuck in the corner between the wall and the ceiling. Look, Mitchell, look. It's right there, right fucking there, Dominic exclaimed in a frenzy. Mitchell dropped his pile of wood and stared, but saw nothing. Finally, Dom realized why. Paranormal entities would have no effect on a robot. None whatsoever. Supernatural things can only play with the human mind, but they have no effect on robots. Computer intelligence designed without flaw to see what's there, and only that's there. But Dominic could see it clearly, with its white translucent skin, its clawed long bony fingers, its long bald head with black eyes and a mouth opening stretching so wide, it touched each corner of its face. Streaked thin skin like bubble gum, his face elongated until his mouth was wide enough to swallow almost anything whole. Mitchell held Dominic still as he screamed and flailed, arms around Mitchell's shoulders, begging the butler to protect him from the hideous thing. And then the room's walls began to tip in, tilting, and Dom fell, passing out in Mitchell's arms. When Dom woke up again, some minutes later, blurry-eyed, and still cruelly shook from his bad scar, he saw Richard's friend, Charles Penn, leaning over him. The same bloke Dominic had been introduced to at Richard's revoking dinner party. Charles, with Mitchell's help, had pulled Dominic's cushioned chairs up to the fire that was now burning brightly. Mitchell says you've been suffering from some spells lately, Charles began. He was cracking his fingers and flexing them distractedly. Dominic tried to flinch away, positive that Richard's friend Charles Penn could quite possibly be possessed by the shadow man figure. Mitchell stood by Charles' side and twitched as if possessed as well. No, I'm fine, Dominic replied with a tremor in his voice, slowly getting up to move away, but Charles pulled him back down to sit still in the golden love seat. Why are you here? It's like the middle of the night. Richard's not even at home, Charles sneered. I know that, he said, looking about the room impatiently. Mitchell said you saw something? Dominic nodded hesitantly, turning to see that the monster from the bathroom had vanished. Of course it had. What did it look like? Charles wanted to know, his hand sliding into his pocket. Dominic's eyes widened. The shape in Charles' pocket looked like a small revolver, some kind of gun. Had he seen it too then? Was Charles here in the house tonight to guard Dom while Richard was away? Dominic couldn't say for sure, but it seemed more than likely. Thinking for a moment, Dominic wondered if maybe Charles believed him. Well, it was like a person sorta, but dead, and it had claws and black eyes. He was made up from a kind of mist, black dust. Charles laughed then, throwing his head back and letting into a good thundering chuckle that rocked his body. Dominic watched him and felt stupid, frustrated with himself that he had told anyone in the first place. Finally Charles composed himself and got up, clearing his throat. He put a hand on Mitchell's shoulder and smiled at Dominic in a vexing manner. Sounds like our boy's having nightmares again. We're done here. Charles got up and strolled to the door, placing a hand on the knob, but then he turned and looked back at them, his other hand slipping back into his pocket. If you see it again, close your eyes and count to 3, maybe it will go away. He chuckled to himself, making Dominic fume. Then he left, but he was still gripping the gun in his pocket. Dominic turned to face the butler. What's haunting this house, Mitchell? I know you know. Mitchell glared back and shrugged stupidly, playing the part of a dumb robot. But Dominic knew better. Mitchell was too clever and well-built to be honestly that naive to the things happening around him. No, more like he was protecting his master, and hiding something from Dom. Fine. Dominic huffed, showing the butler out. Keep your secrets, but I know you're not telling me everything. They aren't just stories, are they? No, that's because I saw her. Yes, your little ballerina. At this, Mitchell's blank expression turned to wide amazement. What? Where did you see her? He asked, putting a foot in the door to keep from letting Dom close it all the way. In the garden. Dominic sighed. As hard as he had tried to hold on to the dream, it had still almost entirely slipped away. All he could remember now was soft colors, the remembrance of the deadening drown of frogs and crickets, hidden deep within the garden. Strangely though, the garden outside had vanished later. When he anxiously looked outside for it, he only saw the same dry, matted long grass, the dull sharp gray rocks, and the sleepy hollow-like trees that always seemed to depress him, rather than bring him any kind of pleasure to look at. Finally Mitchell smiled. So it was just a dream? He asked. Dominic nodded. I guess so. It was storming outside, and rain fell in icy sheets, bending the spindly trees and howling mournfully through their branches of gray woods outside. Thunderclaps sounded far off in the distance as Dominic turned away from the windows. Richard had been gone on his business trip for about a week now. Slowly Dominic had recovered from the mysterious night when he had caught sight of something he may not have been supposed to see. Over the course of time, all the shitty things that had happened to him began to morph together until it was just one big blur of mixed up chaos, hanging over him like a black cloud. Escape was impossible, or almost so. Dominic knew that now, because when he had tried to simply walk out, the giant doors would magically lock. He had tried sneaking out over and over again, but somehow Dominic never even made it to the driveway. A wall of invisible glass seemed to surround the whole house and yard, like a force field from Star Wars, or a dome like from Stephen King's thrilling novel Under the Dome. The house had him now, it seemed. Why that didn't terrify him, Dominic didn't know. He felt subdued, almost like he was under a spell. Dom was bored, and tonight it was worse than ever, without the distraction of disappearing people and monsters. The glorious mystery. Dominic had been so bent on figuring out his uncle's secrets that now he had nothing to throw his energy into, nothing distracting him from the real problem, the truth. He was lying to himself, keeping busy and not thinking about it. But the truth was that he was trapped, held captive, in a way, housebound, and sooner or later, he knew he had to leave. If he didn't go soon, they might never let him go. But Dom didn't want to focus on that, not tonight. Instead, he was stuck inside his head, rewinding the facts about the house. He had been shut down, and told that everything he thought he saw was something of his own imagination, a fucking dream. But he had been so sure that something bad had happened to Bevelin. No one would tell him what was going on, but he knew something bad was stalking the house. Dominic was 100% sure that Bevelin had never made it out of the place alive. Maybe a lot of other people too. There were just so many clues. But the annoying thing was they would laugh at him, give Dominic more school work to do, telling him that he had too much time on his hands to dream up fairy tales. In the meanwhile, Charles had hauled off Richard's precious statues and vanished, taking with him all his creepy artwork, along with it. And Richard's precious molds, made in the shapes of people. Dom had discovered Richard's workshop. Yep, true to his word, Dominic had found the basement. After careful looking, he was positive that it would reveal all the secrets he was looking for. But of course no one was down there now. He had found it about a week ago, and thought it was the murder site, or possibly the place where Richard kept his monsters. But it had only blown up in his face. Of course, it had. Again, he was proven wrong. The basement room Dom had came across turned out to be just a common workshop. Most likely where Richard had created Mitchell. It was filled with tools that at the time had looked just like murder weapons, along with half-finished sculptures made from cement. There was another bricked-up wall, but the suspicious thing was that the human statuette models were the perfect dimensions to encase a real person inside the statue itself. It would be a perfect place to hide a body. A brilliant cover-up. Dom had been so disappointed, and Richard's friends Charles and Dickon were so mad at him for assuming such a thing in the first place. Mitchell had declared the basement off-limits, and locked it up, just like all the other places in the mansion. Dominic was told to keep to his own room and not to disturb anything else until Richard came back from his trip. They told him that Richard was an artist, that he made lots of money from selling his beloved sculptures. That's why he was always gone. He took them to random auctions across the country, selling them to classy high-up people for garden ornaments, most of the time delivering the merchandise himself. Each large elegant piece of art selling for an outrageously large amount of money that the wealthy people could easily afford. But Dominic didn't really buy it. He liked to believe that it too was a fancy cover-up. Maybe Richard sold hard drugs, and the statues were his side business. But regardless of the real story, Dominic had been left alone tonight. Sad, bored and a little depressed, and it was starting to get to him. He sat on the floor, his back resting against the bed, flipping through some old comic books. Richard's friends were no company and only seemed to show up when he was getting into trouble or needed correction. Other than that, though, they were ghosts in the house, never to be seen. Not even if Dominic wanted them. They seemed to come and go as they pleased, letting themselves in or out without anyone stopping them. But Dominic knew they were there somewhere, even if he couldn't see them. But the comics were so boring, and Dominic had read them all maybe 100 times already. The music too was the same old shit, and Dom ripped out the headphones from his ears and threw his iPod Touch onto the bed next to the neglected comics. He gazed across the room to look outside and sighed loudly. If only the Wi-Fi was locked, Dom thought angrily. How fucked up was this? Isolated in a giant shitty house, far away from anyone, homeschooled, and fucking alone. And he wasn't even allowed access to the web. Richard had laughed at him when he asked for the Wi-Fi password. His taunting reply was that the internet was a privilege, one that Dominic had not earned. But Dom suspected there were other reasons behind Richard not wanting him on the internet. When you had access to the Wi-Fi, there was a way out. Contact with the outside world. Dom could tell someone about the injustice happening to him on the inside of this hellhole. The way they were raising him just couldn't be legal. He could contact child welfare or his social worker, Angela Goodman, and tell them about the abuse and all the strange things he saw. He was pretty sure it would interest her to know about how bad they were treating him. After all, didn't he still have the bruises to prove his story? Sure, Richard had a phone, but when Dom tried to use it, the thing never seemed to work. It just kept blasting the busy signal noise until Dom gave up and went away to do something else. Or worse, Dickon Vosley would suddenly show up out of nowhere and stand watching Dom with his arms folded. It's not like you can make an important call to the police while this scary guy is standing next to you watching and listening. Dominic did have the creepy phone in his room, but that was dead, at least, until the ghosts called him on it. That also had gotten worse, which was no surprise. Everything in this fucking mansion was a big joke. The guy that called Dom every night at 11 o'clock had become increasingly disturbed. He ranted on and on about Dominic needing to get out. He said the most insane things. The story goes that the mansion had been built on top of the ruins of an abandoned theater, burnt down sometime back in the early 1800s. It was said that the theater got less and less business, and the mentally disturbed owner had slowly begun to dabble into black magic, along with other less savory attractions, in hopes that he could obtain back some of his golden day, glory, and admired success. But it had backfired, plunging him into accursed madness. It was said that the demon that rose from the blood of his sacrifices had tricked the owner of the theater, freeing itself from the pit and plunging the man's soul back into hell in its place, now using the man's body as a vessel to walk upon the earth. But by this time most of the details were long lost and forgotten. All that was known now was that the place had been burned down in a mysterious fire, killing several people, not including the massacre victims. But Dominic had stopped listening a long time ago. It was crazy dribble, probably not even true. Mitchell, on the other hand, was quite fond of telling Dominic his version of the story. It was not a theater at all, but the ruins of a Protestant church, burnt down to the ground by the Catholics, enforcing the belief that their religion was the true and only religion. They had burned alive 10 people along with the cathedral. Richard's mansion, according to the brainless butler, was built out of some of the same rubble used to make the church. This story was almost believable, considering a few of the rooms held exquisite windows that were made from broken stained glass, carefully pieced back together. Even some of the architect looked chillingly similar to a Gothic church. Did this mean there was a forgotten graveyard they were sitting on top of? But really Dominic didn't know who to believe. The poor guy that called Dom every night was simply a trapped spirit from another time. He knew that now. By this time Dominic accepted the fact that Richard's house was occupied by at least 5 spirits, ghosts or whatever. An old man that frequently impersonated Dom's uncle, or other men it could get hold of. There was for sure a little girl, an old lady and possibly a few others. Slowly Dominic got up and crossed the room. The library of Richard's office might have notes with the Wi-Fi password written on it. Yeah, he had tried looking for it before, but it couldn't hurt to look again. Better to do something besides sitting around doing nothing, and getting depressed. Dom thought he had discovered the cure for depression. It was pretty simple: stay busy. Dominic walked down the crisp, clean hallway. Someone had cleaned it recently, because everything smelled richly of orangey wood cleaning polish. The ancient computer in the library was useless too. When it was turned on, the color on the screen was completely fucked up, showing green and purple distorted lines. Like a cell phone that had its screen broken. Dom was pretty sure it had never been connected to the internet. Slowly Dominic passed Richard's personal study. Yep, still locked up tight. Here was a room Dom had only saw inside once, on a lucky day. He had passed the door, when it had been slightly opened. His uncle Richard had been inside sitting at a giant fancy desk watching a video playing on 4 big high-tech computer screens. They had all been linked up to play the same thing. It was a weird video. It looked kinda like a Saw movie, but maybe worse. The guy in the movie was in a cage shaped like a person. It hung from a chain connected to the ceiling of the big room. Slowly it was being lowered until it nearly sat in a giant bathtub of boiling liquid. Dom still had forgotten the screams of the poor man. His uncle was clearly disturbed. Dom still couldn't understand why his uncle needed such a fancy office, though, complete with all the best computer equipment. It was like he was a secret government agent or anything. He was just an artist. A lonely weirdo that kept to himself and created odd statues and art to sell to rich people. But damn, Richard had been mad when he caught Dom looking. The guy needed to cool his jets. This guy needed serious anger management therapy. The idea made Dom smile. He could imagine the therapist saying, "Now Richard, you need to control yourself. Not everything is yours anymore. You need to share." He could see Richard's face turning red and hot, like it did when he was about to start throwing things. Richard was a big baby. Dom continued left and headed down the corridor past the locked ballroom. It was depressing seeing so much of the house locked up. But why his uncle needed his own personal elevator in his office was an even more perplexing question. The guy was a borderline nutcase who lived in a outdated mansion in the middle of fucking nowhere, with hardly any friends, no family, well, except for Dominic if he even counted, no servants or housekeepers except for a robot he claimed to have made. Dominic still hadn't been sold on that theory. He supposed that Richard had probably stolen the robot somehow, or maybe traded for him. Suddenly Dominic stopped short in front of the door that opened onto the stairway. The houses upstairs had been strictly off limits to Dom. Except, of course, the one exception, when he had nearly suffocated in Richard's coffin. Dominic didn't think he would ever get over the emotional damage of being led to believe that he had been buried alive. Anyways, the beautiful, dark, mysterious upper apartments of the house were completely unoccupied, left to sit year after year, empty and quiet. Countless bedrooms, bathrooms, shaded balconies with large glass doors leading out onto them, and who knew what else was up there, and all of it was off limits to Dominic. His uncle Richard had made that perfectly clear when he spelled out the countless rules Dominic was supposed to follow, but here, it was unlocked and inviting him to explore it. A vast wasteland of neglect and beauty, just sitting up there waiting to be discovered. Dominic headed up the stairs, thinking to himself that Mitchell, the old butler, must have forgotten to lock it back up again when he came down from cleaning. Dom nearly danced with excitement as he raced up the large wooden steps that creaked loudly under his weight. It was gorgeous, luxurious, and desperately old. The steps wound around like a slinky, leading higher and higher into the mysterious apartments that had been for so long locked up. The staircase was covered in expensive dark cherry wood paneling and dainty wallpaper, with hallways leading away from it into different wings of the enormous mansion. Richard had warned him repeatedly not to snoop about the house, but he was not here right now, and Dominic had a hard time obeying orders when no one was around to enforce them. The castle-like windows with their high arched frames stood along the way up, covered in black satin. Dom leaned forward to look out of one, and stared amazed at the incredible view. With each lightning flash, he could see the towers standing tall around the lower part of the house, with tiny walkways leading into them, gardens spread out far below, and vines climbed the house like a virus. It was breathtaking to see how high up he was. Quietly, Dominic turned away from the window and entered a dimly lighted hallway. It was painted black with deep red trim. Dominic wrinkled his nose at the dusty smell in the large space. The hallway was magnificent, long and deep, leading into the house's core, with lots of doors opening onto it. They were all made of heavy oak and surrounded in all kinds of decoration. One doorway had 2 statues that stood on each side of it, holding out their hands, and in each palm, the gaunt minotaurs held a lamp that lighted up the space in front of the door. The half-human, half-horse men looked sad though, and Dominic moved on. Somewhere up here might even be Richard's own bedroom. Dom imagined he slept in a black leather-bound coffin, with a bat sitting on his shoulder and ravens perched on the Gothic windowsills. In a haunted room wrapped in black muslin with skulls decorating his dressing table, and a fancy fireplace with purple flames. If Richard Wargrave Harrison was to suddenly grow long fingernails and sprout vampire teeth, Dominic wouldn't be a bit surprised. Slowly and with care, he went on, enjoying every minute of his adventure. Silently as not to be heard, Dominic went from room to room, exploring everything there was to see. Most of the rooms turned out to be massive master bedrooms, neglected and never used, filled with gaudy rich furniture that looked like it had been made in the Victorian time, or even earlier. The rooms held everything from giant ornate beds to fancy fireplaces, to gorgeous elaborate bathrooms. Dominic even found one old room that looked recently used, a faded blue chamber with tall stained glass windows, a large unmade bed covered in thick blankets, and clothes spread out across the bed, and bare wooden floor. Cold dry ashes still sat on the fireplace hearth. This was probably where Charles camped out in when he was staying over at the mansion. Or maybe it was Dickon Walsley's room. This thought scared Dom just a little bit. He didn't like the idea of that creep hanging out in the house. So quickly Dominic distanced himself from that room, coming across a really cool old trunk that held all kinds of interesting things. Fancy feathered hats, a set of ancient pearls, leather boots that looked like prospectors' equipment, a beautiful set of glass beads, a tiny miniature tea set, edged with pink and gold flowers, and old dolls, china and wax dolls, with shining blue eyes, crumpled lacy pink dresses, and curly ringlets of hair. Their faces showed their age, however. Some were cracked, others had missing limbs, and so on. They were creepy and haunting, faces frozen in blank smiles. They were like a forgotten piece of some little girl's life, left behind, a ghost now sitting quietly waiting. Dominic decided he had seen enough of this. The room and its belongings were chilling, and it gave him creepy vibes. The dolls reminded Dominic of the Annabelle movie, and he was half afraid the little rosebud rocking chair in the corner might start moving all on its own. And if it was, Dom thought he would much rather like to be far away before that happened. He shivered as another crash of thunder rumbled nearby the mansion. Quickly he closed the old trunk and headed out, pulling the richly carved door closed behind him, leaving the pale purple wallpapered room with its white bed and trunk with all its treasures to sit in peace once again. He was getting tired finally and wished he could sit down and watch some Netflix. A good scary movie was the perfect thing on a dark, stormy night like tonight, but with no Wi-Fi that meant no movies. Richard had his own small movie theater in the room across from his study, a gorgeous theater made to look like the old-fashioned ones from way back in the day. But all Richard's collection of movies were so boring that Dom fell asleep somewhere in the middle every time. Besides, most of the films Richard owned consisted largely of documentaries. Dominic was thinking about the gruesome tale of some old movie Richard had sat with him through when he caught sight of a very unusual part of the upstairs. It was leading away into the west wing, but the interesting part was that it looked brand new, remodeled and in use. The walls were not wallpapered, but instead painted a simple white. Small tables lined the way with vases of glass flowers. The pictures that hung here or there were modern too, depicting simple scenery like the kind of pictures you might find in a hospital or nursing home. Calming scenes of flowers or wildlife. He passed a floor-length row of mirrors, and for an instant he looked at himself, not really realizing until now that he had grown thinner. Nowadays Dom tended to pick at his food, eating just enough to stop the burn of hunger in his chest, and making up for it by borrowing some of Richard's wine to finish off his meals. But now the results of his poor choices were looking at him straight in the face. He hurried on, tripping on the thick carpet, and threw out a hand to catch himself. The mirror's heavy glass gave under his hand, and swung open. Dominic stared amused down a tiny passageway that looked like it was supposed to be a secret. Why else would it be hidden behind a mirror? Dom advanced down it, surprised to see mirror after mirror, lining the inside walls like a mirror maze. Only it couldn't be, because it was quite easy to see where the end was. No mind twister here. A large door, plain and undecorated, set into the far end of the passageway. Wow, Dom said aloud with a snicker. Richard must really hate this part of the house, to leave it like this. Plain wood, not a bit of trim, not the slightest outline of gold or silver. Dominic turned the doorknob and strolled into a laboratory. Holy shit, he's a mad scientist, Dominic exclaimed. From now on I will not be a bit surprised at anything this house has. Dom decided to himself. I guess he really must have made Mitchell after all, because this is the kind of equipment you would probably need if you were making a real robot. Dominic studied a work desk, overflowing with test tubes and various projects. Dishes containing squirming tissues. A fish tank sat on a pedestal, displaying under blue light, a tiny creature swimming in small circles. It had giant black eyes and a slimy grayish body with webbed feet. The creepiest part though was its head. It almost looked like a tiny, human head. Dominic flipped through some crumpled manuscripts and paper sketches, but they showed no secret plans, nor anything of any interest. No evil scientist's inventions. All he saw was hastily scratched notes and small doodles that made no sense to Dom. In spite of the cramped room, it was still overflowing with numerous projects. Half-finished concoctions sat in tiny glass vials. Little bottles held glowing liquid. Pretty sky blue colored stuff, gorgeous tinted purples, and a deep red liquid like he imagined poison might look like. Dom noticed a tooth sitting submerged in a fragile glass teacup, but it wasn't a human tooth, it looked more like a dog's. Fingernails lay on a cracked plate next to that. The whole room was filled with disturbing things. Dom almost wished he hadn't found this secret room. Maybe then he wouldn't feel so worried about the things Richard and his friends were keeping hidden up here. The deer head mounted on the wall looked down mournfully and seemed to have wished the same thing. Now he too was doomed to be a part of Richard's odd collection. Dominic left the room then, turning off the lights, and entered the hallway of mirrors once again. This time he wasn't surprised when pushing one of them open it moved to expose another hidden door, and found himself in a room that looked shockingly like a movie studio. The walls were dark purple, almost black, with spotlights and other high-tech equipment sitting around. That's weird, Dom said aloud, backing away and closing the door quietly. The next door was unlocked and Dom crept into it on tiptoes. Somehow he was getting a bad feeling about all this. This place was also some sort of movie set, decorated to look like a doctor's office, with an operating table, fake shock treatment equipment, and bottles of medicine arranged neatly in a medicine cabinet. Weird. Dom rushed from the room and opened the next door. It looked just like a prison, with 2 cells and barred walls. Cameras were arranged to capture everything happening in the cells. Why do these rooms look like cheap Hollywood sets? Dom asked aloud, walking down the hallway to the last room on this level. The door behind the mirror was the prettiest of them all, outlined in ancient wood carved deep into its base. A large brass key sat in the lock. Under it hung a small cardboard sign that said, "Do not enter," in large fancy, golden script. But Dom didn't even hesitate. He turned the key and pushed the fancy door open, stepping inside to find the room pitch black. Quickly he felt the walls for a light switch and then flipped it on to reveal the biggest shock yet. Dominic stared, not expecting to see this at all. The room was a sex dungeon. The sort of rooms porn videos are recorded in. The classy shit that people pay money for. It was incredibly fancy, with a giant bed in the middle of the room. Soundproof wall foam put up. Gorgeous black bedside tables that held elaborate table lamps, with dragons carved into their bases. Long elegant curtains hung around the bed and draped across the floor. There was handcuffs, cuffed to the 4 bedposts. A rack standing upright, with chains hanging from it, where Richard must have probably immobilized his victims. And then there was the instruments of play or torture, hung up on the walls for display. Black tasseled whips, with beads hanging at the ends of it for extra pain. Rubber switches of all sizes. Black latex gloves, belts made from stiff gleaming leather, gags, and more chains. Handcuffs dangling from pegs. And then the really scary stuff. Tools that were used to either cause pleasure or serious pain. Countless instruments that made Dom shudder. Even the thought of those things being used on him made him tense. One glance at the bed made him wonder, was his Uncle Richard strapping poor victims to that bed like Bevelin March and then taping it? But that was absurd. Bevelin wasn't the kind of person you would use for sex tapes. Wouldn't Richard want a young girl, like a model, prettier with the right body type? It didn't make much sense. But it had to be what Richard was hiding this whole time. He made sex tapes and sold them on the internet. So this was his big mystery. It would explain why so much of the house was locked up. He wanted to keep Dominic away from his dirty business. That must be why he had a sex robot. For more interesting performances. It explained why he had such a fancy office, filled with the newest technology. He needed top-rate stuff to produce good videos. That's what all the camera sets must have been for. Dom wondered what Richard would do to him if he ever got the chance. The idea sent chills through him. He could almost see himself, helplessly cuffed to that king-sized bed, trembling all over as the horrid old creep stalked him. His legs spread and chained far apart, his body heaving with agonized gasps, sweat beading on his forehead, his mouth gagged. Suddenly Dom heard clear footsteps right outside the studio. His breath caught and Dominic nearly passed out with fear. Someone was coming. He tripped and fell, racing across the room to a small closet with holes on the side. Shit, fuck. Dom climbed into the small space and crouched forward. His body ached from the tight squeeze, but he ignored the pain, tilting his head forward to rest on his knees, his head pounding to match his heartbeat. If Richard found him now, Dom couldn't think. The door opened and someone came into the room. Dominic tried to quiet his breathing, but it was almost impossible. Richard would surely kill him after such a discovery. Dominic clamped a hand over his mouth, trying to silence the gasps as he saw the legs through the holes in the closet, coming right over to where he was hiding. Dominic felt his brain dancing with a million gory pictures of what was going to happen next. Richard would pull open the closet door and discover him. He would strap Dominic to the rack, and force him to take the beating he had promised Dominic. He had said if Dom ever snooped again, he would whip Dominic senseless. Or if Richard decided to spare him from the belting, there was always other ways to punish people. Harsher forms of abuse that involved nipple clamps and vibrators. Cringing, Dom cowered lower into the tiny space, wondering if it would hurt to have one of those sex toys used on him. Forced to endure the pain, helpless and alone, with no one to stop the psychopath from hurting him. It had to be Richard, the guy that had run away from the insane asylum. Dominic had read all the newspapers Mitchell left laying around here or there. The papers told countless stories about a runaway. They said that he had possibly acquired help from the outside. It was his friends, the bastards. The news clippings said that he was dangerous and possibly armed. The only thing was there were a few plot holes. How had Richard gotten away with it? How had he acquired the house? He had somehow managed to stay hidden and under the radar this whole time. That was still a sort of mystery. Fuck, I'm dead, Dom thought. If they found him now, there was no saying what could happen. Crazy people had no limits, no conscience. No one would ever hear his screams, his begging sobs for help. They would never know what had happened to him. His whole adoption might have been a setup. Was Richard even his uncle? Was he here to be used in some sort of sex trafficking thing? Richard might even tape it, the bastard, just so that when Dom fell senseless or possibly even dead, and it was all over with, he could watch it again and again, replay the vivid scenes of torture to laugh at whenever he felt like it. Dom raised his head and watched the figure outside. Wait a minute, it wasn't Richard at all, but Mitchell. The old robot butler was cleaning the room, changing the red coverlet that lay crumpled across the bed, leaning down to pull out new sheets from a drawer next to the king-sized bed. Dom let go, and realized that he had been holding his breath this whole time. Sweat dripped from his forehead as he tried to relax. As long as he stayed still, Mitchell would never notice him. Slowly, agonizingly, the minutes dragged on, and Dom's legs began to fall asleep in the tight space, making him ache with pain. The uncomfortable space seemed only to get smaller and smaller as time ticked by. Slowly in the distance, the thunderstorm faded and went away, and finally so did Mitchell, finishing his work that consisted of remaking the bed, vacuuming the floor, dusting the toys and whips, and shining the lenses on the 3 cameras that sat mounted on the walls and trained on the bed. Damn, Dom cursed, trying not to immediately fall when he got out of the closet. What a close call, he thought, stumbling to the closed door and thinking at the same time how hilariously funny it would be if Mitchell had locked the door behind him, trapping Dominic inside to be discovered after all. But it wasn't locked, and Dominic wandered back down the way he had come from, avoiding his reflection in the mirrors. By now he had decided that it was late enough that maybe he could fall asleep now. Exiting the mirror hallway and turning the corner to see one last door that he had apparently missed, impulsively Dominic turned the doorknob and peeped inside. You have been listening to Chapter 7 of House of Horrors: The Black Hearts Club. To continue, you can find the rest of the chapters on my channel. Please note, this is fan fiction and was written purely for your entertainment. Also, my story is intended for a mature audience. Warning, there is graphic scenes ahead, and adult language. Continue following along my story at your own risk. Thank you. House of Horrors: The Black Hearts Club, Chapter 8. The whole truth. Clouds of cotton candy perfume filled the air and hit Dominic in overwhelming waves as he entered the room. 2 large doors that looked almost identical to a real life-size dollhouse opened into a pink palace, a whole suite of rooms like a mini apartment complex. Dominic hung near the exit, wide-eyed and amazed. Maybe this was where the women lived while recording in Richard's videos. It was startlingly modern compared to the rest of the house. It held a tiny bedroom painted bubblegum pink. It had a large walk-in closet attached to it, filled with frilly pink and silver ball gowns, lacy tutus, and ballerina slippers. It looked like a miniature mall, with everything a girl could want. It had a mini living room with a fake fireplace, a glass coffee table, chairs, and a tiny couch. Off of that was a small kitchen that looked like it had next to never been used. On the little table sat a plate holding iced cupcakes. Fresh and new, like someone had just set them there. Glitter shimmered on every surface, and sparkled in the dim chandelier's light. Off of the bedroom was a bathroom, so cute and tiny, it was almost unreal. It was clear that someone had spent a lot of time and money in making it comfortable. The rooms held very little furniture, however, probably due to how small they all were. The bedroom had one big bed, with a high back. It was covered thickly in pink silk. Plush pillows sat on it neatly. The room had one gorgeous dressing table, covered in expensive glass perfume bottles, makeup, and other various colors of nail polish, all in countless shades of pink and purple. Damn, did Richard have a wife or something? Was he married? It's funny because he never mentioned anything about being married. Dominic turned around, scanning the room. He felt uneasy about this place. It was different from all the other rooms Dominic had seen that night. This one had something wrong with it. It wasn't right. He almost felt like he was being watched. The night's deep shadows hid most of the room, in spite of the chandelier's sparkling dim glow. And then it occurred to him that when he had entered the rooms, the lights had already been on, unlike the other upstairs bedrooms, that had been empty of people and ghost alike, and also pitch dark, but these were already on. It all was beginning to creep him out. The dressing table stood behind him, standing up against a wall, with 3 large mirrors, surrounded in light bulbs, like the movie stars would normally have in their private dressing rooms. Sparkling glass and diamond necklaces were draped across its tabletop messily, strong amongst the glass bottles, with a plush golden chair pulled up to that, and a frilly bathrobe thrown over its arm. These rooms looked really similar to the creepy movie sets Dom had seen hidden behind the secret hallway of mirrors. If it had been anywhere else, Dominic could have been convinced that he had stumbled across a Hollywood movie production, starring Barbie and her life in the dream house. If it had been anywhere else, anywhere besides a haunted mansion, lost in Richard's creepy woods, but it was. The only thing it lacked was the cameras. But there weren't any, not a single one. Dom continued looking around for clues. If it was Richard's wife's room, why hadn't he told anyone that he was married? Dominic asked himself, picking up a glass perfume bottle to study. There was a bedside table with a small lamp, and a few picture frames, a ballerina, girl snow globe encrusted in snowflakes. No, this was all wrong. The clothes and makeup suggested that the woman had been a young lady. What on earth had happened to her? Where was she now? Had she died? And Dominic gasped. Richard. Had the tyrant killed her? After all, he was a lunatic. And nothing was stopping him. No one was around. They wouldn't even hear her scream. In a passionate fit of rage, had Richard murdered his own wife? Dominic shuddered. Surely he was capable of it. Dominic had seen him before, flying into fits of temper, ordering Mitchell to administer punishment as he saw fit. Dominic turned on his heels and almost ran back through the rooms to the large white doors. It was clearly time to leave. Maybe the young lady was a ghost still haunting the mansion. Slowly Dominic felt the hair on the back of his neck stand up, and a queasy feeling crawling across his skin. Someone was in the room with him. He could just feel it. The perceived presence of another person. Without knowing how he knew, or where the feeling came from, Dom half turned to see 2 glass doors standing open on the other side of the room. Oh god, no fucking way, Dominic stammered, because standing on the tiny window balcony, leaning out into the black night was a girl, slender and small, barely 5 feet tall, with flowing long blonde hair that streamed down her back like a waterfall, and blew around her in the wind. Richard's wife was just a child, barely as old as himself. She was clothed in a frilly lacy gown that clung to her like a real live doll, unrealistically gorgeous. She spun towards him at the sound of his footsteps, and Dominic gasped. She wasn't a ghost, nor was she Richard's wife, or any of the above, but instead she was Dominic's little dream girl, bathed in silver light from the crescent moon. It was the very same girl from his dream, the fairy tale ballerina that had led him into her flower garden under the stars. Dom stood riveted to the spot. Could the haunted house make dreams become reality? It seemed out of the question and unrealistic, yet here she was. Could the house really do something so impossible? Was it really that powerful? Regardless, there was no mistaking it. She was the very same exact girl, only she was not a dream at all this time. She wasn't a faded glimpse of a sparkling apparition. She was perfectly real, unbelievably alive and standing right in front of him, walking slowly forward. Dominic almost couldn't breathe. She wore sunglasses despite the fact that they didn't really go along with her Barbie doll-like outfit, and too, it had to be like the middle of the night by now. She had on a pale pink shimmering sheer dress, and Cinderella glass slippers on her feet. She held a black stick in her hand, in which she used to tap her way forward. Hello? Who's there? She was looking straight at him, but still she didn't seem to see him. Daddy, is that you? She asked, reaching a hand out to touch Dom's face. Her voice was soft and timid, almost dreamlike, and it sounded just like it had back in the garden, clear and charming. He stood still in amazement, eyes fixed on her, still stunned. This couldn't be happening. This was insane. Was he still dreaming? Dominic shook his head, trying desperately to stop all the questions bouncing around in his head. No, she was real. Dominic wasn't daft. He knew that he was awake. Wait a minute. Who are you? Why are you in my room? She demanded, drawing back upon feeling out that Dom was a stranger. With dismay, Dom realized that the girl was completely blind. But in the dream, she had been perfectly whole, her eyes sparkling hazel, golden brown with sweet happiness and wonderment for all the beautiful things around her. Are you a dream? He asked, even though he knew the answer. Because oh my god, you're the girl I saw in the garden. He blurted out before thinking how strange it would sound. Don't you remember me? He asked, dying with excitement and disbelief. I was the one in your garden. You dropped the flower petals for me. What the hell are you talking about? She finally demanded, hands on her hips, her face clouding with real confusion and annoyance. Who are you? And what flower petals? Dominic cringed. She was frustrated and getting upset. Quickly Dominic changed the subject, afraid that she might think he was making it all up, or just going crazy. There was plenty of time later to tell her about the dream, and right now the last thing he wanted to do was creep her out. I'm sorry, I thought you were someone else, he countered. Hello, I'm Dominic. I'm sorry if I startled you. I just didn't know anyone else was up here, or I would have knocked. The girl visibly relaxed, and almost smiled then. Okay, well, it's really not your fault, she stammered, calmed by his gentle voice and polite attitude. Where did you come from? Do you live here in the mansion too? Dom asked her, standing still so that she could feel his face and clothes again, trying to get an idea as to what he looked like, her hands touching his hair hesitantly, poking at his hoodie, tracing the links of his gold necklace with one small fingertip. Of course I live here, silly, she snapped back, putting on the cutest pouty face he had ever seen, and reaching to touch the smaller necklace he wore with its finer chain and medallion. I've been here for a long time now. You're joking. Seriously? Dominic was so taken aback. So she had been here this whole fucking time. Why on earth haven't I ever seen you before now? Dominic asked. Don't you ever come downstairs for anything? The girl shook her head in response, and led the way into the small sitting room where she sat down. No, I don't really go anywhere. I prefer to stay up here, where I can easily feel my own way around. It's really quite treacherous to walk through the rest of the house by myself. Well, at least in my condition. You see, it's really quite easy to get lost or trip over something. It's terrible not being able to see. Most people take it for granted. She sighed and settled herself back into the pink pillows, facing him interestedly, but sadly not seeing him. Of course, it must be really horrible, Dominic agreed. So, where did you come from? I wonder why Daddy never introduced us. It's really strange that he never brought you up here to meet me, she said presently. Dominic was wondering that exact same question, still so shocked that this whole time, she had been here all along, and he had never even known about her, except for the drug-induced dream. And there was Mitchell's stories. But wasn't that all that they were? Just scary tales about a ballerina dancing for demons trapped in the basement. Wasn't that how the story went? Mitchell was just as twisted as Richard was to make up such fantasies. Or in his own little way had Mitchell given Dominic clues. But why would he do that? And if this was true, did that mean the other stories had some truth to them as well? That notion sent chills down his back. Dominic shrugged the idea away. So, why are you here anyways? Why don't you live downstairs? Dom asked, gazing around the little rooms. It was handsomely furnished. Small chairs, and pretty pictures on the walls. Stuffed animals arranged neatly on low shelves. She even had a large TV, and an enormous pile of stacked up DVDs scattered as if she was trying to find a Pacific movie. Don't you get bored up here all alone? Dominic wanted to know. The girl shook her head. No, not really. Daddy gives me everything I want, and showers me with all sorts of lovely gifts. All kinds of things he thinks might keep me occupied. I can see that, Dominic said, gazing around. I'm Emily Brandt, by the way. It's nice meeting you, Dominic. She finally introduced herself after another pause. My father is Richard Wargrave Harrison. He is my adopted father. He found me several years ago, and brought me back to live with him. He said I was too cute to leave behind, and I went with him because I never really had a family of my own. She smiled sadly, and ran a slender fingertip along the top of her stuffed animal teddy bear's head. That smile was so formula. It was the same sweet teasing smile that he had seen on her back in the garden. Emily continued. After that I came to live here in these beautiful rooms. It's not much of a life, you know, because, after all, I don't have much I can do in my condition. She spoke daintily, obviously spoiled rotten, but still fabulously adorable, and it made Dom's heart skip. All he could think about was that he would never be alone again. She was here, and so amazingly real. From now on they could be friends, and do everything together. He could help her explore the house and gardens. But then it occurred to him how impossible that idea was. Richard had hidden her up here for a reason. There was no way that he would just let Dominic hang out with her now. On the contrary, Richard might even be upset that Dom had found her in the first place. Yes, it must be really hard. Dom finally answered when the girl waited in silence for him to say something. He was glad that she could not see him staring, but she was just so magical, so very unreal that he could not help it. Well, I do have my dancing at least, but it isn't much. Dancing? Dom asked, glancing up. Yes, I'm a fine dancer. I've been doing it for years now, and Daddy says I'm quite good. He encouraged me to pursue something that would make me happy, and he likes to watch me practice. That's interesting, Dominic noted. Maybe, he thought there's something to this. But Emily was still chattering on. He calls me his little ballerina princess. Dominic bounced forward. So she really was a ballerina. That part of the dream had been sorta accurate. But I can't take all the credit, I'm afraid, Emily said. Mitchell is a fine dance teacher, the very best. I think Daddy programmed him to help make me one of the best. Oh, sorry. I should have mentioned that Mitchell is my butler. Yes, I know who he is. Dom growled. All this time, he knew all about you, and never said a word. Emily giggled. He's only a robot. You make it sound like he's an intelligent person. Yes, well, it would explain why he locks me up in my room so much of the time. He has to go off and give dancing lessons. For real? He locks you in your room, but why? Emily asked, surprised, brushing back a thick mass of golden hair. She really did look sorry for him, but Dominic was distracted. Her hair was tinted pink, like she had been dabbling into washout hair colors. Yes, Dom replied, desperately trying to stop the strong urge to touch the shining golden waves, but he held back. How dreadful, Emily remarked. Anyways, why are you up here? Just barging into people's rooms without even bothering to knock. And why are you up so late? Well, Dom hesitated. How do you go about telling someone that you're creeping around in their house, digging up their dirty secrets? Emily stroked her teddy bear's head. Well, I don't know, couldn't sleep. Anyways, I'm his nephew, Dom replied. At least that's what everyone's been telling me. Uncle Richard only found out recently that we were related, Dominic explained to her, still trying to process the facts. Emily was locked upstairs, with no mention of her whatsoever, blind, and still given dancing lessons. What kind of game was Richard playing? Oh wait. Emily gasped out excitedly, interrupting his thoughts and clapping her hands together. Then you're a kind of step-brother, or cousin, something like that. I'm not very good with these things, she stated with a shy smile that sent Dom's heart melting. He was falling for her, just like he had back in the garden. She was bewitching and had an overwhelming aura around her. I don't know, I never really thought about it. But Emily, Dominic suddenly whispered, drawing closer to her, something bad is going on in this house. I don't think we should stay here. Can you feel it too? There's whispers in the hallways, things that happen all on their own, and everything is so secretive here. I don't think it's safe. All in a moment the bad feeling had gotten stronger. His common sense was screaming at him to leave. It just was not normal, that with all the creepy secret rooms, Richard's laboratory, and who on earth keeps a teenage girl locked up in their house? Richard had to be insane. Of course he was. Brilliantly mad. Because this whole time he had convinced Emily that it was her own idea to stay hidden away. Who knows what horrors he had planned to do with her? Wasn't it insanely suspicious that Richard had acquired 2 adopted kids over the course of time? As all this began to sink in, Dominic grew still with raw fear. Emily, your father's not a good man. Dom pulled away and tried hard to think straight, but the sweet little girl was so distracting, it was hard to concentrate. What do you mean? Emily almost shouted, getting up and folding her arms across her chest. He's got all these creepy rooms up here, like with cameras in them and stuff. Dom was about to mention something about Richard's dungeon, but Emily cut him off. My daddy's the most kind, most wonderful man you'll ever meet. No, Emily, he's not who you think he is. Can't you feel it too? This house is so messed up. You don't know Richard like I do. How could you? You're just his little Barbie doll willingly locked up in the attic. Emily fumed at this remark. I'm not locked in the attic. She nearly screamed in his face. Why, it's my choice to stay here if I want to. If I went about like normal people, they would laugh at me because I'm blind, and make jokes at me. Dom put a hand on the small girl's shoulder and tried to calm her, but he was getting really scared. She was so twisted, caught up in Richard's control, putting all her trust in him. Something bad is going on in here, can't you see? This house, Emily, I don't know what it is yet, but it's bad. The small girl shoved his hand away and strolled out onto her little balcony, her face hot red with anger. She was not listening to him anymore. How dare you stand here in my room and say those hateful things about my father? Emily stamped one small foot. Get out. Get out right now. We may live in the same house, but that doesn't mean you can come into my rooms and talk to me this way. Emily marched across the floor to the door. Get out now, she yelled. No, no, Emily, listen to me, Dom coaxed, wondering how things had gotten so out of control in such a short time. You have to listen to me. He's got a lot of secrets. He's not telling you. He makes sex tapes and... But Emily cut him off. You're horrible, you know that. Shame on you for coming up here to torment me like this, me, a poor little blind girl. She hissed, pounding her fists against his chest, but it did hurt him. It only made Dom feel bad, helpless and unable to find the right words. She was brainwashed, small and scared, blind and worst of all at Richard's mercy. Then again, so was he, but he didn't care about himself anymore. He was more concerned about Emily. She was just another victim of Richard's, and he wasn't going to let her get hurt. Clearly the man had some bigger picture in mind for her. Who else would shower their little girl with such elaborate gifts and expensive rooms? No, Richard was setting her up somehow, but Dominic just couldn't figure out what it was yet. No, please, Emily, listen to me, Dom begged her. He's locked me in a coffin as a punishment, had me believe I was being buried alive. Richard's abusive and unpredictable. He's dangerous, Emily. You have to believe me. But the girl only seemed to grow more enraged at his words. She pushed him back, screaming, "You liar! I never want to see you again. Ever, ever." The door slammed shut and Dominic stood paralyzed to the spot outside her door, feeling worse than he had ever felt before, unable to make it right, feeling his excitement to see her, exploding into shattered pieces. "Please, Emily, let me explain," he pleaded, putting a hand against the locked door and tilting his face forward to just barely touch the wood. He didn't want to hear her cry, but she refused to open the door, and finally there was nothing left to do but go away. So he did, wandering back the way he had come, trying to think of some sort of way to make her understand. They both needed to leave. Richard was just not safe to be around. He had a lot of creepy stuff he was trying to keep a secret, and on top of that, he was strange himself. And Dominic didn't trust him. Dominic finally came to the end of the hallway and saw an elevator. Kicking the door, Dom stomped inside and leaned back against the opposite wall, punching the red button that glowed the number 3. Pleasant music turned on in the elevator, and the fancy room dropped, making Dominic's chest flip-flop as he reached out to grab the handrail to steady himself, his mind in a whirl of thoughts. Maybe the best course of action would be to confront Richard head-on, wait until he got back from his trip, and then ask him about everything in question. Dominic was tired of being left in the dark about everything. He wanted answers, and he wanted them now. He was going to ask Richard all about Emily, why he had kept her a secret. "You are now on level 3, an automated female voice said after a moment, from a small speaker above Dom's head. "Level 3, Dom questioned. He had no idea that the elevator went into the basement. Richard's workshop could be reached from the small game room's cabinet door, and also a few other parts of the house. But Dominic never remembered seeing an elevator at all in the workshop. In fact, it had been really quite small. It never could have fit an elevator in the tight space. Perplexed, Dominic waited for the silver double doors to slowly roll open. Quickly he marched out of the small room. He had taken about 3 steps forward into the unfamiliar place before he stopped dead, chilled in his tracks. It was another part of the basement. Just one more secret that had been craftily hidden. A hollowed-out cavern, with different sections, and multiple levels all open and leading to the center of the room, with nothing to stop a person from walking right off the edge. Water dripped from a leaking pipe that traced the ceilings. Exposed electrical cords sparked and crackled, leading to a fuse box set into one of the grimy walls. The one room that looked like it was still part of the house's original design. The rest of it was new. Installation hung from a spot in the ceiling where a big hole was showing through. A large rat scurrying through it and out of sight. Bugs climbed the walls and scurried to escape the dim light streaming into the abyss from the open elevator door. The single basement room stopped there, and that's where the rest of the hellhole began. A great big giant set of rooms, all carved underground and opening into the blackness, thickly dark and cold like the breath of death. There was a rolled-up garden hose. Dirty buckets lined one wall, but Dom wasn't looking at the leaky pipe or the dirty garden implements. nor did he notice the fact that the place looked like some sort of horror survival video game. He didn't even notice the strong scent of blood in the air. All he could see and focus on was the cages. Rusty square cages, stacked on top of each other, like rabbit hutches being prepared for fair day. The only thing was there weren't animals in the cages. There were people. Each padlocked prison held one prisoner. Thin gaunt bodies naked and huddled on the dirty, grimy floor, blood-stained and bruised, either dead or asleep. Dominic couldn't tell. He saw everything, but somehow it was not sinking in. He just stood there and stupidly stared like he was caught up in a nightmare, perfectly helpless to do anything. The large room held a carousel in its center, transformed into a moving prison. Where the plastic horses should have been, were now chains, with human-sized cages hanging, moving in an endless circle, and all the carved-out rooms around the center looked out to that one piece of horrific display. There was steel tacky ladders, hanging from the levels and descending into tunnels carved out by hand into the ground. The walls around the carousel were painted bright carnival colors, and spray-painted cheaply with circus glitter. It shimmered silvery and twinkled as Dom stood and stared at it. Brilliant blinding pink and purple glitter sparkled at him as he flipped on a row of light switches. A white plastic horse stood leaning against a gallon jug, now illuminated with the extra lights, and beside that there was a pink bike, standing with silvery streamers hanging from the handlebars. It was missing its training wheels. There was a bathtub sitting filled to the brim with a sluggish black liquid, possibly oil. A table standing against one wall held everything from chainsaws to rusty knives, and a few other things that looked like bone-cutting saws. A dark red-brown substance stained the walls behind the table and surrounding area. It appeared to have dripped down until it had finally dried. Dominic grabbed the knife from the table and held it out in front of himself clumsily. Its dry blood-stained blade was miserably dull. A shelf behind the table contained countless canning jars, filled with yellowish liquid, and through the foggy color, Dom saw body parts. Severed feet, hands, fingers, eyeballs, along with other less-than-savior things. Shit. Holy motherfucker, Dominic exclaimed, turning to see a rack of costumes, masks, and stage makeup. Racks and more of Victorian-style clothes. Ball gowns made from fine heavy cloth and lined in dainty lace. Black suits with ties and lace-ruffled collars. Richard Wargrave Harrison was absolutely mad. There was no question about it now. No wonder he had acted so suspicious. He had been hiding people down here right under their very feet. Everything made sense now. All the harsh punishments and odd behavior. The constant nagging feeling that something was off about the place. He had had that feeling because something was indeed wrong. This whole time Richard was just trying to keep Dominic away from his butcher factory. He couldn't risk having Dominic stumble across the real truth. But the scariest question was, what was he planning to use Dominic for? Dom scanned the room further, still having a hard time taking it all in. Yeah, the guy was weird and acted like a creep. But Dominic didn't really think that he was capable of so much. Everything put together turned out to be just crazy insane. Maybe Richard was suffering from multiple personality disorder. That could explain why he had so many different identities. It explained why he enjoyed play acting and dressing up. But it was mind-numbing, and the whole act made Dominic feel like he was living in a different century. Carefully he moved forward. In the corner there was a giant ice box, freezer, with a heavy-looking lid and latch. But Dominic didn't even have the slightest desire to look inside. He eased himself down to kneel next to a small cage, holding a single woman. She lay on her side, quiet and still. "Can you hear me?" he asked, fidgeting with the lock. "Wake up," he begged the still form, rattling the cage with both hands. The force of his movement tipped the woman back so that Dom could see her face. It was deathly white, and a fly had settled in her reddish gold hair, shifting its transparent wings. Dominic drew away and fell to huddle in a corner. Fuck. She was dead, limp and cold. Shivering began in his knees, and his hands trembled, clutching the knife. Her glassy eyes stared at him, unseeing in a frozen plea for help. Dominic was sick then, and threw up all over the grimy cement floor. Dom wanted to cry, to scream at someone. He wanted to get out. He wanted to make Richard pay for all of his crimes. The horror of the situation drove him back into a state of frenzied shock. Getting up, he ran into the elevator and punched the bottom button for level 2. Feeling himself slowly rise to the ground level, the doors rolled open and Dominic strolled into Richard's study. The small room was filled with the oddest equipment. Wire and electrical cables plugged into countless outlets. Robot body parts sat on shelves and lay in piles about the floor, along with a sticky substance that looked like melted plastic. the color of human skin. The room was a mess. Fake rubber and plastic skeletons lay across the floor. This stuff hadn't been in here the last time Dom had peeped through the door. All this was new. Now it looked more like a robot's lair than a study. What the bloody fucking hell? Had Richard stolen all this stuff from an electronics store along with Mitchell? What the hell was he even doing in here all the time? Dominic stood in the doorway. Eyes suddenly locked on the computer screens situated around his uncle's desk. 4 videos played out like on a never-ending cycle, repeating over and over. Someone must have just been here, Dom realized, because the computer had just now slipped into sleep mode. The videos on the screens depicted scenes of multiple murders, all with creative, hideous endings, consisting largely of lots of blood and carnage. A monster that looked like the thing from Dom's bedroom was killing someone, chained to the floor in one video. It was one of Richard's creations from the lab, half robot and half human. He could see it now that the monster was closer still. It was made from plastic parts and rubber. It must have escaped that night, and that's why Charles had visited him. He was looking for the mutant cloned monster before it got out of the house, or before it hurt or killed someone. It wasn't meant to kill. No wonder Charles had carried a gun. The videos showed these monsters tearing people apart. They were dangerous. But there was still more. Another screen showed a beautiful glass box being slowly filled with water, and a woman was handcuffed down by her feet. Slowly the water was rising, and Dominic didn't have to watch the rest of the clip to know what the ending was going to be. Then Dominic saw Emily on one of the screens, sitting in one of her cushioned chairs, tears streaming down her cheeks, her arms still wrapped tightly around the teddy bear, just the same way he had left her just minutes ago. Why was she on here? Dom's mind exploded with questions as he sat down at the computer, dropping his rusty knife to look closer at the monitor. It was asleep and remained locked, filtering the alternating clips on its locked screen. Dom shoved back from the thing, unwilling to waste time typing in a password that he didn't have. Other videos faded in and out. Dom squinted at the screen, shocked to see Emily lowering herself into a bathtub filled with bubbles, unaware that she was being recorded. Typing suddenly filled the chat box below the screen, and Dom began reading endless comments. A person named Kiss My Ass 360 commented, "Damn, that's a whole lot of sexy. I love when she takes her baths. I'm not sure which I like to watch more, when she has these candlelight bubble baths or goes to bed cuddled up with all those adorable stuffed animals." Another user commented, "Yeah, I know what you mean. I can spend hours watching her dance in those little lacy dresses. It's amazing how well she can dance considering that she's blind. But yeah, I definitely like watching her bath time. It's the best part of my day." Someone else commented, "I agree, it's worth the money I spend to see this kind of porn. It's like owning your very own doll. She makes me fucking die. So sexy." Dominic couldn't read anymore. It sickened him instead. He planted a fist into the screen, watching the glass shattered, destroying the image and sending the dirty comments into distorted blackness. Dom's knuckles began to bleed as he searched for an object to use to smash the other screens, determined to destroy whatever this was that Richard had going on. He found a large vase and moved to swipe it across the remaining screens when he paused, catching sight of himself in one of the videos. The clip lasted about 15 seconds, but there was no question. Richard had been recording him while he was trapped in the coffin that night. Dominic stared at a logo as it popped up. He must have had little hidden cameras in the coffin, taping Dominic the whole damn time. But why? He looked back down at the screen. It was a strange kind of table of contents reading off categories. Onion browser. Hit and run. Porno explore. Play for fun. Murder museum of freaks. Premium drugs, click here. Dream girl. Bride in a box. Jackpot. Just to name a few. Dominic was mortified. There was so much more to it. Richard was not just making porn videos and play acting anymore. No, he was killing people and selling the videos to psychos on the black market, using the dark web. It was plain and simple. Dom had heard stories about the dark web, Mariana Trench, and the deep web. Most of them were browsers that allowed people to get away with illegal things like human trafficking, hard drugs, and a whole lot of other things. You could buy just about anything on there and remain anonymous, therefore never getting caught by the police. It was dangerous to use the dark web browsers though, unless you really knew what you were doing, and had a VPN to hide your IP address. A virtual private networking system to scramble your online activity. Otherwise someone could trace you back and steal all sorts of important information on your computer. They could even figure out where you lived. But that wasn't all. Dominic had heard of chat rooms that focused on killing exotic animals just for the fun of it. People in the chat could live stream it, paying to see things you would probably never be able to forget. using Bitcoin, money that can't be traced. Other people use the dark web to help fuel their addictions, ranging widely from hardcore BDSM kinks to accessing illegal porn that offered a wide range of options. For the right price, you could buy photos of almost any celebrity or movie star you wanted, even child stars. There was identity thieves, and people that would make fake passports and other similar things. You could hire a contract killer, and for the right price you could have anyone killed. And there was the part of the dark web that psychopaths and serial killers liked to use, devoting their time into making creepy, scary videos and selling them to sick people that craved the adrenaline rush, getting off to the video, feeding off of the sickness as they watched, craving worse and worse videos. That's most likely why Richard had adopted Emily. She was a sick, twisted live feed, just another chess piece in his messed up game. Richard was probably getting rich off of her. That's why he must have kept all those costumes. They were props in his videos. That's why he locked me in that fucking coffin, Dominic thought. It made Dom shiver to think that he had been featured in the horror flicks film, sold on the dark web. Everything made sense now. The tall iron gates, the fences, and no trespassing signs were meant to keep out unwanted guests. Richard enjoyed watching other people suffer. It made sense. His sadistic mind was loving up Dominic's predicament. He had the boy wrapped around his finger tight, dragging out his mysterious operation, and the whole time Dom had been falling for it. But he must have known that sooner or later Dominic would figure it out. But in the meantime, it made him happy, watching Dominic stumble around the house, looking for clues, and getting caught in the act. This way Dominic had given him a perfect excuse to administer punishment, and he had enjoyed every minute of it. And when Dom finally caught on, he would probably switch to the real game, the whole reason that Dominic had been brought here in the first place, for their entertainment. Sicko. I knew it, Dominic exclaimed. He killed people and hid their bodies in the models he made. Dominic hoisted the sledgehammer he found leaning up against a wall over his shoulder, and tramped up the steps to the main floor, strolling down the hallway and heading to the grand entryway where Richard kept some of his accursed statues. I know now why I saw that angel's shadow following me the night I came to live here, Dominic said aloud to himself. Why I saw 3 men begging for help and then vanishing like they didn't ever exist. They're all ghosts, people he killed trapped in his house, encased in cement forever. Dominic Rose swung back the giant sledgehammer and brought it in a swiping motion across the large woman standing, still staring, frozen in sadness, her arms behind her back, wings tucked down. She shattered immediately as soon as he hit it, crumbling into large chunks of rock. It was indeed hollow, with something on the inside of it. Dominic continued to pound his hammer into the crumbling statue until he hit something. What was it? Bone? Dominic hurried faster, busting the cement away from the thing underneath, which finally revealed itself. The body of a young woman, about Emily's age. In fact, the girlish figure half exposed looked almost identical to the ballerina Dominic had just met, encrusted in cement and stone, stabbed through the heart. Dominic threw down his hammer and hurried upstairs, up the creaking steps heading straight to Emily's room, through the winding maze-like hallways, until he came to the secret rooms. He was going to save her, and they were going to run away from this psychopath that held them both captive. Daddy's little princess, my fucking god, he's got cameras in your room. He's been taping you this whole time. Your entire life is a fucking live feed for all the creeps in the world to watch. I saw all the videos. Dom burst out, trembling from head to foot. They can see everything you do. Watch you sleep, eat, when you change your clothes, take your baths. Dom sank to the floor on his knees beside the blind girl's chair as she sat and stared blankly in shock. You're not his little princess, Dom said between gritted teeth. You're his little porn star. No, don't say that. Emily gasped, clutching the teddy bear close to hug to her chest, her pale face porcelain white, chalky in fear. They sat quiet for a long moment, stilled in paralyzing shock. Now that he had said it out loud, it finally had sunk in. Dominic felt goosebumps cover his arms as he huddled near the silent girl, clutching one of her small cold hands in his, wondering how in the world they were going to get out. Don't let go, Emily whispered between dry, tight lips, gripping both his hands tighter as panic stripped away all the false sense of security she had been holding onto. He could sense her trying not to immediately cry. All the dancing too? She asked after a few minutes. Dom nodded, remembering the videos clearly. A dizzy swirl of lacy pink satin, blonde hair floating around her shoulders, tiny ballerina shoes. A blind girl on a crudely made theater stage, surrounded in banisters to keep her from slipping off the edge. Pink and purple lights. A music box melody floating on the air. The creepy silent audience. The whole video had made him sick. The horror factor was high. It was vile, horrific and tantalizing. Somehow so wrong. Just plain chilling to watch. Yes, Dominic confirmed with a sigh. still seeing the twirling glittery angels surrounded in monsters seated in the red velvet chairs. Freaks of nature, dead corpses, with their heads blown away in a smear of red, and she couldn't even see it, dancing sweetly in the life-sized music box stage, surrounded in freak show Victorian ribbons, golden streamers. Suddenly the bedroom door opened with a deafening bang, and Richard stood in the doorway back from his business trip, a large Amazon gift box in his arms. It was wrapped in silver wrapping paper, with a large bow on top. Mitchell stood behind Richard in the hallway, pointing a gun straight at Dominic's head. Both Emily and Dominic jumped at the sight of them. Emily may not have been able to see, but she knew the formula sounds of Richard's footsteps. "Daddy," she cried, throwing herself into his arms. "Daddy, are you really recording me all the time, when I'm sleeping or dancing?" Her soft voice broke on the last word, and she buried her head on his chest, crying hard. Dominic got up quickly and backed away, but somehow, he knew that there was nowhere to run, not this time. It was clear from the look of absolute rage written across Richard's face, and Mitchell too for that matter. Richard struggled to keep his voice calm for Emily's sake, actually sounding very convincing. "No baby, come on, why would I do all that, princess? I'm here to protect you." Richard soothed Emily, hugging her to his chest and kissing the top of her head. "Daddy loves you baby, with all his heart, you're my special baby girl." "Then why did he say all those horrible things about you?" Emily sobbed harder, clutching the man like a lifeline. Dom felt his knees weaken. He could have fallen. He could hardly stand up straight anymore. He felt like he had just been hit in the chest by a truck. All his worst fears were crashing down on him all at once, and Emily was caught up in the middle of it. "Why did he say those things about you?" Emily asked again, so oblivious to what was really happening, unable to see the struggle. Richard moved to sit down on Emily's couch, and pulled the small girl onto his lap, his hands traveling through her hair. He hesitated, looking at Mitchell for help, trying desperately to come up with some sort of explanation, to somehow explain. He hadn't expected this, never dreaming that Dom would actually find Emily and blow his operation, but he nearly had. Quickly Richard motioned to Mitchell to take Dom away. "No, don't touch me," Dominic yelled, reaching frantically for the knife that he did have. Deathly he remembered leaving it in Richard's study. His uncle had probably found it already and traced it back to Dom, realizing that Dominic had probably seen everything. The videos, the corpses, everything there was to see. "Just come with me," Mitchell said calmly, realizing that any violence on their part would make the situation much worse. "No, stop," Dominic cried as the butler stalked closer to him, backed into a corner. "We aren't going to hurt you," Richard said from where he cuddled Emily on the couch. "We just want to talk." Mitchell took Dom by the arm, and gave it a gentle pull, his gun pressed against Dominic's throbbing temple, his glass eye alive with electric light. His functioning was probably boiling inside with the touchiness of the situation. He took another step, slowly, and dragged Dom with him. "Let me go. Let me go," Dominic screamed, kicking, and full out fighting, but it was clear, he was no match for the butler. This whole time Emily cried loudly and had her head hidden on Richard's lap. "Get him out of here," Richard finally said. "He's just jealous baby," he said softly to the little girl. "He wants to destroy our close bond. He's laying to you, my little princess. Look, daddy's got a present for you." Dom looked back, as Mitchell hauled him away. Emily had opened the box and pulled out some kind of lacy silk lingerie. "Will you wear it for me?" Richard was asking her, kissing her cheek and brushing her tears away. "Daddy loves you so much," he said in a kind, soft, tender voice, but his head turned to look at Dom, his eyes filled with anger. The look on his face told Dom what he already knew, without the man saying a single word. "I'm going to fucking kill you for this." It made Dominic wish he could die, right then and there, because he knew Richard wouldn't make this easy. "He's going to kill me," Dom thought as the butler dragged him from the room, and down the stairs, his body hitting each step with a jolt. This is the end. Now it was going to be his turn, Dominic agonized. Richard was going to kill him in some horrific way. Maybe he would encase Dominic in a glass box to slowly drown in, or burn him alive like the guy in Richard's videos. "Please," Dominic begged, turning his tear-streaked face to the butler. "Don't let him hurt me, Mitchell. Can't you see he's absolutely crazy? He's been killing people this whole time. Help me, please," Dominic begged. Mitchell stared blankly at Dom and continued moving down the steps. "Please, Mitchell," Dominic gasped, a part of him breaking with each step closer to his death. Everything fading into the formula blur as Mitchell ejected him with some kind of sedation medication. And that was when he relaxed, soothed into peaceful sleep, if only for a moment. Thank you for listening. Once again, this book is just fan fiction. It's not a true or real story in any way, and was created entirely for your enjoyment. Also, the content is meant for a mature audience, and may not be appropriate for some people. Leave a big thumbs up, or subscribe to show you're enjoying our story. If you made it this far, I just want to say a big thank you for taking the time to listen. Also, if you would rather read our fanfiction audiobook yourself, it can be found easily on Wattpad. Just search Youngblood House of Horrors The Black Hearts Club and look for our book cover. Thank you and enjoy.
I'm just a messed up kid with sewn up lips. I can't take this shit. I need to exit. Sitting staring at my watch. Can't tell if it's morning or midday or evening. The pressure got my head in knots. I don't know what's deceiving me. I'm trying to get a seat with the lights on. 'Cause I am confused and I'm frightened. I'm trying to get a seat with the lights on. 'Cause I don't understand, it's on my own. I'm just a messed up kid with sewn up lips. I can't take this shit. I need to exit and burn me down to a nothing but enemies and shut me up. Burn me down to we're nothing but enemies and shut me out to we're nothing but friends. I'm just a messed up kid with sewn up lips. I can't take this shit. I need to exit.
Chapter 9 of House of Horrors The Black Hearts Club. Warning. Viewers' discretion. Sexual content, violence and disturbing scenes ahead. Read at your own risk. This time Dominic wished the dazed figures crowded around him could just have been characters out of a bad nightmare, something that he could wake up from. But not this time. For once he was living in reality. The room was hot and sticky around him, and Dominic shuddered as someone drew near, standing over him tauntingly. "Now what am I going to do with you?" Dominic heard someone say far away. Why was everything so blurry and hard to see? The figure moved around Dom, daring him to move. But he couldn't. Dominic's body wasn't responding anymore. "No, stop." He tried to whimper as a rough hand dragged him up to lay on a large bed, to huddle in the middle of it, curled up into himself, staring into a camera lens that was fixed on the bed, as a blurry figure to his left pressed a lit cigarette butt against his neck. Dominic tried to scream, but the first guy clapped a hand over his mouth, shushing Dominic with a low growl of authority. The room around him lightened and dimmed then, as Dom faded in between sleep and waking. He almost welcomed it. Anything was better than living through this. "No, don't. Stop." Dom tried to beg as they began to undress him, but his words slurred drunkenly as the medication took better effect. Dominic reeled back as someone held him upright, pinning his arms behind his back so that he couldn't move or resist, while a second guy tore off his jeans, peeling away his pink socks and ripping the chain from his neck, leaving behind a slight gash from where the metal links had cut into him. "Stop." Dominic moaned out, saliva dripping from his partly open mouth as he felt pain. Someone blurry and distorted came and went from his view, taking a firm grip on his hips, hauling him back up to kneel, swaying slightly. The ghostly glimpse of a masked face peered down at him, and laughter. Did they think this was funny? Dom wondered distantly, as the guy ripped open his shirt and spit on him. They were talking now and taking pictures, but Dominic couldn't really hear what they were saying. Damp hair fell into his eyes as his head tipped forward, avoiding the blurry faces and the hot, glaring lights. His hands gripped the edge of the red comforter they had shoved him back to lay on, left in his underwear for them all to stare at. and another wave of pressure hit Dominic. There was two meanie sounds, a deadening slap sound that he heard, and then felt, but in a driving, thrusting motion that forced him to cry out, not even knowing why. The low groan of a furnace somewhere far away kicked on, and Dominic felt the urge to scream as his body was smacked again and again. Then he took more injections, and that was when he really passed out. Some time later, Dom woke up with a start. His head hurt, and also a lot of other things too, and instantly, he knew something was wrong. Something had happened to him. Dominic didn't know where he was at first, and that scared him because he didn't know how he had gotten here. He couldn't even remember falling asleep really, and he couldn't think clearly yet. Everything was hazy, except for a strange kind of pain he couldn't ignore. Finally he realized that he was inside Richard's bathroom, the one connected to his porn studio, and there was music. The soft sound of a woman's voice singing in the background. It was strangely calming as it floated in the air, somewhere, over the rainbow, way up high. He heard her singing from a record machine somewhere off to the side. There's a land that I heard of once in a lullaby. Dominic could see the glow from the room's bright red papered walls, and then he saw the cameras and implements. Oh God, he wanted to moan out, but there was a thick piece of duct tape, sealing his mouth shut, and handcuffs around his wrists and ankles. Most of his clothes had been stripped away, except for a white towel tied loosely around his waist. And Dominic became aware of a chilling sweat that covered his whole body, and odd marks and bruises. Fuck. He wanted to cry, damp hair falling across his forehead in wet clumps as he tried to sit up, failing miserably, and finally, raising his head with some effort to see Richard across from him. The man's eyes locked on Dominic's confused face with a pleased smile of contentment. Dominic started back in fear. This guy was going to kill him now. Richard was sitting with his back resting against the bathroom counter, in a sexy manner, looking like a dominant poised to wail upon his innocent submissive. Just like out of some horribly produced sex film. He held a long thick whip in one hand, and a handheld camera in the other that he had apparently been watching, while he waited for Dom to come to. A scary, creepy mask was placed over one of his knees, its clown face smiling in a fake, happy smile that was dramatically exaggerated. Welcome back, Youngblood, Richard said in a sing-song voice, taking a step in Dominic's direction, his eyes suddenly filled with scary interest. He was like a madman unable to control himself. Dom cowered, turning his face away, not wanting to meet the man's intense stare. Richard burst out laughing hysterically. His high-pitched giggle was girly, unnatural, and so foreign to normal behavior that it made Dominic shiver. He really was gonna die today. I thought maybe you would have learned your lesson, Richard began, his tone dropping dramatically. Once again it was chillingly serious. A sad, cruel, sober sort of smile, clouding the lust in his eyes, the enjoyment for the tension that was building. But no, you never do. He reached for Dom's arm, and Dominic ducked back. A low whimper escaped him as the pain in his body throbbed through him, his cry muffled under the gag. The sound caught in his throat. It felt bone-dry and strangely sore, as if he had been screaming all night without end, but Dom Colt remembered doing so. In fact, he did even know what had happened last night. Where's Emily? What did you do to her? Dom wanted to shriek out, but the duct tape forced him to remain quiet. The pain had grown worse and Dominic felt himself cave in, falling forward. What had they done to him? Then he shivered with a new thought. Was he going to be cut up into little pieces now, and made into pickled parts? Dom's brain raced maddeningly with the prospect. How could people enjoy watching something so hideous? We can be friends now, Richard exclaimed again in the childish voice that he had started using lately. It was almost like he was starting to break. Dominic turned back to see him fidgeting with his fingers, chewing on the nails. Friends forever, he added. I'll never let you go, ever. Richard bounced forward then, and kissed Dom across his forehead, making it wet and sickening. I'll love you forever. He went on, his hand reaching down into Dominic's towel until the boy jerked away. What a fucking perv. Ah, tears. Richard brushed at Dom's cheek with a red handkerchief spotted in blood splatters. We haven't even really gotten started yet. You see, Mitchell's way with you was just the beginning. I hope you don't mind. He breathed, kissing the side of Dominic's neck, right where it had been burned, but that was just icing on the cake. Oh no, I got so much more planned for you. Us, he said. It would make your head spin, but Dominic's head was already spinning. It was hard to focus. For once his high-functioning ADHD brain had been slowed down by their rape drugs. But most of it's just for business, you know. Have to make some profit from your disastrous mess. Besides, it's all out in the open now. No more secrets, Dominic, I promise, Richard assured him. But really, it's supposed to be pleasurable, help you feel good. Dom strained against the cuffs, digging into his wrists, and struggled to remember last night. But it was a painful haze and it hurt, trying to recall it. Richard ripped off the tap from Dom's mouth with a chuckle. Dom inhaled sharply. "You're a monster," he blurted out, his eyes dancing with intensity. Richard clapped his hands. "So you saw it then, my gorgeous, luxurious house of horrors, my basement of terrors. I call her Nightmare Mansion, because no one ever leaves here, alive, so they end up stuck in a very long nightmare." He paused. "And why haven't you killed me?" Dominic asked, his voice raspy and hoarse. "What? Kill you?" Richard laughed, amused at the idea. "Oh no. You're going to be my new attraction. Speaking of which, how good of an actor are you?" Dominic was confused. "Nah, never mind, you're a natural. Anyways, how did you think it worked around here? They just wanna see little girls dance around in tutus, or see a fascinating murder?" Richard leaned back and whisked his whip in the air, letting a few of the tassels graze Dom's cheek with a rough smack that made more sound than administering pain. "There's so much more than that. No, you're not going to die. Right now I know a few users that would pay good money to see what I have to show them. Think outside the box. It's not every day that you can pay to see a human-like robot fuck a beautiful boy." Richard licked his finger and scrubbed thoughtfully at a dry blood spatter across Dom's shoulder. Dominic winced away, dazed. Was that why he felt so weak and drained? Why his throat felt too dry to hardly speak? "Tell me," Richard began again. "Have you ever seen a robot fuck besides, last night? Mitchell's programmed to perform menial tasks. But I think he's the best at." Dominic's eyes widened, his heart began to beat with a fast, nauseating rhythm. "What?" he blurted out. "Personally," Richard continued, ignoring him, "I'm not a big fan, but it's amazing to watch. His skill precedes his creators." "You fucking psycho," Dominic screamed, ignoring how badly it hurt to yell. "I think I would rather die." Dom jerked hard on the handcuffs, and Richard raised an eyebrow. "It's too late for that," he remarked coolly. "Yes, I am sick, and I'm not afraid to say it, but tell me, Dominic, how did it feel? Realistic enough for you? Anyways, it doesn't matter if you liked it or not, it's your fault. This is happening to you, and no one else is. It's your punishment for once again disobeying me. What did you do to me?" Dominic was about to blow some kind of fuse, but Richard ripped off more tape and plastered it across his mouth, sealing off the spew of profanity. Richard smiled and held up his handheld camera to study. "Don't you ever raise your voice to me," he hissed back. Now, the real question is, what did Mitchell do to you?" Richard grinned devilishly. Once you really got into it, you almost seemed to like it, and now, you were so bent on getting into my secrets, figuring out the Richard Wargrave Harrison mystery. Well, congratulations, Dominic, you've solved it, and now you're going to be a part of it, like it or not." Richard whisked his whip in the air again, amused when Dom flinched back, missing the blow intended for his other cheek. "And now, you are going to apologize to Emily," Richard said decidedly. "I don't need my cover blown. I get paid too much to lose that little twat, unless..." He faced Dom and smirked. "Unless you're volunteering to take her place. Crawl around in your underwear and amuse my viewers." "Fucking bastard." Dominic thought, his anger burning hotter. Richard flipped a switch on his camera and held up the device, chuckling to himself. "Or maybe, I just won't even give you a choice." Dominic saw what he had desperately hoped was a joke, but it wasn't. Richard had indeed recorded Mitchell plowing into him. There he lay, cowering, stretched out on the large red bed, half unconscious to all the rough abuse. Mitchell had fucked him hard, and it had obviously affected Dom somewhat, because his own cum was smeared across his chest, his body stiff and hard, ready to come again. Pre-cum dripping from his hard-on, pieces of wet hair sticking to his face, exhaustion and deep need written across it. They had played the whole denial game with him, forcing Dom close to the edge, and then stopping his orgasm seconds before he could come. It was shitty and cruel. How many times had they brought him to that one critical point, only to deny him the permission to release? Richard was laughing that high-pitched giggle again. "It's humiliating, isn't it, to never have wanted it in the first place, and then have your own body fight against you, driven by that sick animalistic need." Richard stroked Dominic's cheek and the boy jerked his face away. The steady stream of sex sounds in the video made Dom's chest ache. He wanted to kill this sick bastard that had hurt him, and also destroyed other people's lives. Richard licked his lips and pushed Dom back down, seeing the glint of rage. "You could die for their entertainment, but that wouldn't be any fun at all, now would it? So beautiful." Richard tipped Dom's chin up, and gazed into the boy's dark green eyes, so filled with hot, boiling, rebellious anger. "There it is," he purred, stroking Dom's hair. "That's the boy I want to see. Give in to the anger, it's sexy. It would be such a waste to kill you now," Richard said, turning off his camera and giving Dom's ass a harsh smack that sent him tipping forward off balance. "Besides, Emily will be asking for you. Wondering what happened to her new friend. She's been getting suspicious about me, asking questions. I'll need you to talk to her, soothe her fears, assure her that our little argument was just that. Two people not getting along. She can never know about my little side operation, you hear me, boy? Dom strained against the handcuffs and shook his head no in response. Richard turned back to him and pushed the boy's chin up hard, forcing Dom's neck to strain until it hurt. What's that? No, you're refusing to talk to her. Lie for me? Richard asked, gripping Dom's chin with his fingers, digging his nails in. I figured you would probably need convincing, he sighed, pulling off a box from the shelf and turning to study Dom's face. Let's see. How many clamps can you take before you really start to scream? You might have been pretty much out of it for Mitchell, but you're going to feel everything this time. As he spoke, he pulled out a handful of silver nipple clamps with sharp teeth and smiled at Dom. This is gonna be fun. No, I'll never lie for you, Dom shouted, gritting his teeth as Richard clamped the first clips to Dominic's bare skin. It sent a shuddering wave through him, causing Dom to wince. Richard had secured him down, handcuffed to a table across from his king-sized sex bed. You're crazy if you think I'm ever going to lie for you to her, Dom said under his breath. Yes, you will. Richard laughed, brushing a hand through his red hair. Eventually you'll give in the end they always do. Dominic resisted the urge to groan as Richard clipped another clamp to his chest. The sharp teeth dug in mercilessly, the steel springs straining to close, held open only by his skin. Richard pressed a hand against the face of the clamp, making it bite in harder. Dominic flinched, taking in a trembling breath, unwilling to give his uncle the pleasure of seeing him break. You're pretty tough, I'll give you that, Richard said, pacing around Dom. But you'll never win. I've been playing this game a whole lot longer than you have. I'm the chessboard master, and you, Dominic, are just a pawn. Richard took slow care, then picking the next spot to place his torture's clamps, taking his time to find Dom's weak spot. Fuck. Dominic swore as Richard clamped one clip to Dom's neck, the teeth sinking into his skin until he felt like crying. Richard seemed bent on making this slow process last as long as possible, placing another clamp down with evident pleasure, starting a long line of clamps going down to Dom's waist. This time it took a lot of effort to remain indifferent. Dom quivered as the throbbing stabs increased. The smarting pain was mind-numbing. Now, what I want to know is, how much did you tell Emily? Richard asked, scratching his chin and gripping another wad of clamps from a drawer. Dominic would have moved back, but Richard drew in front of him. Don't you already know that? Dominic protested. Can't you just watch the tape? I thought you recorded everything. No, not everything, Richard whined. There is some things you don't want the customers to see. Oh shit. Dominic wondered if Richard took little private moments alone, watching Emily himself. The filthy bastard. Does she know about the basement? Richard questioned, and Dom hesitated, and that's when Richard took the opportunity to place more clamps down. No, Dom spat out finally. Just the slightest twitch of the rise and fall of his breathing irritated the clips, forcing them to dig in deeper. No, what? Richard pressed, placing more clamps down with the passing seconds that it took Dominic to reply. No, you won't talk to me. Or no, she doesn't know about the bodies. No, she doesn't fucking know about the innocent people you killed, Dominic yelled. I see, Richard replied. Now, is there anything else you would like to enlighten me about? Or are you ready to talk to Emily and help smooth things over? Richard asked, rubbing Dom's shoulders. He must have known how badly it hurt, because, when he ran a hand across Dom's shoulder, his gesture was almost gentle. This doesn't have to be a shit show, you know, he said softly. His breath cold, and so was his touch, almost like he wasn't human anymore. But Dominic was used to that by now. It doesn't have to hurt, Richard went on. Dominic shook his head. Never, he yelled, glaring Richard down, his green eyes filled with dangerous defiance. I'll never be your pawn. Fine, have it your way. Richard took hold of the clamps with both hands and tore them all off of Dom at once. Dominic screamed then, unable to suppress the effect it had upon him, kicking the table leg with one handcuffed foot, as 4 sets of sharp teeth raked across his skin before letting go entirely, leaving behind them deep red scratches that throbbed and burned with raw pain. Dominic slammed forward, dying to get at Richard. If only he wasn't handcuffed down, he could fight back. You know I'm gonna kill you when I get these off, don't you? Dominic said once he had regained some of his composure back, breathing heavily, fighting hard to ignore the smarting welts. But Richard only sneered at him. Of course you are, just like you were going to do when I asked Mitchell to fuck you. Dominic plunged forward, his hands clenched a few inches away from his uncle's face, just out of reach. You see, Dom, you can try to play the game, but unless you use the right chess pieces, you will always be just out of reach, just inches away from winning the game. It's not a fucking game, Dominic shouted back, hot with anger. It's innocent people's lives on the line here. Doesn't that mean anything to you? Shut up. Richard snarled back, reaching to pick up one of his black kink whips. What are you gonna do? Beat me? It's the truth and you know it. I said shut up. Richard yelled, hitting Dominic full force with the whip, its sharp tasseled ends drawing a little blood. Dominic dodged back, trying to shield himself with his arms, but they were helplessly cuffed down. So he took the full force of the blow, gasping out as the whip cracked across his already scraped skin, cursing softly under his breath. "I think you need a harsher punishment," Richard said aloud to himself, playing with his whip as he spoke. "Something more painful than nipple clamps. Anyone can take that, but maybe this can help change your mind." Richard pulled out a small sharp knife from a table standing nearby and drew near to Dom. He raised it above Dominic's face and hummed to himself, holding the blade above Dom's eyebrow. Then he stopped himself and lowered his knife to hover right above Dom's eye. "You really don't need to be able to see to participate," he mused. "You're still goddamn sexy." "Wait, no." Dominic almost sobbed out, shuddering away from the knife. Richard glowered at him. "Are you going to talk to Emily then?" he inquired, tilting his knife closer. "Excuse me, sir." Suddenly Mitchell burst into the room, backing up against the wall, and wringing his hands after safely closing the door behind himself. "There is 2 policemen downstairs. They are searching the mansion." Mitchell gasped, beginning to pace the floor anxiously. He was so distressed his pale artificial skin had turned almost entirely white. Damn, someone had done a good job designing him, because his reaction to stress was perfectly portrayed. "Did they see you?" was Richard's immediate response, dropping the knife as he moved to pick up the clamps from off of the floor. "No, master, I don't think so," Mitchell replied, his eyes settling on Dom, then with some fascination. Dominic sat stunned, hardly able to believe the close call, renewed hope drowning out the harsh welts of pain and fear. Maybe, just maybe, someone was out there looking for him. Richard started up. His eyes scanned Dominic's bruised and welted skin, with sudden realization. At that instant the same thing was registering on his face. Someone could be out there looking for the poor foster kid that had been adopted out to a psychopath. "Just wait a minute," Mitchell spoke up, spinning on his heels. "I have an idea." Quickly he whispered something into Richard's ear, and they stood talking quietly for a moment. Then Dom's uncle smiled with evident relief. "Perfect," he said after some moments of careful thought. "Quickly," he urged, grabbing the key to Dominic's handcuffs and unlocking them. "Don't even think about running away." Richard growled over his shoulder to Dom, leading the way out of his porn studio and down the dark hallway. Mitchell reached for a pile of Dominic's clothes and shoved them into Dom's arms. Come on, get dressed," he hissed, directing Dominic to follow Richard, heading into the next room. It was a large dusty art gallery, draped in couches and tables covered in silk sheets, filled from top to bottom with old paintings encased in extravagantly beautiful picture frames. Richard strolled up to the biggest of them, and tore off the sheet covering its face. A cloud of dust cascaded around them as Dom stood, choking on it. Richard and Mitchell seemed unaffected, however, as Richard threw the sheet to one side, and stood thumbing through his wad of keys. Finally he pulled the picture frame open as if it were a book, exposing a vault set into the wall. Behind the painting was a small panic room, the size of a refrigerator. Dom began freaking out as Richard turned a stiff brass key in its lock. Were they going to put him in a freezer? Dominic couldn't help the panic that had begun to surge through him. If they hid him away like this, no one would ever find him. They might never know what had happened. "Help! Help me! I'm up here!" Dominic began screaming as loud as he could, desperate to be heard. Richard began laughing, and Mitchell along with him. Richard grabbed Dom's shirt collar and turned Dominic around so that they were facing each other. "No one can fucking hear you up here. The whole house is soundproof." Then he hit Dom hard across the mouth with his open palm. "Now shut up and get in there before I take a belt to you." He chuckled and turned to look at Mitchell sneeringly. "Imagine how badly that would hurt, taking a belting after you had just taken what he's been through." "Oh God, what did they do to me?" Dom wondered as Richard turned and pulled the door open. Dominic was almost speechless with anger and desperate, as Mitchell took a firm grip on his arm. "I'm afraid no one can save you," he said, his glass, robotic eyes fixing on Dominic's face, as if he really was trying to understand the way Dominic was feeling, as if he wished that he could feel sympathy, but it was probably impossible for him to do so. Richard shoved Dominic into Mitchell, turning to look back down the hallway. "Come on, quit wasting my time," he growled. And for a split second Dominic felt the robot's heartbeat pick up, his body grazing against Dominic, grinding against each other, his arm catching the boy's fall. Dominic felt the butler tremor at the brief touch, his heart pounding harder, his hands pressed against Dominic. Richard hadn't noticed, but Dominic had. The butler was fucking hard. It's scientifically proven that the human heartbeat will increase at the touch of another person's contact, especially if you have feelings for that individual. But just now Dominic thought that maybe Mitchell had reacted in almost the same exact way. Hurry, Richard yelled, pushing Dominic again to fall face down onto the vault's hard floor. The polished safe door looked to be at least a foot thick, utterly inescapable, and Dominic felt his hopes die hard. Fuck, no please. He spoke up as Mitchell gave his shoulder a hard shove, pushing him back far enough so Richard could close the door. Come on, get in there, Richard ordered him. It was a small, stainless steel box about 5 feet wide and 4 feet long with a 10-foot ceiling. Richard slammed the door and Dom heard him, locking it from the outside, and then closing the picture frame to completely hide the invisible prison. Dominic felt the dark settling once again into sleep, as he felt the walls blindly. Richard was going to kill them. He thought, knocking over some sort of chair that sat in a dark corner. He's going to kill them and they won't even have a chance. Slowly a small light flicked on above Dominic's head. The lampshade was desperately old-fashioned, made from gold, stained glass and cracked slightly, its small amount of light showing off a few empty shelves carved from black marble and another door on the other side of the vault, set into the steel wall. There was a vent at the top of the room that let in a cool trickle of fresh air. Well, at least he wouldn't suffocate, Dom thought suddenly, listening hard. He didn't know how, but somehow he thought he could hear talking, as if he was a part of the house. It felt nuts, but he still heard it. Wait. Richard said that the whole place was soundproof. Dominic kicked the opposite door and instantly regretted it, as it shot stabs of pain up his leg. The door was made from heavy steel and wouldn't give in that easily. Damn, Martin, isn't this place creepy? Dominic heard a deep male voice say somewhere far off in the house. Yeah, I got that feeling too. Someone else answered him. Dominic pressed an ear against the wall and heard faint footsteps echoing off the fine old polished floors. Help me, Dominic yelled, hitting both fists against the unyielding door. Can anyone hear me? I'm upstairs, please. Dominic stopped for a moment and listened, but the men's voices had grown softer, farther away. They hadn't heard him. Slowly Dominic stood up, despair sinking into him. Then he saw it. A shiny silver key sitting in the dust on the top shelf, almost out of reach. It was still quite shiny, even though it was old. Dominic grabbed the key and turned it in the lock, delighted when he felt it turn easily, unlocking the door. Creaking, it swung in to reveal a narrow corridor leading away into the pitch blackness. Now he had two choices. Slip sideways down into the unknown passageway in the dark with no light, and maybe find the men to warn them before it was too late, or stay in the vault and wait for Richard to come back for him. Dom chose the first option. Slipping forward, he squeezed into the space. He was basically walking through the inside of a wall, feeling out carefully in front of himself as he went along. Dominic tried to make as little noise as possible, mindful that Richard could still probably catch him even in here. This has gotta be the creepiest fucking house I've ever been in. Dominic heard the words clearly from maybe just a few rooms away. Who do you think would willingly want to live out here? He heard someone else say, pushing over something that made a loud crashing sound when it hit the floor. Fuck, be careful. I don't need the chief getting under my skin. One of the guys grumbled, annoyed. Then for a while, all Dominic could hear was the slight sounds of them moving around, until the guy with the deeper voice finally broke the silence. But seriously, what kind of a person would isolate themselves like this? Who even buys a house this big anyway? Well, Mrs. Buchanan for starters. I heard the old lady died somewhere up in here. Didn't find her for days. And when they finally did, she was all messed up. The first guy added in a scary story telling kind of voice. Ah, come on, Marcus, you can't scare me that easily. The second guy laughed, proceeding to hit something else over a glass lamp by the sound of it shattering across the floor. Dominic wiped frantically at the thick cobwebs and stumbled forward, trying hard to keep up with them, and not trip over the occasional trash or piles of abandoned houseware. Guys, I'm in the wall. Can't you even hear me? Dominic yelled so loudly his own voice made his ears hurt. Dominic noticed tiny specks of light ahead, as if sunlight had somehow made its way into the walls. Still, the men didn't seem to hear him, as they loudly stamped along the hallway, entering the dining room. To Dominic's amazement, the narrow passageway he was walking through led down into a hole leading to the bottom floor. There was tiny nail-sized holes here and there in the walls, and for the first time Dominic caught slight glimpses of the two police officers. They were pulling back the white silk sheets that covered most of the furniture and were talking in low voices to one another. You know, I'm surprised more kids don't break into this place the way they do. Stupid kids, daring each other to sneak up here and steal souvenirs. But from the looks of it, I would say it's pretty nicely preserved. Ah, shut up. Isn't it about time we left? Come on, it's so damn creepy in here. Well, I can almost see why they don't bother this place. Dominic ran to the next peephole and tried to see better. The men were wearing rubber gloves and had on white plastic coats over their uniforms. Okay, fine. We did do our job, and it is sorta disturbing in here. Yeah, it's like a fucking maze. and it smells like shit. Oh man, you smell that too? Yep, I do, like a dead rat or mouse. Come on, let's get out of here. At this, Dominic felt every ounce of hope he had been holding on to die. No, they were going to leave him here, alone, and at Richard's mercy, and he didn't think he could protect himself, and Emily too. Shaking, Dominic ran further into the shadows. He was so close. They just had to help him. There was so much evidence. If only. But they hadn't heard him, hadn't even seen him, and nothing was going to stop them from walking away. Sure, there was little doors here and there opening up into the main rooms, but all of them were either nailed shut or locked from the outside. Even Richard and Mitchell had vanished, it seemed, but that was just as well. It was most likely their plan all along, scaring away the policemen so that they wouldn't have to deal with them. After all, if 2 cops went missing, it would only be a matter of hours before the whole unit showed up, guns blazing, to find their missing mates. Well, it had worked, because the 2 officers had quickly ran back through the house into the fancy entryway to grab their coats and inspection papers to flee the house, running down the high stone steps, slamming the black accented stained glass door shut behind them, not caring as the black glass cracked slightly in protest of their misuse. How they had managed to escape the glass barrier between the house and gates, Dominic didn't know. He sank to his knees beside the air vents, facing the driveway, and let into a good cry of defeat. He had been so close to escaping, only to have his hope ripped away. Now what would happen to him? What would happen to poor Emily? Dominic didn't know, and so he sat there for a while, wondering why they hadn't heard him. The walls seemed thin enough, and at one point he was on the other side of the wall from them, maybe 2 feet away, screaming for them to hear, but somehow, not the slightest sound had reached their ears. It's this bloody house, Dominic cried to himself. The haunted house was playing with him. Oh, there you are. Dominic looked up as Richard's booming voice jarred him, echoing through the dark. Now, where were we? He said, picking Dominic up by his t-shirt. Ah yes. You were going to apologize to Emily and tell her that she's still Daddy's little princess, safe and sound. Oh, and also you were going to explain to her that you're a lying twat, that should have his mouth washed out with soap. Yeah, well, I bet you would like that, wouldn't you? Dominic answered him as Richard brushed the cobwebs from his hair. Oh, you know it. His uncle scoffed. Mitchell, get this bloody door open. Richard yelled, hitting his head on the low ceiling. Yes, master. I'm trying. Mitchell shoved a tiny door open after unlocking it with the wad of keys, and together Richard and Mitchell squeezed out of the tiny hidden passageway that they had evidently been crawling through, looking for him. Richard snatched the silver key Dom had taken from the vault and slipped it into his pocket. I see you found the key and got into my secret passageway, he stated, hauling Dom along with him, evidently frustrated that Dominic had found his special spot on the top shelf. It's a pretty bloody stupid place to hide it, Dominic retorted. Anyone could have found it, Richard glowered. Anyways, pretty cool, isn't it, with hollow walls that lead almost throughout the whole house? It allows me to discreetly observe everything going on. Dominic, you remember all my friends, don't you? Now we can get all nice and acquainted. Dominic, meet the Black Hearts Club, Richard presently announced, leading Dominic down the creaking basement steps, along with his friends, pushing back a bookcase to reveal the basement's secret entrance, and down into the gloom. Dom shuddered as he stood still before the 4 masked men. It was clear they were up to no good. Each of them wore scary-looking masks that resembled goofy circus clowns. Richard pulled a mask down across his own face and introduced his friends in turn. My good friend Eric, surely you remember him, Richard said. He was the large bloke with oily red hair and sharp-cutting blue eyes shining from behind his mask. Then there was Charles, the younger man, rubbing his hands together, his evil excitement bubbling over. And finally Dickon Walsley, wearing a faded mask and black rubber gloves, taking Dominic's hand and giving it a hearty shake. It's a pleasure to once again make your acquaintance, Dominic, Dickon drawled in his old familiar, pleasantly chilling voice as he gripped Dominic's hand. I'm pleased to help my friend convert you into our lovely Black Hearts Club of Death and Destruction. Well shit. Dominic wriggled away as Richard turned to him, holding a camera trained on them. Take off his clothes, Dickon Walsley said in a rough voice. Fuck off. You're fucking nuts, Dominic screamed as the 2 clowns tore off his t-shirt, ripping it over his head. I said let go of me, Dom yelled, feeling the masked clown reach into his jeans, pulling the fabric away. Together the clowns hauled Dom between them through the narrow doorway and into a dimly lit grubby bathroom. Bugs climbed the walls and scurried for cover as one of the masked clowns flicked on a light switch that buzzed loudly before finally turning on. A cracked, rusty ceramic tub sat in the middle of the grimy tiled floor, a clear plastic tarp draped over it. The tub stood filled to the top with greenish water, and bobbing on the surface was ice cubes, clumped together. A freezer sat next to that, filled with more bags of ice. Richard placed the camera on a tripod and turned to smirk at Dominic. How do you feel about cold water? The two clowns laughed and dragged Dominic forward to face the tub. You're fucking mad. Dom spat. Richard glowered. Maybe a little, but it's more fun this way. Join us and this all goes away, he urged. Be one of the Black Hearts members and you will receive forgiveness for your wrongs. All you have to do is talk to Emily for me. In response, Dom held up his middle finger to them. You can fuck me, and beat me and drown me, but you will never convert me. Fuck you, and fuck you. Dom pointed to the masked clowns and then he turned to Richard. And fuck you too. Okay, fine. Throw him in. Richard commanded, gesturing to the tub. His patience worn thin. Dominic felt pretty helpless as together the clowns hoisted him into the bright green water. Instantly Dom's body broke out in goosebumps, violently shaking. He let out a low gasp as they pressed his head beneath the surface and held him there. The water was unbelievably cold, chilling him to the bone in a matter of quick seconds. The clowns let up just enough for Dominic to gasp for air, trembling uncontrollably. How about it, son? Richard leaned down to Dom and searched Dominic's face. Dominic spit at Richard and cursed. I told you before, I would rather die than join your club of freaks. Well, just wait, we'll get there. Richard replied, not really that bothered, wiping away Dominic's spit off his shirt with a clean handkerchief. Dickon and Charles obeyed, helping Dominic take another dip into the icy water. This time they held his head under longer and he felt his lungs begin to scream wildly for air. Dom clawed at their hands, but they didn't seem moved by it. The water was so very cold it began to paralyze him. He felt his body stiffen. Then Richard reached down and dragged Dominic back up. Dom bent over in the tub, coughing and choking hard. Wet strands of hair stuck to his face as he sat shivering. Hang on, Richard said, kneeling down next to him, and frowning with fake interest. You're not one of those people, are you? Dominic was confused, not really listening anymore. Richard went on, tracing his finger across Dom's lips. Are you enjoying this? He looked around at the men in their clown masks, and then back to Dominic. Do you like the pain? He asked. Well, are you? Does it turn you on? Make you hard? Dominic shook his head, pulling his knees up to hug to his chest, desperate for warmth. Quivering as Richard prodded him further. It hurts, but you want more. Dominic shifted uneasily, not really sure if he could speak without his teeth chattering. Richard hit Dom with his belt. Answer me, he commanded. This time the leather end slapped Dom across his back, still slick with water, making it smart badly. Dominic flinched down deeper into the icy water, biting his lip. Fresh cold sweat broke out on his forehead as Richard rubbed out the spot with his hands, easing the burn slightly. Not a sound hot, Richard remarked. Dominic was a lot stronger than he had originally imagined, but he didn't stop. Another blow fell, harder, this time leaving more welts across Dominic's shoulders, whacking the skin with a defining crack. Brave boy, you're biting your tongue and pretending it's okay. He leaned close to Dom, then licking his lips in anticipation. But really you're dying inside. You're hard as a rock and you want more. You want to be forced to scream, and you want it to be real. You want me to hurt you until you can't bear it anymore. Then you want me to make my butler fuck you. Fuck you so hard until it washes the pain away. Admit it, he said, licking at the side of Dominic's neck with his tongue, causing Dom to moan out softly without meaning to, reacting to the surge of warmth against his neck. Gripping the sides of the tub with both blue hands, Richard laughed heartily. Do you want more? Dominic shook his head, his lips sealed in an effort to remain silent. What's your safe word again? Richard asked. Fuck you. Dominic's voice was tight with strain. He was breathing heavily now. Now, let's not be rude. And then again and again, Richard hit Dominic as the clowns held him still, cat-calling, and taunting him with all sorts of shameful things, until the boy was breathless and numb. His body spider-webbed with long welt marks from Richard's belt. The man had finally lost all his patience and was now just really annoyed that Dominic was making him look like an idiot, still refusing to break. Finally, after this kind of treatment, something in him had almost broken. Now he was just too tired to care anymore, hardly responding to their questions, rude remarks and lame jokes, but still strongly determined to not give into it. And after what seemed like forever, the bathroom's door opened, and Dominic saw Mitchell enter the room. That's enough, he said in an authority voice, leaning down to scoop Dominic up out of the icy water, chilled to the bone and huddled up against the side of the tub, avoiding their slaps and cackling crazy laughter. Mitchell was a lot stronger than Dominic would have imagined, his arms encircling Dom, helping him up, tottering on frozen legs. He pulled a towel off from over his shoulder and wrapped it around Dominic's shoulders, pulling Dom close to press against his own body for warmth. The robot's skin had been inlaid with heat sensors, making his skin regulate to the normal body temperature of a person. It was a feature that made sex with him feel more realistic. But right now his warmth was all Dominic could focus on. Richard rubbed his hands together and waved a hand at them. Yes, thank you, Mitchell. We aren't even getting anywhere. Let's let him sit and think about it. Richard shoved back the hair that had fallen partly over Dominic's face and explained the boy closely. Maybe you'll have a change of heart later. He slapped the pale cheek and laughed, motioning for his friends to follow him. Come on, mates, let's have a drink. Dominic watched them leave and then nearly cried when Mitchell pulled him into a comforting hug, his face pressed against the butler's chest. Mitchell didn't say anything, he just stood still and hugged Dominic tight, his face drawn and stiff. Finally he spoke. I did want to, he burst out, breaking the silence and folding his arms closer around Dom's shivering body. It was stupid, just a guilty robot pretending to be sorry, when Dom knew he probably wasn't really at all. But it didn't matter, he made me do it. I'm so sorry, Mitchell said, his lips pressed into Dom's hair. The gesture calmed Dominic's soft whimpering sobs for the moment, as he cried onto the servant's arms. Finally Dominic looked up at him, and for a quick second Dominic thought he saw real emotion spark in the glassy fake eyes. Maybe he was sorry. What did it feel like? Dominic asked, looking away, letting Mitchell lead him back into the room that held Richard's carousel and all his axe murderer stuff. Mitchell opened one of the cages on the ground and gently pushed Dom back into it. He didn't want to talk about it, that was clear. What did it feel like when you fucked me? Dominic yelled. Mitchell had toyed with him, again and again, putting on a good show for their audience, and to impress Richard. But Dominic wondered if somehow Mitchell experienced things just like people did. He just wasn't willing to let on that he could. If so, maybe he felt compassion. And if that were true, possibly Dominic could seduce Mitchell, winning his trust, and finally talking the robot into letting him go. Dominic grabbed Mitchell's hand, stopping the butler in his tracks, and ripped off the towel, exposing himself for Mitchell to see. The butler grimaced as his eyes locked on Dom, looking at what they had done to him. Quivering, his eyes swept the boy's body, and Dom saw it. Lust, passion and need. He knew it. Mitchell was getting some sort of attachment to him. The sex must have awakened something in the butler, maybe even feelings. If Dominic could hold out long enough, let Richard hurt him. Maybe it would spark something in his butler robot, originally built to please and make love, and not hurt what he desired. Mitchell slammed the cage door shut and briskly turned away. Maybe it wasn't too late for him. Sweet dreams, he called over his shoulder. Bloody hell. Dominic fell to huddling in a corner of the small cage. The other cages around him were empty and the room had fallen quiet. The cage he sat in was made out of steel, wire, and a wooden frame that sat on the filthy cement basement floor, about 10 feet away from the carousel, that still moved in its endless trickle, the low drawl of its music sleepy and sweet just barely audible to him. His cage was shoved back near a shadowy tunnel that led away into the dark. The cage's door was created from rusty chicken wire, and held closed by 2 paddle locks. And Mitchell had the keys. Dominic shivered and pulled his wet t-shirt down over his knees to cover the bare skin, sitting on his jeans instead of crouching on the damp floor. Mitchell had at least pitied him enough to return his battered old clothes, but Dom was too cold to sleep, and his head was aching. Dominic leaned forward, and cupped a hand against the gash across his knee. A slow trickle of blood ran in between his fingers, and he watched it numbly, dripping down his leg. His mind slowly began to taunt him again. They probably could have done worse things to him, but still, he was really fucked now. Dominic looked over at the carousel. Its faded cotton candy pink and blue plastic was cracking in places, and the rusty chains swung back and forth as he watched it, thinking about the sorry victims that had probably died in its rusty swinging cages. Things could be worse for him, he knew that. Being forced to remain in an upright position, while bleeding out and also being spun around in a circle until you're too dizzy to see or make any kind of sense from what was happening to you. That looked like a pretty painful kind of torture. Dom shivered, unable to stop the goosebumps spreading across his bare arms. An icy draft in the room seemed to surround him, sinking into him, clutching at him tightly. Suddenly Dominic saw large glowing eyes appear from far away down the tunnel, making him start forward, jolted. His exhausted body kick-started into defense mode. The eyes blinked golden orbs as the thing slunk forward, closer. Dom moved back as far away as he could and stared. The thing approached, slowly moving forward as if afraid of him. Dominic clung to the thin clothes covering his lap and half-whimpered as the eyes moved forward a few more steps closer to his cage. What now? Dom's exhausted brain agonized. This couldn't be real. What was it? As he studied the thing in the dark, he realized it had to be crawling on all fours because it had large eyes, but they were close to the ground as if it were moving like an animal. The golden eyes blinked a few more times and Dom heard some kind of soft noise. Something in between a sneeze and a cough. The thing's soft footsteps reached him now, and it didn't sound like a person crawling, more like the stalking, careful steps of an animal, practiced and carefully calculated. Dominic held his breath as it slunk forward, the dim light catching its outline, slowly bringing the animal into clearer focus. It was Satin, Richard's hellhound. Dominic realized. Thinner and gaunt, with deep soft brown eyes that gazed at Dominic curiously. His bony body leaned sideways when he walked, a wicked-looking trap still dragging from one front foot. It slowly trickled Dom's prison, smelling the ground alone the outside of the cage, pausing to paw at it before continuing to slowly curiously circle him. The dog ignored the other empty cages and moving carousel with little interest, as if he had been in here before, and that it was quite normal to keep people in cages. Satin found a discarded bone, halfway around the side of Dominic's prison, and he picked it up, looked at it for a little while, and then finally he dropped the dry bone board with it and moved on. Dominic recoiled. The bone was what was left from a human leg. He didn't know why, but this was what almost broke him, bringing new tears to his eyes. Satin shook his fur, and then approached Dominic's side of the cage, his head low and his ears pricked up slightly. He licked the air, smelling Dom's scent, and slowly his tail wagged. Dominic remained still as a stone and watched the enormous creature. Satin made a soft whining sound in his nose and his tail wagged a little faster. Dominic didn't think the dog could hurt him through the cage, so he didn't really try to get out of reach when the dog got brave enough to poke his nose through a hole in the mesh wire. The tip quivered as it brushed Dominic's bare shoulder, still wet from the ice bath. Satin licked gently at Dominic and he felt the huge dog relax, getting closer to lick away Dom's salty tears, and then he stretched and lay down on the outside of Dominic's cage, pressing his warm fur against Dom's back, and then he let out a deep satisfied sigh. Dominic could have cried unbelievably. The massive wild dog had felt compassion for him, and in his own simple way, he was trying to make the boy feel better. His warm fur sweet. The great dog's fur smelled like clean straw, as if he had been hiding out in the old horse stable, nestled cozily in the old dry straw. His body threw off so much heat that Dominic felt his own stiff muscles relaxing. Satin turned his head and he shifted, pressing up against Dom as much as he could, considering the chicken wire separating them. Slowly Dominic stopped shivering, and he felt himself fall to sleep as well, comforted by the dog's affection and dimly wondering how Satin had snuck into the house. Was there some secret passageway that he could follow to escape this place? Maybe so. You have been listening to The House of Horrors, The Black Hearts Club, Chapter 9. You can find the rest of this story on my channel. Thanks for listening, and also subscribe to show your support. Thank you. Chapter 10 of House of Horrors, The Black Hearts Club, Death Game. First he heard them coming, then he saw them. Clowns. Scary masked devils, wearing black cloaks and holding nightsticks. No, stop it. What do you want? Who are you guys? Let me go. Dominic sputtered out as the two masked men hauled him out of the damp room and dragged him forward. Satin was gone, probably run off, when he heard the men coming. Dominic had lost all track of time. It could have been days or even a week later, but he had no way of knowing. All he knew was that he was ravenously hungry and thirsty too, and on top of all that his muscles were still and non-cooperative. Dom did recognize either of them, and that was enough to scare him shitless. How many guys did Richard have working for him? Down the dim tunnels that lead to more hollowed-out rooms attached to the main basement complex. The basement was so much bigger than he had originally imagined, its winding passageways confusing him further, as he was half-dragged, half-carried along the dimly lit low tunnels. Finally they stopped outside the bathroom where Richard had waterboarded Dom. The tub was still there. No. Please. Not again. Dominic began to beg, thinking that they were actually going to drown him this time, and he just didn't think he could take it all over again. But instead one of the men pulled back a grimy shower curtain and motioned for Dominic to shower. Hurry up and get in. But I don't want to. Dominic protested. Undress now. One of the guys barked, folding his arms and turning to look away. But why? Dom whined. Because I bloody well said so. Now do it before I get a mind to help you. Dominic quickly obeyed. Fine then. He faced the shower to groan at the sight of it. The ancient shower net was filthy, with bugs laying dead at his feet, and rusty water stains streaking the shower's walls. A green bar of soap sat on the edge of a sink in a small glass dish to the side of the shower. Dominic pulled his shirt off over his head, and slowly stepped out of his jeans. His chest still slightly marred from Richard's belt. It was too cold down here, but Dominic resisted the urge to shiver. Oh, he gulped, as even colder water rained down onto his head and shoulders. Brownish spray that smelled a bit and looked like rust. Fuck, why were these men making him shower? What fucked up shit was he in for now? What sort of drama did they have planned to do with him? Dominic could only imagine the shame and humiliation that was probably coming next. Hurry the bloody fuck up. Do you think we have all fucking day? The larger of the two men grumbled. Get your skinny eyes out here. Okay. God. Dominic retorted, running his fingers through his hair, rinsing the bubbles away and stepping back out of the shower. About time. The smaller guy whined, tossing Dominic a heap of clothes. Put those on. And hurry up about it, this isn't a tea party. Dominic caught the clothes just barely before they fell onto the sopping wet floor. One of the men sounded very Irish, and he was grumpy as hell, too. Dom wasn't sure about the other guy, but he was big and intimidating behind his Grim Reaper's mask that did a good job of hiding his face. Finally, Dominic had the clothes on. Shit. What had they given him to wear? The musky suit and tie was stiff, but clean, with a white shirt and polished black shoes. Clothes that would have better suited a dead corpse from Out of Nightmare Before Christmas. Are we going to a funeral or something? What's up with these old clothes? Dominic asked boldly as they trooped upstairs, their footsteps banging on the old wooden floorboards. Just shut up, the clown-masked Irishman hissed, pushing open the large set of oak doors. And together they walked single file through a little narrow room, with pale green walls, and a single light bulb that hung from the cracking ceiling, its white plaster yellow with age and water damage, through a door that turned out to be the back of a large bookcase. How convenient, Dominic muttered, and together they emerged from the small inside room, to enter what could only be a game room. It was pretty obvious that this luxurious, yet abandoned, part of Richard's mansion, had not been used in years, not even once. The pool table and chairs were draped in dusty sheets. The cupboards held boxes stacked up on top of each other, containing countless board games that Dominic had never even heard of before. It was elegant, but that hadn't mattered. People these days didn't play board games half as much as they used to. It was a shame, really, sitting here quiet, silent, clouded in the dust of time. Dominic saw a magnificent chessboard game, still sitting out on the marble-top table, with its little glass chess pieces still laid out neatly as if a long time ago someone had got up and left right in the middle of the game. Could you be any slower? One of the men finally puffed, pulling Dom out of the room and down the hallway attached to it. What's so interesting about a creepy old room, I want to know? The Irishman scoffed, opening the adjoining set of doors that creaked loudly in protest, only to show off another dismal hallway and another similar set of doors leading away into the dark. I think I'm lost. The guy behind the Grim Reaper's mask finally admitted to them, stopping short to study a piece of crumpled yellowish paper, loaded up in his oversized hand. Lost, the Irishman exclaimed angrily. What do you mean lost? Just what I said. Do you want me to spell it out for ya? Hold on, Dominic interrupted. Richard sent you guys to fetch me, but he didn't tell you how to get around the place. How deft are you blokes? Keep the fuck out of this. The Reaper guy boomed, turning to look up and then back down the hallway. Landmakes were no help. Well, I know where we are, Dominic announced with a smug smile. Where? The Reaper man asked. Right across from the drawing room. Well, the second one, that is. First removed. As the two men turned to look at where he was pointing, Dominic saw his chance to run, sprinting off in the opposite direction. Hey, wait. They yelled, charging after him, but Dominic knew the house better than they did. He turned down the first corner and headed into the small broom closet, where Mitchell liked to keep his odd treasures. Bits of broken china, glittery glass beads, and shreds of intricately crocheted lace. This tiny nook was attached to the music room. Dominic slipped into the dark and eased himself down next to the grand piano. Oh, Dominic. Dom jumped up, gasping as his stiff legs reacted. Why are you hiding from me? Richard was crouched right next to him, in the dark space beside the piano. Dominic couldn't see his uncle, but he could feel the cold hands of the man creeping across his skin, as Richard's fingertips poked at him. He felt the man's gross breath on his cheek. Strangely, it was the strong smell of burnt-up electronics. How had Richard known that he was here? How could he even see in the dark? Then Dom remembered his uncle's hollow walls. They led pretty much all over the house. Having fun losing my men like that? Richard asked. You weren't trying to run away though, were you? He asked solemnly, getting up and flipping a light switch. No, I wasn't, Dominic answered, lying through his teeth, backing away as he spoke. Well, good. Because you know what would happen to you if you did, don't you? Richard draped a large heavy arm around Dom and steered him towards the door. Yes, well. Richard slammed the door shut behind them, and led the way back into the hall. Well, then what would happen? Dominic for once was wordless, and scarred. Richard giggled and opened a double set of doors leading into the narrow passageway that opened upon the dining room. I would boil you in acid, until your skin melts like butter and your insides have turned to cream and your bones. Dominic gulped as Richard left the rest of his sentence up to Dominic's imagination. He felt his heart sinking with a sickening dread at this. Was he serious or messing with him? Dominic didn't want to, but he half believed his crazed uncle. But you would never think of running away, would you? Richard beamed, his dark expression replaced with a confident smile of assurance. No, never. Dom breathed, his voice shaky. I told Mitchell so. Richard beamed, squeezing Dominic with a crushing hug. Then he let go suddenly, as if aware that he was going a bit overboard. He cleared his throat and entered the dining room, still talking to himself under his breath. I told him. I told him 100 times. Dominic loves us, he just needs to be broken in. He loves us, he would never run away. Loves us too much for that. And his hysterical giggles erupted. Dominic eased himself into a chair, gazing around the room. He didn't feel very well, still painfully aware of the fact that Richard had nearly beaten him senseless just a few days ago, then had him almost drowned. Yet he seemed to have forgotten all about it. Richard was now full of new ideas, bursting with loads of excitement as he danced around the table, examining each of his guests. The guests. Dominic started half up. He hadn't even noticed the other people in the room. They sat so silently it was like they weren't even alive. There was at least 5 of them sitting in fancy chairs pulled up to the table. It was pretty clear from their crumpled appearances that Richard had been toying with them for quite some time, having his own little fun at the moment. Each of them looked shook to the core and nearly exhausted. The mess of food and spilled wine told volumes. A man and a woman Dom recognized from Richard's dongan was to his left, and 3 more people at the other end of the table. The whole thing was overflowing with food and goblets of cherry red wine, Richard's favorite, strung around the table, and smeared over some of their clothes and masked faxes. Even so, the smells made Dom's mouth water, and his stomach groan. When was the last time he had even eaten a proper meal? He couldn't recall. Dominic leaned back in his chair and studied the people around him closer. The fat guy had been in one of the carousel's hanging cages, but Dominic had thought at the time that he must have been dead, being that Richard had left him wrapped in plastic and lodged into one of the swinging cages. But he had been alive the whole time. The sorry-looking gentleman was wearing a masquerade disguise over his face, and he sat unnaturally still in his stiff chair, not looking up, and not moving an inch. And then Dominic saw why. There was a ticking bomb placed neatly under his chair, thick duct tape plastered across the guy's mouth, his clothes dusty gray and highly on the old-fashioned design end of it, just like Dominic's suit. Apparently Richard was playing dress-up tonight. It was all clothes from his basement collection, no doubt. Further down the table, there was a small fat woman, with golden brown hair pulled up into a ponytail, and jewelry sparkling around her throat. Her handcuffed hands shook violently and her gorgeous velvet blue dress plumed around her chair. But even though he couldn't see it, Dominic could hear the ticking. They all were sitting on bombs. She too wore a mask and had the same amount of thick wads of duct tape selling off any noise she might want to make. With all this going on, Dominic comforted himself with the knowledge that Emily was not present tonight. She was nowhere to be seen, and no one had mentioned her either. At least she had not been summoned to participate in whatever this was. For this, at least Dominic was happy. Emily, the cute little tiny ballerina, was probably safely asleep in her fancy, little white bed by now, oblivious to everything happening downstairs. And Richard probably liked it that way. With Emily put out of his mind, Dominic began to wonder dimly if his chair was also set to blow. But even though he wasn't restrained to his chair like they were, he still couldn't bring himself to move. His body had frozen to the spot. Boom. Dom half jumped as Richard shouted against his ear, "No, just joking. There's no bomb under your chair," he chirped cheerfully, sounding a little bit mental. Richard dropped down next to Dom, grinning like an idiot. He was tipping back on his chair's back legs and rocking back and forth, his startling green eyes fixed on Dominic. "Don't forget," he soothed. "You're my special boy." His voice was high-pitched and girly. "Yeah." Dom got out with some effort. "The special boy you keep locked in the basement." Richard's face changed to anger, and in a split second, like a kid throwing a tantrum, "Shut that filthy mouth of yours, I shut you up," he said in a deep voice so perfectly calm it sent chills down Dom's back. I'm sorry. Dominic choked as Richard's gaze fell off of him, to once again hop up, pussying around the room anxiously. "They're all here," he whispered to himself in a haunting voice. Was the dude possessed? Dominic didn't move, he was afraid to even breath. Who was here? What was going to happen? He could sense that something bad was coming. As he studied Richard's attire, his uncle was dressed handsomely in a powder blue suit. His hair was freshly cut and styled, and he smelled strongly of expensive aftershave. Richard didn't normally dress like this, Dominic realized, panicking. Something was really gonna happen. Something bad. "Would you like to play a game?" Dominic watched Richard creep across the room and stand behind his chair, his face level with Dom, breathing down the back of Dominic's neck. He held up a creepy mask for a moment and then dropped it again. Dominic shook his head. This time his voice wouldn't work. The prisoner's fear around him was infectious. No. Please just let us go, Dominic whispered, wondering if Richard planned on blowing his prisoners up in front of Dom, bathing him in blood. He could just see himself polarized as Richard photographed him, snapping pictures of it all. Richard rolled his eyes and downed a glass of wine. No, you're going to like this, he said, pouring more alcohol into a cup and holding it to his lips, but when he opened his mouth to drink it, the liquid spilled from his mouth, not swallowing it. He dropped the glass and it shattered at his feet, making the tiny woman to Dominic's right jump. And in a single moment shit hit the fan. Richard spun around, pulled out a small remote and pushed a button on it. An empty chair next to Dominic exploded suddenly, tarring into splinters of wood, making everyone duck bits of sharp flying wood that lodged itself into the walls and table. Thank God no one seemed hurt. I said nobody move. Richard screamed at them in a blind rage. Everyone flinched away. Dominic. Richard breathed. It's time to put on a good show, he purred. Are you ready? He asked. Dom was still frozen. Are you ready? Richard screamed as he pushed another button on the remote and a second empty chair exploded even closer. Yes, yes, I'll do anything. Dominic burst out as everyone at the table turned to shoot him quick, frightened glances. Dom had become aware that he was the only prisoner not duct-taped and without a mask. The only one completely singled out. Just then Mitchell came into the room, then holding a silver tray piled with all sorts of things. And behind him the two guards that had gotten lost in the house. They shot Dominic threatening looks, but they stood still near the door and held their guns trained on the guests with mannequin-like stillness. Mitchell came around to Dom's other side. What are you doing? Dominic protested loudly as Mitchell held the glittery makeup closer for him to see. Making you look pretty, Richard cooed roughly, dragging a brush through Dominic's wet hair, adding in a deeper, sexier voice. You'll look devilishly handsome with a little touch of makeup. But, shush, no buts. Richard hushed him, combing Dominic's hair. Mitchell dipped a finger into the rosy, pink blush and drew his finger back, powdery and shimmering blood-red dust. Richard picked up an eyeliner pen and drew out dark lines under Dominic's eyes, similar to a circus trickster. Mitchell rubbed his smudged finger across Dom's lips, adding just the slightest bit of pink color behind. We are going to have lots of fun tonight. Lots and lots of it, Richard breathed. He leaned down, ripping Dominic's white ruffled long-sleeve shirt open wide at the neck, whispering as he did, I need you to put on a good show for my guests. Make them want you. I love when people want what they can't have. Richard looked up at Mitchell, smiling, and licking his lips. Mitchell gazing back at him stupidly. What was this going on between them? Unspoken argument? This stupid shit was getting worse, with Mitchell and Richard turning into the same person. As if Mitchell wanted to be in Richard's place. And Richard knew it, and was purposely tormenting his butler because of it. Can you do that for me? Richard asked, his voice growing louder to catch Dominic's attention. As he placed his hands on Dom's shoulders forcibly, Dominic jerked, sensitive to his touch, startled. I think so. Dominic sputtered. That's not good enough. Richard glowered, grabbing Dominic by the shoulders harder, turning the boy's face. You don't have a choice. It's time to prove your worth. Richard stomped away as some of his friends came over to ask him about directions for something, and that gave Mitchell a chance to sit down in the chair next to Dominic, preoccupied. He picked up a glass from the table, and as Dominic watched him, he tried to drink the liquid. But with astonishment, Dominic watched the same thing happen to him that had happened to Dominic's uncle just a few minutes before. The wine spilled from his mouth and rolled down the front of his suit. Mitchell mechanically raised a piece of napkin and dabbed at his shirt. Now some of the other prisoners were staring at him too as he repeated the motion, pouring himself another glass of wine, but this time he swallowed it. Dominic gasped aloud. Mitchell had just mutated in front of his very eyes, swallowing the wine as if it were normal for a robot to drink and eat like other people did. Alright, listen up, Richard announced, coming back over to hover over Dominic, facing his prisoners. We're gonna play a game. The Black Hearts Club will be putting on the best show yet, and now will you all kindly follow me to the ballroom? Richard and his masked men began uniting the prisoners and herding them back through the house, through the dusty rooms. Dominic's last encounter with the ballroom had been anything but pleasant. Just walking into the place gave him a chill. The whole lovely room was beautiful, now, though in spite of the shadows and misty figures he had seen in there before. Now in fact, the giant glass-domed room was glittery in lights and music. Dominic gazed around perplexed. It was filled with about 10 or 15 people, not prisoners this time, but distinguished-looking guests. Important people from the looks of them, classy, all waiting in the fancy chairs and couches for Richard to give them a good show. Thin-stemmed glasses of wine in their hands, and they were dressed up as well. from head to foot in floor length, gowns of silk and suits and ties. Dominic looked up and saw, the room's ceiling was completely glass and domed as he had remembered seeing last. Looking up at the sky, Dom could see 100 stars overhead through its thick glass, and part of the giant oak tree's branches as it had grown partly over the ballroom's ceiling. The glittery stars were pretty as he looked up at them. The room's walls were mirrored and clean perfectly, the silver reflecting Dominic and the other prisoners as they stood grouped together, unsure what was going to happen. Then suddenly, he saw it, the main attraction. A giant carousel sat in the center of the room, nothing like the one from Richard's basement. No, this thing was brand new, painted cotton candy pink and blue with purple glitter that sparkled and reflected around the room, its lights blinking and flashing nearly blinding Dominic. The music loud and blaring, chillingly cheerful in spite of the tension in the air, and it actually had horses this time. Brand new plastic ponies with sparkling shiny painted on bridles and saddles. Cameras sat on tripods around the room focused on the gleaming carousel. There were other things in the room too, piles of deadly weapons and odd circuits props, a stage set up on one side of the room, and so much more, a glass globe that looked like a snow globe. No, let go of me, Dom screamed as two of Richard's friends dragged him up to the carousel. Already sitting on the horses were more prisoners, monsters of all shapes and sizes, people that Richard had attained with the intention of using for his great big show. Poor scarred people tied down and waiting. They were all clothes in bizarre costume and makeup, already fixed up to look scary. It was horrific. They had been made into freak show exhibits, with costumes that resembled different animals in one's pajamas. It was almost funny to look at. Others were made into scary clowns or a fortune teller lady, and so many other things. Put them on horses, Richard commanded his men, and take off the duct tape. I want to hear their screams. Richard produced a deck of cards and shuffled them noisily. Hurry up, Mitchell said, taking Dominic's arm and leading him out into the view of the cameras and people. They turned and stared at him with interested eyes. Hot purple spotlights fixed on the new group of prisoners. As they walked into its light, no, why are you doing this to me? Dom began to struggle as one of the animal masked men took his other arm forcefully, screaming as he was hauled up to the carousel and placed on top of a white plastic horse. Its eyes painted to look wild, its gold, yellow mane flowing back in plastic waves, meant for children to hold onto. Only they were going to tie him down to it. Dominic flarled out wildly as the masked creators proceeded to pull his hands to the pole the horse was perched on and tie them together with thick coarse rope. Finally they had successfully secured him to it. Dominic watched as the rest of Richard's victims were also placed on plastic ponies. The brown-haired lady's dress caught around her horse's feet as she was set on a gray mare. Her head turned to look at him, and for a moment Dom almost recognized her. "Bevillain?" he said softly questioningly, then he yelled it louder. "Bevillain." It was her. He screamed her name and she jerked on her ropes and called back to him, her voice hoarse from screaming and tight with strain. "Dominic. Dominic, what is he doing? What's happening to us? Tell him to stop this. Help me please." "But I can't," Dominic called back over, holding up his tied hands, so that she could see. But she was obviously too distracted with her own problems, to realize that Dominic was in the same boat as her. He too had been strung up to participate in the game. "Are you alright?" he called out anxiously, straining to see her over his shoulder. "Shut up." Richard hushed him. So they hadn't killed her with poisoned flowers, after all. They had saved her like the other caged prisoners for this very special event. Richard turned to admire his handiwork, glowing with pride at the enormity of his accomplishments. "Now listen up good, this is how the game works," he called out to them. "In my game there will be 10 players. The carousel will spin, and when it stops, whichever person the needle points to is the victim of choice." Richard motioned to the giant game board with the needle pointing to the carousel. It was just like something from Wheel of Fortune, a large red dial or needle that pointed at the machine. "Myself or one of my friends here will pick a card randomly." Richard continued holding up his deck. "Now, written on the back of the card will be the fate of the chosen player." Richard gazed around happily at his quiet but wide-eyed prisoners, and excited guests that listened intently, straining to hear everything he said. "Now, if the card happens to be black instead of red or blue, that player gets a free pass. By free pass I mean gets to walk away, unharmed." Richard paused for effect, and seemed pleased with the collective gasps uttered from around the room. "Yes, I know what you must be thinking, unharmed. Does that mean we are going to get hurt?" "Yes, ladies and gentlemen, you are going to die." At this a few of the women began to silently cry, and shudder and wail, shaken with fear. Dominic's head jerked up, and he turned to gasp at Richard. Uncle Richard was going to kill him. His whole adoption was made up all for this, so that Dominic could entertain a few of his rich prick friends. He sat still staring unbelieving. He was going to die in a meaningless game. He couldn't believe it. Richard smiled, taking in their shocked terror and loving it. His small group of fancy ladies in black hats and ruffled lace and the gentlemen in suits, however, seemed to enjoy it far too much. They inhaled more wine and yelled for Richard to get on with the game, growing impatient. If the card is red, Richard went on, holding up a red hearts card. That person the needle points to gets to be terminated. He will die in whichever way the card directs. All the prisoners on the carousel gasped at this. If the card is blue, however, the carousel rider picked gets the choice to fight against one of the other players, for a chance to live. If he wins the match, he's safe and also out of the game. The game is only over when we're down to one player alive, not including the players given a free pass once they've fought and won their freedom. The last player on the carousel wins. Richard shuffled his cards once again and clapped his hands. Let's begin. As if set to a timer, the enormous carousel began to move, and the perfectly still monsters came to life in a dreadful moment. The prisoners all turned frantic at once, struggling to free their hands, eyes filled with horror and unimaginable fear. Dominic along with them shifted his body weight, and tried to pull his hands free from the coarse rope that bound his wrists together, becoming aware at the same time that this carousel ride wasn't going to be like an ordinary one. Already the thing had picked up enough speed to make them all a little sick. Instead of trying to get away, they all mutely concerned themselves with the important job of holding on for dear life. Minutes passed, and Richard and his friends became a blur of color as the carousel spun like a top, picking up speed as it went. Then it slowed suddenly, and Dominic heard his fellow victims begin to whimper and moan out in fear, because stopping meant that one of them was going to die. With that thought burned into their minds, the prisoners held on tight, expressions switching from terror to relief as the carousel spun slower and slower, passing the dial or needle train on the carousel. Whichever person it stopped upon would be the first to die. It was agonizing as the machine slowly crawled around, pointing from one person to another. Dominic looked around, feeling the tension in the air. Everyone was holding their breath, and the Black Hearts men drew near in anticipation, straining to see who would be the first to go. Then it stopped. Stock still, the needle pointing straight at Dominic. His eyes flew to locked on the red dial, staring him down. In disbelief, he bent over and threw up, coughing and wrenching, his brain tortured with dancing versions of events that would end with him dying. Beads of sweat dripped from his face. Richard clapped his hands and strolled past Dominic to the fat guy sitting on a pale, white pony, teary eyes fixed on the needle. The carousel had shifted just enough at the last possible moment, making just enough difference. Dominic sank forward, his head buried in his pony's fake plastic mane, as a muffled choke of a sob formed on his duct-taped lips. The man dressed in the oversized, crisp black suit was screaming and begging as Charles ripped off the duct tape covering his mouth, and the men held him still while a lady in a shimmering red dress approached them and stopped beside Richard. He held up his handful of cards, and the masked woman slowly pulled a card out from the middle of the deck and patiently turned it over. Everyone was quite then expect for the carousel's music as they all say breathless, waiting for the man's verdict. Please, please let me go. I'll give you anything, do anything. The fat man sobbed imploringly. Richard took hold of his disguise and tore it off the man's face then, and Dominic gasped in shock. It was Donald Graves. Dominic stared at the guy on blatant disbelief. Graves hadn't recognized him though. The fat dude was too distracted with begging for his life to notice Dominic. The lady in the red dress had turned the card over to reveal that it was a red one, meaning the man was going to be terminated. Stop it, let me go. I have a baby, and a wife at home. The man shrieked at them. You can't do this, he screamed as the woman began to read the inscription scratched across the back of her card. Tightrope walker, confess your sins and walk the straight and narrow road. That was all it said. The man looked up, along with everyone else, to see something they had all overlooked until now. A golden rope, almost as thin as a spool of thread high above their heads, stretched out from one side of the domed ceiling to the other, reaching from one balcony to another one. Please, I did not do anything wrong, I swear, the man babbled as Richard turned to glare at him. Didn't do anything wrong? Mitchell spoke up, coming out of the blinding pink lights to get up into the man's face. Maybe Dominic here can enlighten us all about just how innocent you are. Everyone turned to look at Dominic, his eyes dark with memory that he had tried so hard to forget. But a rush of old memories came flooding back, and he couldn't block it out. Flashback. Are you hungry today? Dom looked up to see Donald Cleary Graves, standing outside of the isolation room, holding a blue tray with some sort of oatmeal sitting in a styrofoam cup. Dominic could remember every single detail of that day, as if he could see it clearly painted on the walls inside his head. 2 days is an awfully long time to go without eating, don't you think, boy? The filthy counselor talked in a fake concerned voice. giving Dominic time to think about this as he took a spoon and stirred up the hot mush in the cup, letting the cinnamon smell reach the boy huddled back in the darkness of his cell. Gotta keep your strength up, he added helpfully. Those senior boys are a lot bigger than you are. Dominic shifted uneasily. He had a point, but at the moment, getting the piss taken out of him didn't seem half as bad as what Mr. Donald Graves had in store for him. Well, maybe you're thirsty then? Dom felt his dry mouth water, and he almost got up. Yep. I knew it. The guard forgot to give you your supper last night, didn't he? Fuck this guy. Dominic knew he had paid off the guard. Come on, don't be shy. I'll give you some water, and you give me something. His words hung heavy in the air as Dominic struggled with himself, his stomach surging with hunger. It felt like his chest was tied in knots and was pulling to get loose. Come on, take it off. The counselor soothed, and Dominic felt his chest tighten, and slowly feeling sick and hating himself for it, he obeyed, pulling the hospital gown off over his head, cringing as the guy took a long cool look at him as he stood still and tried to shut off his brain, detach himself from what was happening, putting himself somewhere else, but he still heard the guy's zipper unzip, and the sound of Donald's hand sliding into his pants. He moaned out softly and Dom winced against it. Good, now turn around, and lean over so that I can see that nice eyes of yours, he slurred out while pumping himself. Dominic slowly turned around, and half-bent, feeling his dignity being ripped away. The guy sorta grunted again, and the sounds of his jacking off grew faster. Now get closer, he said in a husky voice, one hand gripping the bars. Dom obeyed. Good, now touch yourself. Come on, you know you want to. Dominic turned back around, his eyes hardened at the sight of the jerk, masturbating, pumping his large throbbing cock, and watching Dom the whole time. Get going. Do it, he yelled loud against the bars, and Dominic reached down to rub himself, but it didn't feel right, his body not reacting to the attention. I can't, he let out with a muffled sob. He wanted to cry, but the burn of hunger was strong, and it drove him on, sucking up his pride. Try harder, Donald hissed with a grunt, pumping faster and harder, reaching through the bars between them to grip Dom's throat, choking Dominic until he gasped out that he would. Reaching down to jerk himself off, he gripped his own cock, adding pressure, and then he began a slow, harsh jerk, closing his eyes and trying to focus on it, but still not feeling any pleasure, only feeling sickened by it, a slight gasp escaping his lips that made the man groan in response, stroking himself faster and faster. Come on, Harrison. How badly do you want it? The guy asked, pulling Dominic up to press his face against the bars, his hands still going through the motions of pleasuring himself. Do you want my cock? Dom whimpered in response, gritting his teeth to silence the moan forming on his lips. The jerking had finally awakened something within himself, and Dominic couldn't stop the rush of blood flow to his hardening cock. Donald reached through the bars with one hand, and Dominic could feel him getting turned on by his suppressed cries, feeding off of Dom's distress, enjoying the boy's struggles. Graves took hold of Dominic's cock and squeezed, making Dominic squirm against it. Stay still, Donald hissed, gripping Dom tighter and groaning under his breath, as his other hand continued on himself. Stay still and I might feed you tonight, he whispered. Dominic gripped the prison bars and closed his eyes again, tilting his head forward, and took a shaky breath. He could feel the man's quick jerks affect his body, the pressure building and building until the soft moans spilled from his lips unchecked. This only made the man jerk harder and faster, whispering smutty things under his breath that only made Dominic groan himself, feeling the hot cum boiling up inside of himself as he gasped out to breath. And in a matter of quick seconds, he was coming hot and hard across the man's hand, and dripping off his cock to roll down his chest. And at the same time, he heard the man sigh with evident pleasure, as he too came hard seconds after. Dominic picked up his clothes hurriedly, and held them over himself, facing the man with low, heaving gasps, as he tried to steady his uneven breathing. Can I have some water now, please? He asked pleadingly, hoping that Graves would give him a break, if only this once. Graves looked at him, and wiped his hand across his pants, smearing the cum. Well, I don't know. He hesitated, and Dominic felt his head begin to pound again. Let me think a minute. How about no, but... Dominic protested, feeling the dryness of needing water returning, as did the sick feeling of his empty stomach, now that his brain wasn't distracted with being pleasured. Yeah, well, that was not good enough. I wanna see a smile, Harrison, a big one, and a thank you, he said, tossing the water into Dominic's face from the cup, and laughed as it rolled down Dom's cheeks. Maybe we can try it again tomorrow, he said, walking away. Dominic hung his head and looked away. This was just one of many nightmare encounters Dominic had been forced to live through in his shitty past, and now this same man was begging for his mercy, about to die. The man had grown still as he caught sight of Dominic atop the white pony, remembering himself. But there was no remorse in his hard, unmoved face. He was only concerned for himself. "You were powerful, an important man in your position," Richard said. "People like you, respected you, but what they didn't see was your dark side." Dominic flushed. How the hell had Richard known about all of this? How had they even found the guy? Hell's Quarry, correctional facility for difficult young adults. Richard continued paxing the man. "You deserve this. No, I beg of you." And the man turned to Dominic suddenly. "Please, tell him I didn't do it. He's Ling. Tell him. The white-faced man implored Dom as the animal masked men hauled the guy up the marble steps. Dominic remained motionless, unable to speak. Each fucked up memory was coming back to him in clear definition. They went to the other side of the room, leading him across the balcony above their heads, where the high drop was strung, shoving him to take a tottering step forward, arms flailed out wildly. But his attempts to walk were useless, and he cowered back, away from the edge. Charles finally stepped forward, and pressed a heavy machine gun into his back. "Get going," he hissed impatiently, and the man finally did, tottering across the rope, taking 3 careful steps before completely losing his balance. Donald Graves fell from 40 feet up to crash down face first onto the white and gold marble floor at their feet with a sickening crunch. Richard's guests clapped and hooted in excitement at seeing the man perish, holding up their wine glasses and yelling as Mitchell and Dickon Walsley quickly came in to drag the man into a corner. After checking his pals to make sure he was dead, he left a small trail of blood behind him on the floor as they exited the room. The remaining prisoners cowered on their horses, shocked into dead silence. It was probably the first time any of them had seen someone die in real life, and it made them all grow painfully aware of how delicate life really was, and also how close they all were to sharing in his fate. Dominic focused on Richard's guests, tuning out the panic rising in his own chest. His few guests were clearly very wealthy, important people discreetly invited to participate in an underground massacre party, disguised in masks so that they could enjoy the sadistic fun without being recognized by the cameras, taping the game to be shown later on the dark web. Suddenly Dominic felt the carousel surge forward. It was moving again. Now everyone was terrified, seeing for themselves that this wasn't just a terrible nightmare, nor a horribly portrayed joke. No, they were indeed going to die today. This time, however, the carousel had picked up more speed than before, whipping around like a merry-go-round being pushed too fast by bullies scaring small children. The music louder, and heartlessly cheerful. Soon Dominic's head was dizzy and everything in the room had grown a nauseating blur of color, and at the same time, he was pretty sure a few of them had thrown up, because the smell in the room had grown sour. Dominic clutched the horse's hole in both hands and closed his eyes to the scene, trying to stop the hot acid liquid from bubbling up into his own throat. The smell hadn't helped anything, and he was now very aware of the irony aroma of blood as well as sick. And again the giant, moving whirl of the carousel had began to slow down. He could hear his fellow victims begin to sob. "Please no," someone cried out, and it slowed, and slowed. Dominic watched the red needle as he was sent past it, again, and again, slower and slower, until each time he got near it, he was always sickened by the overwhelming sense that he would be the next one picked, dragged off of the machine to kneel in front of the crowd of brightly dressed people, to have his fate read off of a red gold-rimmed card. His hands began to sweat, and his face grew burning, hot, feverish as the carousel crawled to an agonizing stop, putting Dominic one horse away from the dial. And he wasn't the next victim. It was Bevelyn, already crying her eyes out, her smeared makeup running unashamedly down her face, and dripping out from under her mask that Richard tore off her. "No, please," she sobbed as Richard cut the rope, holding her to the pony and helped her to stumble down off the machine. A gentleman stepped out of the crowd and pulled out a card from the deck. "You're dishonest, greedy, aren't you?" Richard interrupted the man, holding out his hand, so that he could say a few words before the guy read out her fate. "You stole money, didn't you?" Richard persisted. "You worked as a charity worker for the city, but really you pocketed all the odds and ends, you got rich off of them. What kind of game was this?" Dominic could see some sort of pattern forming. So Richard had kidnapped people hiding dark secrets. Bevelyn had stolen charity money. Donald Graves was a pedophile. The other prisoners, too, had to have some sort of dark side that attracted Richard to them. Wife beaters, thieves, perverts. Did Richard justify his actions by convincing himself that he was doing the world a favor, getting rid of the bad people that in his eyes didn't deserve to live? But this still didn't make a whole of a lot of sense. So it was wrong when Donald Graves had hurt Dominic in the past, punishable by death. But somehow it wasn't wrong when Richard did it himself, because he had done plenty of his own molesting, worse maybe, Clearly he was making up his own rules as he went along. Yes, I did steal money, Evelyn finally admitted, holding a arm up to wipe her eyes. I did steal money, and I don't deserve to be forgiven, but please, I'll never do it again. Please don't kill me, you're better than that. What would your mother think of you? What would she say if she could see you now? Richard looked down at the woman and smirked. Would she be proud of her boy, or would you make her cry? Evelyn asked. Richard pulled the card out of the gentleman's hand then and said as he did so, I don't have a mother. Evelyn started back, his expression was blank of all emotion, as if he had no feelings and didn't care at all, but, please, please, please. Richard held up the card, looked at it, then immediately threw it down angrily, because the card was black. Evelyn had gotten the one free walk out of the game. Her face at that moment was almost too beautiful to describe, that her, unlucky, unpopular, unworthy, little her had gotten the black card in the entire deck of cards. Her joy was overflowing. Richard's guests clapped their hands and shouted out to her, raising their glasses. They too were pleased and genuinely happy for her. Miss Evelyn March will get a free walk, Richard announced slightly grudgingly, and everyone but the prisoners clapped again, hooting and hollering. When they had calmed down, Richard's men finally led her away, and Dominic never saw Evelyn again after that. Never knowing for sure if Richard had kept his promise and somehow let her go free, as impossible as it was, or if he had killed her anyways, hiding her body and disposing of the evidence. Then the game continued and the next victim to go was a young man dressed in a circus outfit that resembled some sort of freak show animal. One of the Black Hearts Club members read out his fate, which was written on the back of a red card, and Dominic, along with the other prisoners, tried to ignore the sounds of a chainsaw as it cut through skin and bone, spraying the floors with blood. The guy had fainted right from the beginning, sparing them all from hearing the hideous screams. He had been placed into a small box with a see-through glass window on its side and then sawed in half. The guests, going wild at this, growing more drunk and getting rowdier as the blood flowed and more bodies were stacked up in the corner. They were now fully enjoying the party as it turned darker, getting worse and worse with every termination as the night went on, and the horrific deaths seemed to get worse. Victim after victim, being pulled off the safety of their ponies, only to be sent to their deaths in both horrible and entertaining ways. Suffocated in a vacuumed box, decapitated, tied to a rolling wheel as it spun, the victim was stabbed with throwing knives until he was dead. And as Dominic had guessed, each prisoner was forced to confess their sins. By now Dominic had nearly lost it. It took everything he had not to completely lose his mind. Richard's blood-hungry guests wouldn't stop until the game was over, and when the needle finally fell on Dominic he didn't even have the strength to resist, as Richard's clowns cut his wrists free from the gold and white horse, and dragged him down. Richard looked at Dom as he sat half-crumpled on the cold marble floor, his glassy green eyes teary, from watching the others die. They were almost all gone now, except for one or two of them sitting still on the carousel, with tear-streaked red eyes, watching Dominic in sympathy. He was the youngest of them all, and he certainly deserved to live. It was a massive waste and they were sorry for him, but regardless it was his turn to finally walk the plank. Dominic saw it all, like he was in a blurry dream. The lady in the velvet red dress reading out his fate that was scratched across the red card. Walk the plank, and wander forevermore in our maze of glass. It didn't sound that scary, but what did he know? Dominic felt Richard lift him to his feet. His uncle sat himself down in his throne-like chair, and studied Dominic pensively. Is there anything you want to say? Richard asked, gazing searchingly into Dominic's eyes. Richard's expression was emotionless, just like an axe murder, incapable of compassion or sympathy. He lacked something deep down. Dominic didn't hesitate. Yeah, I got something to say. I just want you to know that you're fucking mad. All of you are. Fuck you. And if I come back as a fucking ghost, I'm gonna haunt you for the rest of your miserable fucking ass life. Most of Richard's guests laughed heartily at this, thinking his last words were pretty hilarious in their almost gone, drunken states. But Richard just smirked, his thick black eyebrows gathering just a touch. He reached out and patted Dom's face, taking care to enjoy Dominic's disgust. You do that then, if it makes you happy, he said calmly, unmoved. Oh, don't worry, I will if I ever get the chance. Dominic spat, glaring back at the motherfucker. Richard leaned back softly, slapping Dominic's cheek with an amused chuckle. No, you won't. He turned to Charles then and Dickon, motioning for them to proceed. Wait. Dominic yelled, straining against Richard's men. He wasn't finished. You said you weren't going to kill me. Whatever happened with that? Richard turned back to him. I changed my mind, he answered decidedly, his attitude almost bored, as he eyed Dominic like Dom was a chess piece just knocked over, as if Dominic was a used-up toy, now being thrown out because the spoiled child was sick of it. But, you fucking bastard. What about Emily? And what about her? Richard scoffed. Won't she wonder where I went? I'm your adopted nephew, after all, you can't just toss me away. Richard glared back at him, crossing his arms. You forget, Dominic, she never wants to see you again. Her last words to you, if I recall it correctly. What was it? I never ever want to see you again. Never ever? Dominic's face burned and Richard sipped his wine triumphantly. She doesn't care what happens to you, Dominic, Richard said after downing his drink. He spoke softly as if delivering bad news to a small child. I'm assuming you're still not willing to talk to her anyways. So what's the point? Now get on with it. No. Dominic gasped. Some of Richard's guests too made small sounds of annoyance. But wait. Dominic cried. And why am I getting punished? What's the sin I was supposed to have committed? Richard turned back around and scratched his chin. Well, he began sighing heavily, looking quite pained and sad all in a moment. You're my poor sad little nephew, he began. I'm afraid you're sick. So very ill. I didn't want to have to be the one to tell you all of this, but I'm afraid I have to. You see, all of this going on is just a piece of your own imagination. You're sick, Dominic, and the only thing I can do now to help you is by putting you out of your misery. Richard was holding up a paper cup and Dominic could see the pink pills inside it. You don't cooperate, you sneak around hurting yourself and screaming about delusions. Dominic, what do people do to their poor old pets when they are in pain or sick? Dominic couldn't speak. This was absolute bullshit he was spouting. What do we do with them? Richard yelled, making Dom jump. We put them down? Mitchell put in. Dominic turned his head to see the butler watching them. Yes, thank you, Mitchell. Now we are going to put you down, you crazy bastard. Dominic screamed as Richard's men grabbed his arms, forcing them behind his back. You're lying, you crazy nutcase. Watching Richard's guests begin to whisper and grumble among themselves, and he realized that many of them had been gambling, betting on him being the winner. They all seemed to like him in a strange way. He was young, handsome, charming and witty, and he had won their adoration without even trying. They had all fallen for the handsome, poor pathetic boy, and Richard's fucked up story about him being a schizo that hurt himself just made them like Dom more. Fighting the men that held him, screaming like he was crazy and sobbing in his ripped open white shirt, teasing them with small glimpses of pale white skin, his sea green eyes that could sparkle with aggression and at the same time look so pretty, turning them on. Even his long streaky brown hair, messy and half standing up, half falling partly into his face as he slumped between the clowns, caught their lusting attention. So this was what Richard had meant when he ordered Dominic to put on a good show. It was the high emotion factor that Richard was playing on. But it did matter. Dominic felt Charles grip his arm, laughing behind his mask, and then jerk Dom half off his feet. The crowd was loving this. Even Mitchell had stopped what he was doing to look over at Dom, something like interest written across his almost human-like face. His white-gloved hands trembled a bit with anticipation as he clutched a silver tray, covered in tall, thin-necked champagne glasses, filled with wine, the color of gold. Dickon gave Dominic another hard shove, and Dom focused on what was happening. They had opened a trapdoor set into the floor. He saw giant screens on the opposite side of the room flick on, but all he saw was blackness in a dark cavern. The clowns pulled the trapdoor open, and just like that, Mitchell was beside him. Don't worry, I'll get you out, he breathed into Dom's ear, still holding the silver tray. All you gotta do is give them a good show, that's all they want. A flicker of hope skipped through Dom at this. Maybe Mitchell was on his side after all. Hey, shut up, get going, Richard yelled as the clowns gave him a hearty shove. You have been listening to Chapter 10 of The House of Horrors, The Black Hearts Club. Thank you for listening. Likes, comments and a quick share would be greatly appreciated. Thank you. Mind Games. Chapter 11 of The House of Horrors, The Black Hearts Club. Dominic stumbled and tumbled down the dark stairs, wondering how on earth Mitchell could save him. It felt like a death drop as he hit each step with a pounding bang, finally coming to a tiny door at the end. Fuck. Dominic swore softly, reaching out in the dark. They should call this place the House of Doors, instead of the House of Horrors. It's so goddamn filled with them. It was so small that he was forced to crawl through it sideways, his shoulders brushing past each frame. The door reminded him of Alice in Wonderland, stepping into another world after shrinking herself down to the right size. Then it closed behind him and Dominic fell forward violently, catching a quick glimpse of a camera trained on him in the last second. So everyone was watching after all. The door ended at a drop-off, attached to a giant tunnel, rounded and smooth. like a piece of playground material. Just like a slide, it plunged downward, rocketing him through it as he slid. Winding, twisting and turning, it sent him flying forward faster and faster, and into pitch blackness. Dominic screamed as he felt his head begin to pound. Apparently, the pressure when he fell was almost too much for him. Dangerously high up as he crashed down farther and farther, thrown roughly this way and that, sliding on his bum with nothing to grab hold of, not a single thing. Then he couldn't scream anymore. Dominic's cry caught in his throat by the intense speed he was being thrown at. It was like being on a roller coaster sent into high looping motions, only to be thrown right or left as the slide tilted. He couldn't imagine getting back up out of this thing. It was too slippery. There was just no way Mitchell could help him, not even if he wanted to. Dominic could just imagine the slide cutting off in midair, and dropping him from who knows how high up onto the hard rock or gravel, floor, or maybe, even worse, concrete. And with his rotten luck, it would probably kill him instantly too. The idea made him feel woozy. The slide was way too slick to get back the way he had come, that was for sure. Where was he even being thrown? Dominic wondered blindly, straining to see in the impossible darkness. Parts of the slide were slightly lighter than others as he went along, allowing him to gather some sort of idea as to what he was in. The only thing that came to mind was that he was in a giant, black slide, like something terrifying from a water park, a ride that made you throw up at the end because it was so intense. The sort of things that made kids scream. On and on it went, plunging down. The black tubes made Dominic feel like he had been swallowed whole by some sort of enormous animal, and now he was inside of it, lost and being digested. Oh, that was crazy. Stop it. Keep it together. Dominic chided himself. There was no point in making this worse. And without any kind of warning, Dominic crashed into a great dish of colored balls, landing hard on his back, looking up into the tunnel that had cut short and dropped him here. Now finally he was safe, and not even hurt remotely, just breathless and a little shook, but completely fine. Dazed, Dominic searched his surroundings. It was like a McDonald's playroom, with him sitting in a playpen. Dominic groaned as he rolled over to look down at the ground. About a 5-foot drop to the floor. The slide was indeed too steep to get back up, as he examined its mouth. Just a black hole in the floor above his head, maybe 12 feet up. The room Dom had been tossed into was cast with a dim shady pinkish red hue, and a musky smell of moisture haunted the chill air. Slowly Dominic climbed through the balls and slid out of the container. Emergency generator will deactivate in 1 hour 3 minutes and 24 seconds. A pleasant automated voice informed him, crackling from an invisible set of speakers. Oh no. Dominic spun around to see if there were any other exits. So that's why everything was pinkish red. The lights were running on emergency battery power, but the room held no exits. Just black walls with creepy funhouse drawings painted on them. There was a big yellow rubber duck painted on the first wall, wearing a crown and sitting in a bathtub of bubbles. On the wall beside that there was a white gypsy unicorn, and a lady riding it wearing a purple hat and blue gown. Rainbows spilled out behind them, and they were flying on pink cotton candy clouds. Dom touched the edge of the painted marrow with his finger. It was really old and faded. The other walls had similar paintings of clowns and circus freaks, cotton candy sticks, and paintings of popcorn stands. And then there was another tunnel on the far end of the room. The entrance was the inside of an evil-looking woman's mouth, wide open, giving you the illusion that you were being swallowed alive. Lovely. Dominic stated, slowly walking forward and entering the dimly lit room. And there he stopped, fixated. Well, motherfucker. Dominic breathed, because spreading out before him was the real master mirror maze. This was no hallway of mirrors. Nope, this one was the real deal. Glass walls towered above him and led into bent distortions, crisscrossing and leading away. Richard had built a mirror maze. It had to have taken weeks of careful calculation just to come up with a simple blueprint, much less more complicated versions. So the psycho hadn't just been away on business trips. At least part of the time, the old bastard had been down here working, creating, sweating away, designing walls and tunnels, then covering them in carefully cut mirrors. Making it all simply because he enjoyed building, or what seemed more likely, making it all just to use later, throwing his victims inside. It's nearly impossible to understand the true motive of a mentally ill person. Dominic glanced back over his shoulder to be sure there wasn't any better way to get out, even though he already knew there was no way back besides going into the maze. God, Richard wasn't kidding when he told me to put on a good show. This is so much more complicated than any of the other people had to go through. Emergency generator will deactivate in 1 hour 1 minute and 3 seconds. Damn, the bloody thing was skipping minutes. I gotta hurry, Dominic thought, steeling himself for the shit show he was about to walk into. And so, gathering all the willpower he possessed, Dominic walked bravely into the pink shadows that reflected back at him, bending his image into twisted versions of himself. And and that's when he crashed into the first mirror, face first. He winced, throwing out both hands to find that he needed to turn right. Fuck. Dominic cried, hitting into another unyielding wall of reflectant glass. He could just imagine the party watching this, laughing at him, enjoying the fact that he was already lost. Dom stood still and looked around carefully. So it wasn't a fancy maze, but nonetheless it was still impossible to make any kind of sense from. He didn't see any cameras, but they were probably hidden ones. Tiny, about the size of a nail head. The light was so weak it was really hard to see clearly anyways. Dominic ran a hand along the wall and took a cautious step forward. Okay, this isn't so bad, Dom assured himself, edging forward with care. This time Dominic hit the glass wall harder than before, making a fine trickle of blood run from his nose. Bloody motherfucker. Dominic pulled up his shirt and wiped at the blood, wincing a bit. Emergency generator will deactivate in 55 minutes 22 seconds. The woman's voice crackled again. Dominic raised his head and looked around, feeling a sense of defeat crawling across him. This place was so endless. He could see now how it had been made. First, Richard had to have carved out tunnels, then added support frames. After that, it would have been reasonably simple to place the tall walls of glass and add dim lights to help confuse the victim further. How was he ever going to find his way out before the lights turned off? Dominic stressed, because once they did shut off, there was absolutely no way that he was going to get out. And what? Did a mechanical machine drive through with spinning blades, pulverizing anything in the maze? Or maybe the place would be filled with poisonous gas, just like inside of H.H. Holmes' Death Maze Hotel. Finally, Dom decided that there was nothing he could do now but continue. Dominic studied the floor. Okay, so the lines crossed the floor, ending at the bottoms of the mirrors. Maybe if he walked along them he could be able to tell the difference between the open spaces and the mirror's illusion. Dominic placed one hand on the wall and advanced forward. It worked. Dominic turned left and walked forward carefully, forcing himself to walk slowly enough to keep track of where the walls ended, even though he wanted to run. His own common sense told him that the maze couldn't be as big as it looked. To be completely rational, it came down to a few simple factors. Judging from his ride in the slide, that threw him down for at least a good drop. This meant that the entire maze had to be underground, and if this was true, that meant that to create this thing, Richard would have to have either used his basement, which of course should be crossed off of the list. Obviously there was no room for it, due to all his junk, the cages and old car easel, and all his other shit. This left him with only one more option. He would have had to carve out new tunnels for the maze to be set up in, and he had built it all by himself. Dominic could tell this because the whole thing looked slightly tacky, not quite perfect, and absolutely not professionally done. Slowly turning corner after corner, Dominic held his hands extended out in front of himself, so that he wouldn't face plant any more mirrors. But it was tedious, and he still had the overwhelming feeling that all his trouble was for nothing, as the time continued to tick away. Emergency generator will deactivate in 49 minutes and 31 seconds. Dominic stopped still and fumed. He had come to a dead end. Quickly he turned and again hit into the glass wall. Dominic wiped his nose and laughed bitterly. That was his fault. He had forgotten to hold a hand out first. Dom plodded forward. An underground mirror maze. He thought to himself. How perfectly impossible this is. The chances of finding the exit in such a short amount of time seemed hopeless. Emergency generator will deactivate in 40 minutes, 0 seconds. Dom looked around frantically and pressed his hand gently over his face. His nose was really bleeding now, and it was making him begin to feel queasy on top of the throbbing headache that he had developed, and the flickering lights weren't helping anything. Dominic looked up at the ceiling, scanning the corners for hidden cameras. God, he hoped that someone at least was enjoying this. It was probably way more fun to watch him stum around blindly in here, than to actually be in the maze themselves. Dominic wondered if Richard owned a map that he used to get around. Dom ripped off part of his long-sleeve black overcoat and wiped at the blood flow. Emergency generator will deactivate in 39 minutes and 2 seconds. Great, thanks for letting me know. Dominic mocked the automated voice angrily. It wasn't like he didn't know that he was running out of time. Placing his hand back on the mirror wall, Dom hurried on, walking and walking. He was getting tired now and lonely. Every hazy reflection of himself made Dom realize how utterly alone he really was. The feeling of being lost, laughing at him in the back of his head. Panic slowly taking hold. Emergency generator will deactivate in 30 minutes, 41 seconds. Then he heard her. Hush, little baby, don't say a word. Mama's gonna buy you a mockingbird, and if that mockingbird won't sing, Mama's gonna buy you a diamond ring. It was a little girl's voice, tiny and soft. And Dominic could see a spot far ahead of him in the maze growing dimmer. The pink-red lights flickered and sparked and then went out. but strangely all the rest of the lights stayed on. The baby girl's voice continued, and if that diamond ring turns brass, Mama's gonna buy you a looking glass, and if that looking glass gets broke, Mama's gonna buy you a billy goat. Bang bang. If that looking glass gets broke, Mama's gonna buy you a billy goat. She repeated twice. Dominic stared forward, not seeing anyone. Bloody hell. He groaned, hoping this wasn't the end of the game. Or was it? Had this been planned? Lullaby baby, don't say a word. Mummy's gonna buy you a golden bird. The girl began the song again, and the tiny voice echoed around the mirrors, and Dominic backed away slowly. And if that naughty bird wouldn't swing, Mama's gonna kill it with Big Bad Bang. And if that Big Bad Bang doesn't kill it, Mama's gonna fry it in her old black skillet. The voice grew closer, and the lights above Dominic's head began to shiver and flicker as well, casting him in airy darkness for a few seconds at a time, before they flicked back on. And all the while the little song continued. And if that skillet doesn't cook it good, Mama's gonna tie it to the... Her creepy whispers didn't make any sense at all now. She was changing the words and creeping closer. Dominic realized, melting away until his back hit into the opposite wall. Her little song sounded like a lullaby he had heard before. Suddenly Dominic saw her then, a tiny child gliding along the opposite wall from him, holding a rag doll and singing softly to herself. She was adorable in the new dress and black shoes. Her sweet baby smile lighted up at the sight of him. Now that he could see her, he was ashamed at himself for being afraid. She was harmless. Bang. She hissed, hitting one small fist against the mirror wall, grinning with a mouth full of rotting green teeth that smiled with her mouth open. Ah-h-h. Dominic jumped. And if that golden bird ain't dead, please stop. Dominic pleaded as she skipped along. Bang. She pounded a small fist into the glass and looked at him expectantly. Bang, bang, bang. Then he knew what she was trying to tell him. If he pounded the mirrors as he went along, he could trace his way out, almost like following string. She was trying to help him. Only this way he would be able to tell where he had already been. Dominic wrapped his hands in a strip of his white shirt and punched the glass, sending it to splinter across the walls in long streaking spider web cracks. It was working. Yay. The ghost girl cheered, jumping up and down. Dominic punched another wall and hurried forward, the girl following him. Who are you? Dominic asked her, looking back at the child plodding along behind him. The girl frowned and her expression changed to anger. I don't know, she puffed. I can't remember. I can't remember anything. And then she vanished. Damn. Dominic sighed, smashing into another wall with a groan. It really hurt to break the glass and spit of his shirt wrapped protectively around his hands. His knuckles were getting bruised from his attempts. Come on, keep up. The baby girl voice hollered from farther ahead of him. Her impatient tone grew almost threatening. I'm coming, Dominic assured her, wincing as his knuckles took more abuse. Come on, I wanna show you something. He heard her say. Bang, bang. She called in a sing-song voice. And he did, ignoring the throb of pain. He punched another wall. Only this time it caved into something else, with a giant crash of splintering pieces that turned into spiderweb cracks and then exploded. And he heard a horrific noise. The walls fell away and, on the other side, Dominic saw a tiny black room, and the walls were screaming and moving, shifting in mesmerizing waves. The minute Dominic saw all this, he knew that he had made a horrible mistake, because he was hit with a harsh smack of ice, cold air that escaped the room and melted into the maze, giggling in the thin air. She had tricked him. Dominic was thrown into the room with a superhuman shove. He crawled back on his hands and knees, feeling walls of steel that burned at his touch, and left his handprints behind on the walls, glowing bright orange, even though the air had been crisply chill. It was like he was inside of a massive furnace. And suddenly, the room flickered with the blurry glow of hundreds of screens. He was surrounded in them, flickering neon colors that forced him to cover his face because they were too bright to look at directly. And then, when he finally sneaked a peek, he saw Emily twirling in circles. Video clip upon video played out in flashing glimpses of bare skin, soft hair and shining pixels. He saw blood, gore and carnage amplified around him, as he covered his face and screamed for it to stop. But the noise of the TVs blocked him out until he felt small and insignificant. Go on, baby girl, tell him he was a bad boy. Richard's cruel voice barked from the dark end. Dominic faced the screens behind him, to see Emily and himself back in her bedroom. The same night he had come upon all of Richard's things. Was this still part of the game? Dom thought, but somehow, he knew it wasn't. The screens flickered again and Emily had just shoved Dom back, screaming, I never want to see you again, ever ever. And her words were repeating over and over again, ringing in his ears. My daddy's the most kind, most wonderful man you'll ever meet, Emily screamed. No, Emily, he's not who you think he is. This house is so messed up. This house is so messed up. Messed up. Messed up, messed up, messed up. The word echoed over and over, getting louder, as the screams began to raise in volume. Dominic could hear the darkness talking in the background. "You don't know Richard like I do." Dominic turned to see Emily hit him in the face, almost knocking him back against a wall. "Get out. Get out right now. We may live in the same house, but that doesn't mean you can come into my rooms and talk to me this way. No, no, Emily, you liar. I never want to see you again. Ever, ever. Get out. Get out. Get out. Get out," she yelled as Dom screamed, "Stop." And before his very eyes the little girl ran out of the dark, and as she came at him her body began to contort, bulging and bubbling, growing bigger and taller, the dress ripping and tearing as she grew, shedding skin just like one of the fucking monsters from the television series Supernatural. But nothing could have prepared him for this. "You're in my game now," a deep bass voice boomed. "Oh no, oh god." Dominic heard himself gasp. The words bounced off the walls and echoed inside Dom's head more so than the rest of it, until he only heard it in his mind. The shadow of a large man circled the room, fleeting glimpses appearing and disappearing, flickered like static, as he appeared and then vanished like a vision, and Dominic turned this way and that, trying to find the source of the shadow, cringing at the sound of the voice barking in an animalistic way. "Thank you for setting me free," its voice rumbled. Then the giant shape of a human made from blackness walked out of the tunnel of glass and into plain sight, the broken pieces going back to gather behind him, fixing itself until Dominic was sealed into the black room alone with no way out. Acutely aware of the suffocating dark, the black thing with twisting horns and an animal-shaped head laughed as Dominic turned to run. This thing was certainly not from this world. Then it leaned down and grabbed Dom's arm, and Dominic saw all the video screens switch to another memory that was playing out on the screens in HD high definition. Dominic saw the bathroom from his bedroom and himself showering. Then he heard the footsteps and slight sound vibrating off around him. He saw himself cower away, afraid of the sounds and what they meant. He saw everything and knew now that even back then Richard had been taping him too, fantasizing over his next victim. Dominic recognized himself and remembered vividly the very night this had happened, the first night alone in the house. He saw himself shudder in the shower, pulling up his hands to cover himself, and then finally, he thrust back the shower curtain, and what should have been there was the old mangy cat with the one bad eye, and gray coarse fur. But it wasn't a cat waiting outside for him this time. It was the man from the library, the guy Dominic had seen sitting in the chair next to his uncle's sleeping body. The man made up from black sticky shadows that had made Richard levitate 10 feet in the air, and had melted through the door. That same man that had terrorized Dominic's dreams. The demon in the basement that Mitchell had told him about. Dominic gasped as the black-faced demon in the video took a step forward and stabbed a knife into Dom's chest. Dominic felt the pain and tried to scream, but he couldn't. All he could do was cave in and fall helpless to the shower floor, dripping all in a mess of blood. But this hadn't actually happened. Had it? This was a new twist of psychological horror. And then all the screens changed again, and Dominic saw blackness, and then loud static, and then finally a coffin. It was himself inside, locked in Richard's studio, but this time there was new meaning as to why Richard had placed him in it. He had died in the shower, and Richard had buried him. "Please, please, if anyone's listening, let me go," he heard himself shriek. "I'm not dead," he screamed. But as Dominic looked closer, he realized that the box wasn't in the studio this time, but a new location. The coffin had been buried in a nameless cemetery, sitting in the little alleyway below the house, resting quietly under the oak tree, its gnarled branches swaying in the gentle breeze. Dominic gasped. The burial spot was fresh with one new grave, and the headstone read, "Here lies Dominic Richard Harrison." This was too much. Dominic lunged forward, and slammed his fists into the TV screens, feeling his knuckles bash into rotten wood. The wood of his own coffin. "No," he yelled. Was he dead? Dom was struggling frantically and thrashing to break free from the box. He could almost believe that he was back there again, except for the fact that he knew he was still somehow in the Black Mirror room. This had to be a trick, right? Or was it? Dominic kicked up and the box remained fastened closed tight, his kick only making a dull thud vibrating through the box that also made the glass room imitate the motion, making the walls shudder with a wooden thud-thud sound. His attempts were useless. His limbs were starting to feel like jelly. "Please help me," Dom screamed again. The video paused and he saw himself, bare chest heaving with every gasped breath he took, his body shining slick with sweat. It was shameful, but he couldn't stop. And something gripped his shoulder. "Am I dead?" he yelled out in desperation, locking his hands together, but there was nothing to hold on to. "Did I die back there that night? Am I dead right now? Tell me," he screamed, facing the great giant creature that towered above him, snaring. its black lips curling into a Grinch-like sadistic smile that starched its cheeks and made Dominic stumble back. This thing wanted his fear, his pain, and most of all his soul. "What's happening to me?" Dom yelled at the thing, his back up against the wall. "Let me go home," he begged as the hideous monster of a thing cocked its head, producing a mind-numbing crack sound. Dominic's mind was swimming through a jumble of black sludge. Was everything he had experienced so far up to this point just some kind of afterlife experience? "Am I in hell?" he asked the Black Shadow Man as the thing reached down and picked him up, its claw-like hands gripping his skin and leaving fingerprints. Dominic winced beneath it. Had he really died that night in the shower, bleeding out and helplessly alone? Was that why Richard had placed him in a coffin? Was it because he really was actually dead after all? Had Richard's nightmare mansion been his own personal hell? Dominic felt tears rolling down his face unchecked. The demon laughed and laughed as he watched Dominic melt into himself, questioning everything he believed in, questioning his reality. He saw himself from the other side of the dimension, and it went on. The videos showed himself sleeping in his cozy bed, while black figures paced around his unconscious body. The little girl and her doll, a slim white ghost girl much older in a frilly pink dress and slippers. He saw men with masks and all the people from his dreams. The bridge and the drop-off. He saw a man in the bottom of what looked like a well. He was holding a telephone, an old one that looked like the one from Dominic's bedroom, and he was calling Dominic over and over again. The bright green clock illuminated on top of Dom's bookcase said 11 o'clock. Dominic, I know you can hear me. I want you to get out of there. Listen to me, damn it. Get out of that house. Dominic, you're stronger than you think you are." And the image changed, and he suddenly remembered all the odd marks and scratches they left on him. Helpless and begging the black figures to go away. All the dreams were real then, but somehow in the morning his memories of the events had been wiped clean, perfect for them to start all over on him the next night. His lips had been sewn together, just like a puppet Dominic had been toy-eyed with again and again. No wonder they felt so unrealistically real. It was because it was. Even though Dominic had broken into the black box and accidentally let out this nameless evil, it was quite clear that the evil had still somewhat seeped out all on its own, because for a long time now it had been creeping into his dreams, sinking into the house's moldy walls and becoming a very part of the house itself. Dominic jumped as the screens turned back to the static black and white crackling of white noise and the hideous demon reappeared. "Clever boy. You think you figured it all out." His deep guttural, rumbling laugh erupted and Dom shuddered. "You think you know everything about me, don't you? Well, if you're so smart then let's play one last game." No more games," Dominic pleaded as he felt himself being thrown forward. "You don't have a choice. Let's play hide and go seek. I'm gonna count to 3 and you better hide. 1, 2. The words followed Dominic as the room blasted into glassy pieces, and he tumbled into the wet dark that opened into emptiness. No, don't put me in there," Dominic screamed, wincing as his bruised legs objected to the weight put upon them as he collapsed forward, only to discover the wooden floorboards were wet and rotting. It was some sort of room, and it smelled like stagnant pond sludge, slippery to the touch. The thin wood was soaked in water, leaving it slimy and moldy. Of course it was almost pitch black, except for a murky green rotten light that didn't help him see, even a little bit. The place was drafty and of course freezing like all the haunted places the demon had a grip over. The whole place was dreamy and hard to focus on. Slimy, damp, dark air. One of Dominic's legs went right through the unstable floor as he moved to get up, putting his weight on the soft wood, leaving his leg to dangle helplessly in the dark abyss. Dom lurched backwards as low, airy sounds began to materialize from the unknown depths of the place. Dom sat back and leaned his weight away from the hole in the floor, so that his whole body wouldn't cave in. Water trickled down onto his head, smacking his back with a plop. The smell was getting worse now, growing thick and sour. Dom pulled up, trying to free his leg, when he heard the first sounds begin. Powering motions like a crawling body, sliding across the floor quietly. One of the floorboards squeaked so loudly Dom almost stopped breathing. A rattle from far ahead made him get up quickly, trying to jerk away, but suddenly, he felt his leg touched. His bare foot had been grabbed. Dominic screamed out as hot, scaly fingers closed around his ankle, and gave a little tug. It wasn't the demon this time, though, but a new sort of thing. "Let me go. Let me out," Dom screamed, leaning away and clawing blindly in the dark for anything to hold onto, something solid that he could use to pull his leg free. And finally, like some kind of miracle, Dominic felt the base of a huge black marble statue towering 12 feet above him. Dom grabbed both of her legs in a panic, and hauled himself back, struggling as more hands grabbed his ankle trying to pull him down to them. Without knowing for sure, Dominic felt like he was hanging high up in a room suspended above a well, or a hole, some sort of drop-off. But he couldn't be sure. Faintly, Dominic wondered if there was a different reality, a doorway into the dark dimension beneath the house. Suddenly, sloshing sounds told him that there was at least 5 different deformed shapes underneath him, waiting around in ankle-deep water. Dominic felt a stiff chain wrapped around his foot, and then the tug that jerked him down. So far, he nearly let go of the statue. Hissing voices whispered louder as the wood began to give way, crumbling inward. Dom looked back over his shoulder and gasped in terror. A creepy person had crawled halfway up into the room with him. It moved on all fours with bones that creaked with every movement it made. It was blind with milky white eyes and a face of shriveled black skin stretched tightly over a bony, misshapen body. Dominic screamed as the thing turned its head in his direction, and then charged him, wobbling on all fours unbelievably fast. Suddenly, the statue Dom thought he was holding on to leaned down, and grabbed him. It wasn't a stout at all. This whole time Dom had been gripping the legs of a haggard old woman. She wrenched him up, his foot ripped from the floor with a stabbing jerk, sending shooting pain through his foot and ankle. She threw him into the opposite wall with thunderous crash, and then she was at his side, pinning him to the slimy wet wall. His head tilted back, pressed against it, so hard that it brought tears to his eyes. Holding him off his feet, her hands at his throat. He couldn't cry, couldn't scream, all he could do was kick wildly and choke for air. She pressed his back against the wall, harder, her face inches from his. Her head whipped back and forth like a distorted demon, as she screamed bloody murder, her wild eyes glaring at him, her mouth open showing off a mouthful of rotting yellow teeth. Nauseating smell of death hit his face with an overpowering slap. He kicked at her and she choked. Blood splattered Dom's face with the hot putrid liquid as it ran down his cheek and dripped down his neck as she loosened her grip, and he collapsed on the floor, trying to breathe, taking in a giant mouthful of the sickening air. Dom crawled away as she turned to pick up a wooden club, nails spiked to its ends. Dom fell flat as she swiped the club past his head, missing him by inches. Dom rolled to the side as she clubbed the spot he had just been laying in. Using both arms, Dominic pulled himself to a small hole in the wall. It was narrow and almost too small for him, but desperation drove him on. The club embedded itself in again, making the wooden room tremble for one timeless minute. "I see you." Her voice taunted him in a raspy, demonic tone. She had to be the demon shadow man still playing his game and taking the form of this woman. Dom threw himself forward, crawling down the inside of the wall, just as she drove both arms into the hole, grabbing and reaching in for him, raking her hands along the opening of the inside, feeling for him. But Dominic didn't wait for her. He got up and ran sideways down the inside of the wall. It was filled with cobwebs and encased in dust. Dom wriggled away as a spider fell off of its web caught in his hair. Dominic choked as he exhaled gasping breaths of the dust. Looking back, he froze. The creature that crawled on all fours entered his hiding place, looking up and down the shaft. Dom stared, unable to move. The four-legged creature had torn off the haggard woman's head and was now holding it out in front of it, in one hand. "Catch him, catch him, catch him," she chanted, her wild eyes fixed on Dom. "He's right here, catch him," she screamed, clacking her teeth together in anticipation, and the creature obeyed her head, charging forward straight for Dom. "No, get away from me," Dominic screamed, tripping over a piece of wood and moving backward. He picked up the stick and used it to shove the thing away. The head of the woman fell to the ground and rolled to a stop, leaning against a tin pail. The thing on all fours opened its mouth and Dominic saw 6 rows of pointed, sharp teeth. Using the stick, Dom whacked it across the face and it screamed in rage and pain. Hands suddenly drove right through the rotten wood the walls were made from, and the woman reached in blindly for her head, but Dominic beat her to it, slamming the stick down across the black wrinkled skin, crushing the creepy woman's head as if she were a watermelon. This made her nearly dance with rage. Screaming, she jumped up and down, shrieking like a mad woman, and from her head Dom saw rats pop up from the blood and gore, tearing after Dominic. And he ran until his lungs felt like they were going to burst, turning a corner. Where was he now? Dominic whimpered as he caught sight of a blue glow far ahead. Tiptoeing along, avoiding the broken bottles that lay on the floor, he stooped outside of a small room, with a hazy blue light spilling out from under the door. The screams and wails of the spirits silenced by his drumming heartbeat. With shaking hands, Dominic pushed the door open, and entered a doctor's office. Met with the sterile stench of sanitizing spray, and the all too familiar aroma of medicine. And there they were, clown-masked men sitting behind the desk. They looked up and smiled as he entered the tiny blue room, its walls tiled with clear blue glass. They didn't look very surprised to see him at all. If anything, they acted like they were waiting here for him this whole bloody time. Their masks were the very same ones Richard and his club members had worn, but these big men were not Richard at all, and their eyes behind their masks were dead and sickening, black and soulless. "Youngblood," one of them called out to him in a friendly manner, holding up a paper cup. "Take your medicine, that's a good lad. Please just leave me alone," Dominic cried, backing away, their looming bodies slowly getting up as not to scare him away, but just the sight of them scared him. Dominic backed up and Ray entered the door he had just came through, the haggard doctor in his blood-stained overcoat and faded mask, lunging for him at that same second, his assistants right behind him. Dominic fell into the hallway, and instead of seeing the gray walls of the inside of Richard's maze tunnels, where the monsters had been chasing him, Dominic saw that he was now in a hospital corridor, but filthy. Not the clean normal sort of hospital, but the horror movie kind, with flickering white lights and bloody walls, cracking floors. The sea green glass tiles that lined the walls were caked in grime, and the linoleum floor was pulled up in many places, exposing black thick mold and decay underneath. Just the kind of place the demon thrived in. But that wasn't all. Pools of blood sat in stagnant puddles about every 3 or 4 feet. Hospital cells lined the hallway with thick doors set into them, locked and bolted. It wasn't a hospital, but an insane asylum. There was dirty bandages, discarded stretchers, and upside-down wheelchairs, blocking his pathway forward. It almost looked like a stockade, like they had tried to keep something or someone out, and failed. Dominic quivered. "Ready or not, here I come," he heard from a blocked-off door that had been boarded up. Suddenly it began trembling as if something on the other side was making its way through it. Dominic choked on the stale air as he caught sight of a drowned rat floating in a bucket of blackish-brown water. The demon was here, and coming for him as it had promised. Dominic rubbed his forehead and rolled off of a white bed that sat next to one of the slightly cleaner walls, realizing that he couldn't remember laying down. "Hey." Dominic looked down to discover that someone had replaced all his clothes with a hospital gown, pulled over his rather large red hoodie. He had been put out, and on a stretcher, undressed and cloaked in new hospital clothes, all without his knowledge of it. Then he saw it. A cast. A giant fucking cast was secured to one of his legs. What the hell? Dominic stumbled forward, falling off the filthy bed and squatted on the disgusting wet floor. Right then and there, Dominic freaked while pulling on the unyielding leg brace. And finally getting up, relieved to find that he could still sorta walk if he dragged his bad leg and moved at a snail's pace. That motherfucking thing had obviously wanted him to be slowed down, making him easy prey. Dominic pushed on a rusty steel door with both hands to realize that they were wrapped in bandages as well. The door didn't move besides creaking loudly and remaining still with him locked on the outside. But anything was better though, than being locked on the inside. Dominic tried the next cell, gazing through old bars covered in cobwebs. An old dude sat on a white plastic chair on the inside with his back to Dominic. Dom paused for a moment. This man was not the demon, but he was somewhat familiar to Dom, even down to his teddy bear. He was cloaked in dingy hospital clothes, just like Dom wore, clutching the small pink bear close to his chest, and rocking softly as if he were soothing a baby to sleep. He did this often, talking to it like it was his baby girl. How come he looked strangely familiar? "Hello," Dominic ventured. "Quiet." The man hushed him softly, not turning. "You'll wake the baby." "And we don't wanna wake the baby." "No, of course not," Dominic agreed. The man relaxed and continued to rock back and forth. "Hey, do you know where?" Dominic's words cut short, as the man turned his head to look at Dom for the first time, his eyes growing wide as if he were seeing a ghost. His face read recognition and horror at seeing Dom. No, I didn't see him." He began to shriek, cradling the bear closer and shivering, turning back so that he did have to look. "Go away before they see you with me, and hurt me again." Dominic frowned. "Who?" he questioned. "Who's gonna hurt you? Had the demon been here before? Had he messed with this poor man as well?" "Not me," the old man replied, still shaking. "The baby." Dominic reached through the bars of the man's cell to say something comforting to him, but instead, he saw a flashback of the man and his bear, thrown into a vision. "He escaped last night." "What did you see?" Dominic jumped away. The man was strapped down to a table, and his little bear beside him, tied to a small chair, just out of his reach. Electric shock treatment cords clipped to the dingy pink fur. "I know you saw him sneak past you." "I know he did," the white lab-coated man yelled, but the man strapped to the table did respond, his eyes locked on the bear with a torn expression of panicked fear and hurt. "Where did he go?" the doctor yelled, turning the dial, so that the water-soaked bear became alive, with a crackling sizzle of electricity. "No, stop it." The doctor turned and Dominic saw his face. Donald Graves, from the boys' home correctional facility. Why was he here? of all places. Torturing an old crazy man in a dirty hospital? I want him back. Grave spate between gritted teeth. And I want him back now, he yelled, adding electricity, and once again the man's bear buzzed and sparked, but he was too mentally gone to make any kind of sense at all, as he blubbered out nonsense, and the pretend doctor screamed out more enraged things to add to the commotion. Dominic turned away, unable to watch any more of it. After all, this whole place was probably just an elaborate distraction, so that the demon could sneak up on him. Dominic passed a few more empty cells, and one occupied one, in which he caught quick glimpses of a young man dressed in a black suit and tie, with a gold pin attached to his suit. He stood painfully still, facing Dominic with mad eyes, and a robotic-like stare that turned into a smile when he saw Dominic pass by his room. The sad-looking robotic man reminded Dom of Mitchell in some small comical way. Maybe it was the way he looked at Dom, reading and calculating him. And then last of all, Dominic saw her. A tiny girl in a bloody cell wearing a straitjacket, and dressed in shredded hospital clothes, making her almost naked. She was way too thin, with long golden hair and a frail body that never stopped moving, not once. She spun in circle after circle, her toes bloody and bruised from hours of standing on end without rest. Even though she was strapped into a straitjacket, it did little in the way of helping her stay still. Even with her arms held down, she could still move her legs, and no one was there to stop her. It was almost too sad to watch. Finally she noticed him, and skipped over. Her large and sunken eyes were dark red, and bloodshot. She never really kept his eye contact for long, and instead, she always seemed to find something invisible to him on the floor more interesting than looking at him. But the whole time talking in a choked voice laced with passion, as if she were trying not to cry. Dom. She spoke urgently. Dom. Take me with you. I want to dance freely again. Mother says I must stay here. She explained, her voice dropping to a low whisper. But Dominic, I don't want to stay here. Won't you take me this time? Her eyes flitted up to his, and he kept her gaze longer this time, but it was difficult. Her face distorted into checked emotion that he couldn't read. This was madness. Dom backed away. Yeah, sure, I can take you with me. Just get your stuff ready. And he paused, listening. He heard footsteps coming. The girl hung nearer to him, for once not shaking and moving, her small body pressed against the door between them, her red eyes staring at him without blinking, her long ratty blonde hair falling across her face in thick snarled waves. He did want to take her with him, but at the same time, he did. She was almost cute if she had been in this place, covered in her own blood and dancing around like a crazy person all day and night. But she was. Dominic. She whined in a baby voice impatiently. Yeah, someone was coming. Dominic, look at me. The little blonde yelled, and Dominic faced her again. Okay, listen to me. I gotta lead this thing away, he whispered, so that no one could hear but her. Get your stuff ready and wait for me by your window. I'll come get you once it's safe, he promised. Of course this was a lie. Her window was covered in bars and could never have been used for escape. But she seemed satisfied with this idea. He felt bad about lying to her, but at the same time, he knew that it was the only way to shut her up. If he did keep her quiet, Dominic could just see her throwing a fit, screaming and yelling until everyone in the hospital heard them, the demon included. The little girl nodded obediently, as Dominic held a finger up to her lips. Be quiet. He spoke softly, and she relaxed back into slow mellow, spinning again, swirling into more mad, looping dance moves made up from her own imagination, and he slipped away, running down the hallway, passing the crazy old man's cell as he went along. Strange, hadn't he already walked past the old man's cell, so shouldn't it be back behind him then? But this time, the old man stood by the locked door watching him, the old stuffed bear in his arms. The demon was getting closer, throwing things out of its way as it charged up the lower level of stairs, to enter the floor Dominic was on. Shit. Dom looked into a door with a glass viewing window set into its center, covered black in grime. Maybe he could hide in here until whatever that thing was stalking him had passed by. Dominic unwrapped the bandages on his hands and studied them closely. His hands were fine. No cuts or even scrapes. Dominic turned back to the dirty glass and polished it with the long white strips of cloth, rubbing it until he could see inside. It was a tiny miserable office converted into a morgue. Gross, Dominic thought. It held green paper curtains hanging sorely in ripped shreds, and splattered in blood. There was a row of blue lockers, and a brown wooden desk, and gray plastic chairs tipped upside down, like the stretchers in the hallway. And then Dominic saw the bodies. Decayed corpses wrapped in clear plastic. And Dominic recognized all of them, everyone. They were the dead prisoners from the carousel game. He even saw himself wrapped up and tossed into a pile. Well, a dead version of himself. This dilution was even worse than the last one. It had taken an even nastier turn. causing him to question which version of himself was the real one. The broken body laying in the blood-soaked pile with all the rest of them, or himself. Wandering the empty corridors of this god-forsaken hospital, alone with lunatics and a stalking nameless evil, Dominic moved forward. Would this nightmare ever end? He breathed startled as a distant sound reached his ears. A deafening bang, like a door further down the corridor had been ripped open, and off its hinges. That dark thing, whatever it really was still playing his hide-and-go-seek game, searching the rooms further back. Dominic examined his hands again, confused as to why someone would wrap them up for nothing. The bang sounded again, only closer this time, and Dominic took off, feeling a strong urge to hide once again. Maybe if the creature stalking him actually caught him this time, he really would die, but for real this time. Dominic scanned the long pale green hallway ahead, and then looked back over his shoulder. It was darker and a wheelchair was rolling out of it on its own, and it was wheeling itself straight for him not 10 feet back. Dominic jumped away, dodging it by inches, surprised at himself. His leg didn't feel hurt at all. In fact, the only thing slowing him down was the cast. Dominic reeled away as the chair crashed into a wall and came to a creepy dead stop. The darkness behind Dom grew closer, and he moved forward, pulling on a large door with all his strength. Fucking thing. It refused to budge, and Dominic tried the next one. It opened about 2 inches, and then stopped short, as well, as if an invisible body stood on the outside and blocked it from moving any further. He didn't have time for this. Dominic pounded the door with his fists and rushed on. Floor. Dominic heard whispering and tiny footsteps as a barefooted boy led by a man in a hospital uniform came slowly out of the dark behind him, and walked past. The boy's clothes looked just like the shitty stuff he was forced to wear back in Hell's Quarry, only this boy was wearing them this time. The boy looked back at Dom, and Dominic felt himself shudder from head to foot. The kid had seen him, his watery green eyes pleading silently for help. He cowered as the doctor spoke harshly into his ear, gripping his hair and using it to drag the boy with him, just like Graves used to do with Dominic. Dom watched them enter the last room on the level, closing the door with a thundering bang. Dominic crept out of his hiding place, a small dark corner he had wedged himself in, and cautiously advanced. The door they had walked through had swung back open a crack, and Dominic saw that it was a classroom. Painted a dull plain yellow, there were about 40 desks, and just as many kids seated at them, boredly leaning over tattered books. Dominic leaned in closer and then gasped out loud. Standing in the front of the room was the teenager from the hallway, standing in the scanty clothing frozen, beside a chalkboard, writing sentence after sentence in trembling hands. He was crying, holding a small stub of chalk, and trying to write in spite of the thing towering over him. A monster made out of odds and ends, human body parts. It was grotesque, leaning on multiple arms fused together like a spider's legs, dripping slime from its body, and breathing so loudly it pulsated. Its heads were covered in bumps and bulges with multiple body parts, ears and teeth that didn't look human at all. The thing looked both male and female, but behaved like an animal, with body parts that suggested it could be either way. Long black hair hung down almost to the floor on the largest head, its face watching the boy closely as the rest of its heads turned to make sure the rest of the class watched them. Dominic saw the boy cowering before the monster scribble out another sentence. "I will not run away," it spelled out in hardly legible writing. "I will not run away. I will not run away. I will not run away. I will not run away." Over and over the boy had written it, but his chalk was almost used up, and he could hardly scribble anymore. The monster waited for him patiently, however, poised to attack the second he stopped. So the kid scribbled on, and the agonizing minutes dragged by as the kid struggled to continue, and the monster waited for him to fail. Dominic felt really helpless. How could he help this kid? Surely he had to, but how? Suddenly the kid stopped writing, and Dominic saw that he had run out of chalk. Without thinking, Dominic burst open the door and crashed into the classroom, ready to save the boy. But as soon as he entered, the whole thing changed. Back into the hospital hallway. Every kid, desk, chalk, board, books, and papers vanished, and Dominic stood alone by himself in front of the hideous monster. He had been tricked. "Gotch, yeah," it garbled in a choked, demonic voice that rattled the boarded-up window frames, and shook the walls with a jarring shudder. Dominic didn't even have a chance to react. The arms and legs, head, slime and all fell on top of him with a smush of sickening goo. Dom fell to the floor with the slimy wet thing on top of him, clawing at his face, raking claws across his back, making him cry out at the fresh stain of blood. "Fuck. Get off. Ah," he yelled as hands closed around his kicking feet, and the black hair fell into his face as the largest head lowered to his level, its teeth bared to snap at him. I'm sorry, I'm so sorry," Dominic sputtered out as the thing grabbed his arm, taking a tentative bite. Dom screamed as he felt her teeth sink in and then bite down. Then it pulled back and Dominic saw blood, wide red streams of it pooled in seconds dripping off his wrist and smacking the filthy floor. If he hadn't already been on the ground, Dom knew he would have fainted right there. Then he remembered the knife in his pocket. The one from Richard's study was magically back. Still dull, but better than nothing. Dominic rolled over, bringing his knees up, and plunged it into the thing's gut as hard as he could. It screamed so loud he covered his ears. Then it exploded. Like a water bomb, it covered the floor and everything around it in hot red slime. Dominic choked hard, covering his mouth to hold it, and only making it worse. His arm covered in the warm liquid. Then out of the bony carcass that was left, Dominic watched creatures arise. There was at least 7 of them. They looked like they had once been people, but now they were horrifying walking, baby goo monsters, with crank-up screws sticking out of their backs like they were wind-up toys. They were rail-thin with ribs sticking out sharply from their unnaturally tall bodies, bathed in their mother's goo. Their eyes glowed in almost empty-looking sunken-in eye sockets. Their heads were hairless and bald with scabs that stretched across the deadly white and red skin. They were corpses, with gaping mouths, rotting black teeth, chomped as they all started up a horrific screeching. Dom realized that they did have tongues, so the noise from their throats was hoarse and ragged, animal-like, with a slight robotic ting to it. There was blood splattered across their bodies as if they had bathed in the stuff. With a scream of fear, Dominic ran through them, their claws slashing at his face and arms as he fought them off. Some of them climbed on the walls and reached down for him as he ducked down the endless hallway, screaming for help that did come. Blood splattered Dominic's face as one of the things coughed blood up, leaving red stains on the hospital floor. Another beast, the biggest of all of them, grabbed Dom's hair and wrapped his arms around Dominic's waist. He began squeezing like a vice. Dom sobbed out, choking to breath. The Rayites had all formed a circle around him, now advancing slowly, mumbling to him as if they were trying to talk. Now closer up, Dom could see stitches as if they had been sewn together with coarse black thread. They were not human after all, but something else entirely. Fire words drowned in the sound of garbled blood. Dominic slid to the cold floor and held out both arms to shield himself. A hysterical mumble of sobs escaped his dry throat. Hairs formed in his soft eyes as the scariest Rith picked up a piece of sharp bottle glass and advanced towards Dominic, dropping on all 4 hands and feet. "Please no," Dom sobbed as it stabbed the glass into the wall right next to him. He flinched away just in time, moving to the side just enough to barely miss the fatal stab. "Get away," Dom screamed, wincing as the thing slashed at him again, this time catching him across the arm. Blood instantly began to drip off the cut and made him cry out in pain. The wraith with the empty eye sockets suddenly fell to all 4s and sniffed the air, stepping forward as its nose led it to the smell of his blood. It stuck out a black-red tongue, the only one of them that seemed to have one, and leaned down to lick at the blood that was running off the trembling boy's arm. "Get away," Dom screamed, kicking at them as they snapped at his feet. The wraith had his blood streaked across its mouth, and it leaned down to get another taste when the other 6 wraiths fell on the one. Maybe they were jealous that it could feed, and they could because they began to rip it to pieces. Dom closed his eyes and began a never-ending murmur of sobs as he tried to block out the sounds of skin being ripped away from bone and flesh, and the screams of the wraith as it fought back to protect itself. Dom huddled back against the wall, his legs pulled up to his chest. He rocked back and forth, sobbing, when suddenly, there was a howl like a giant wolf, and the big surgery room's doors crashed open, and a giant black dog leapt into the hallway, landing in front of Dom, and between him and the Rayites. Saturn attacked them without hesitation, snapping shining razor-sharp teeth and ripping into them like they were made of dog treats. Dominic crawled away, and tripped and ran, the hospital slowly materializing as he went along, the hallways morphing into the haunted house once again. Far ahead, Dominic saw his bedroom, and the door was wide open. Quickly Dom crashed into the room, falling to the floor, his legs giving out from under him, the black dog sliding into the room right behind him. Seconds later, Dom kicked the door shut with one foot, just in time to hear a pounding start up, and the thin giggling of a little girl from just outside. He saw the shadow of her feet from outside, under the door. Dom wiped the blood from his cut arms, and looked up warily at the black dog, sitting across from him leaning against the bed. Saturn's enormous body heaved with panting gasps. His fur blood-soaked, its tongue hung out, panting. "You saved me," Dom said half aloud, unable to break his gaze from the hideous dog that had just defended him from the bloodthirsty wraiths. "You saved me, boy," Dominic repeated. "Let me in, let me in, let me in, let me in." The screams got louder, as did the pounding. Only the knocking wasn't coming from the bottom of the door, it was coming from up high at the top, above Dom's head, way out of his reach. What was it out there? The demon trying to get in? Dom felt prickles of fear and pain wash across his body as the dog crouched on the floor, its bloodshot eyes fixed on the door. its teeth beginning to show as a low growl started up in its great chest, making Dom flinch, and he turned to stare at the door that shivered with the heavy pounding that made the whole frame shudder. Dom suddenly realized that the dog was shaking too, crouching lower and trembling all over with fear. This made Dominic feel worse, because if the dog that could clearly protect itself was really afraid of whatever was outside, Dominic was afraid too. Suddenly hands appeared at the 3 windows, covering the whole thing, pounding and patting all over trying to find a way in. The black hands left handprints and Dom screamed out in shock and fear, ripping the curtains across to at least hide them, so he wouldn't have to look. The door continued to bang and the black hound had clawed between the bed and the dresser to hide, its throat producing deep guttural whining sounds that forced Dom to back up against a wall, starting forward, whipping his head around expecting things to pop out at him when his head was turned. This went on for hour after hour, until finally Dom couldn't help but scream at it. "Stop it," he shouted, and it did. Like magic, the girl's laughing demonic giggles subsided, the banging stopped, and then he was in the black room, surrounded in Richard's TVs, and the black shadow man was there, pulling out a piece of sharp-looking glass, to stalk Dominic with a new glint of death in its eyes. "I found you," it shouted out in a voice that caused the mirrors to crack into long splintering pieces. You have been listening to Chapter 11 of the House of Horrors, The Black Hearts Club. To continue listening, you can find Chapter 12 on my channel. Thank you. Chapter 12. The final chapter of the House of Horrors, The Black Hearts Club. Enjoy. The end. Mitchell stepped through the treacherous hole in the side of the glass maze, and came to stand beside Dominic. The young butler looked tired and worn thin. His almost always clean, black suit was torn in several places, and smeared in cobwebs. His face cracked slightly, as if something had been bashing his face in. Mitchell studied the boy sitting on the floor for a long moment, taking in what had happened, and not liking what he saw. Concerned, he reached down to shake the boy's shoulder, but Satin's aggressive growl stopped him mid-motion. The large black dog crouched beside Dominic and bared his teeth, still faithfully guarding him, while Dominic sat, kneeling in front of a row of TV screens, staring at them with wide eyes. The dizzy crackle of static was the only noticeable sound in the room, leaving the place with very little light to see in. "Dom, are you alright? What happened down here?" Mitchell let out, taking a careful step forward, ignoring the dog's warning for him to stay back, and mindful of the crunching glass beneath his shoes. "It's a part of the house now," Dominic said softly without looking up. His body huddled forward, swaying as he gripped his knees to his chest and rocked back and forth. Mitchell hesitated. He didn't know what had happened down here, but he guessed that it wasn't anything good. "Somehow you kept it from breaking completely free, but now it's in the house." When Mitchell looked confused, Dominic clarified. "It's in the walls, seeped into the ceilings, it's in the floor. I can feel it because it's alive," Dominic stated as if in a trance. Mitchell sighed heavily. He really hoped it wouldn't have to come to this, but he always knew that it probably would. Something stronger than himself and Richard had been playing with Dom, because Mitchell had spent what felt like hours searching the maze for him, being thrown into hoops and mind games of his own, slowed down just enough as to not get a chance to catch up to Dom. "What happened?" Mitchell asked again, nudging Dominic with the toe of his shoe. "The cameras cut out and we couldn't find you." He paused, then and went on. "What did you see?" But Dominic remained blank and quiet. "What did you do? What happened?" Mitchell suddenly gasped, fear seizing him as he realized the truth. "You broke the mirrors, did you?" Gazing at the hole he had climbed through to reach Dom, almost seeing it for the first time. "This is the black room," he exclaimed in shock and dismay. Dominic turned his head, and Mitchell saw that his face was wet with tears, and blood-streaked. Long scratches ran down the side of his neck, and continued into his shirt, making Mitchell gasp. Most of his clothes, too, were shredded. Mitchell bent down, quickly producing a clean handkerchief to dab at the blood. Dominic melted against him, wanting comfort with a soft sob. "Anything just to feel okay. I didn't mean to. She was trying to help me," Dominic began in a low voice, gripping at Mitchell's arm, and shaking with low choked sobs, his legs trembling. "I was going to help you," Mitchell yelled, throwing down the cloth and getting up, kicking at one of the glass walls in frustration, turning back to pacing the room. "Yes, but you didn't help me," Dominic screamed back at him. He hated this worthless piece of metal parts, this robot man that thought he could protect Dominic, and acted like he had feelings too. It was all so stupid and pointless. "You left me alone," Dominic cried. "You let me fall into that death trap. You didn't even try to stop them." Mitchell closed his eyes, and his face contorted into stress lines across his forehead. He took a long minute, trying hard to calm the anger building. This wasn't supposed to happen. Mitchell cursed to himself. It wasn't part of the plan. He kicked at one of the unyielding glass mirrors and watched it splinter. This wasn't part of the game. He growled under his breath. But she was only a little girl, Dominic cried, getting up slowly to face Mitchell, as the butler examined the damaged mirrors, gazing up at the ceilings, and then back at the gaping hole. Well, she might have taken the form of a little girl, but she was a demon. The very one I warned you about. Remember I said no one goes down there? Well, right now. We are there. Mitchell spat harshly, wringing his hands, and concentrating on the room's details. What are we gonna do now? He asked himself under his breath, feeling the black glass that rippled under his touch as if it really was alive, as Dominic said. He started back and drew his hand away, wet with oily black sludge. Can't you just seal it up again? Dominic inquired. Mitchell laughed bitterly. The sound of it made Dominic's hopes fade. Who do you think I am, God? He answered, a strange kind of darkness creeping into his tone. His eyes gleamed with something Dominic couldn't understand. No, I can't fix it this time, the butler admitted. Well, you never told me it was actually real, Dominic retorted, turning back to stare at the screens. Maybe you could have told me that minor detail. I didn't want to scare you, Mitchell yelled, shoving Dominic, his anger flaring up. But he immediately seemed to regret it because he paled somewhat, ashamed. You should have warned me, because now she's loose, Dom cried, and it's been fucking with me all night. Mitchell spun around hotly. You think I don't know that? I know what it does. Dominic slumped back then, and Mitchell took a long shaky breath, his face taking on a concerned quality, trying to devise a way to help them. Look, I'm sorry, he said sincerely, examining Dom closer, then holding his palm up to Dominic's forehead. He was burning up, cold but hot as well. Am I dead? Dominic asked him suddenly, as if a new frightening thought had just struck him. Mitchell looked confused. What? Did Uncle Richard kill me that night you brought me home? Mitchell shook his head. No. Why do you ask? Dom didn't answer, but there was a faraway look in his eyes that made the butler wonder. What did that thing do to you? Mitchell demanded, and Dominic's gaze flew back up to face him. How did you know it was a thing? He asked. Well, because I've seen it do this before, the butler replied solemnly. Although Dominic had been here the whole time, it was clear that someone had taken his mind far away. No, you never died. It's that demon, the monster. It thrives and feeds off of people's fear. Dominic looked down at his hands. He's just messing with you, Mitchell said. No fucking shit. Dominic spat. I'm sorry, I couldn't protect you, the butler admitted. I tried, I really did. Mitchell frowned and then sat down next to Dom, looking as if he wanted to hug the boy, but holding himself back. What about Richard? Dominic asked, eyes fixing on something far away. He wondered what would happen now. Mitchell just shook his head. His guests wants a winner. He can't even air the video until they bring someone out of this alive. I'll do it, Dominic said, and Mitchell stared at him shocked. Really? Dom nodded. All right then. Mitchell examined his watch. Dominic, I'm serious. I'll never let him get to you again. I promise. The young butler edged nearing to Dominic's side. I'll never let it hurt you again, he soothed, and Dominic nodded, but Mitchell could tell that he was pretty spacey and not really paying attention anymore. Can you walk? Mitchell asked, getting up. I think so, Dominic answered, and Mitchell held out his hand and helped Dom to his feet. What about talking to Emily? You know your uncle won't give up until he gets what he wants, even if it means killing you. Dominic just considered. There's a bad man that's been making your uncle offers a lot lately, but he's getting more determined. What are you talking about? Dom asked, looking up. It's Emily, Dominic. Ever since she saw you, she's been causing problems for him. She'll sit and stare at the walls like she knows that we are taping her. She refuses to take showers or change into her pretty dresses. Dominic, she doesn't do anything but talk about you. I think she believes what you said. Dominic froze. No. This was bad. Richard isn't making money off her anymore. If this goes on for much longer. Mitchell trailed off and Dominic finished his sentence. Richard will sell her to the highest bidder, and replace her with someone else. Mitchell hung his head. Or worse, he said under his breath. Dominic shifted uneasily. You have to change her mind, Mitchell breathed. I'll do it. I'll talk to her. Dominic burst out. Just don't let him do that, Dominic said quickly. I'll do anything to keep her safe. Mitchell sighed with relief and patted Dominic's shoulder. I know you will. I'm proud of you, young sir. You're saving her life. And I know Richard will be pleased. Don't be afraid of him anymore. Now that you see it our way, he will be kind to you. This didn't make Dominic feel much better, but he didn't have a choice. Together they stepped through the shattered glass walls and wound through the endless glass maze, the black dog following them. Weirdly enough, Mitchell seemed to know every inch of it somehow, so Dominic just blankly followed his lead. Emily was as lovely as ever. She wore a loose white t-shirt now and faded jeans instead of the frilly dresses. Her waist-length, golden hair, loose and messy from sleep, and she looked tired and sad, but she seemed pleased to see him. Emily leaned in close and poured hot tea into a gold-tinted cup, using her finger on the inside, so that she knew when to stop pouring, and keep from spilling it. Dominic laid the roses on the floor next to Emily's chair and watched her, sitting still. "I'm sorry I yelled at you." Emily's voice was sweet and soft as she handed Dom the teacup. His welted hands shook as he reached to take it from her. His bruised knuckles objected to the strain put upon them, but he ignored it. The warm liquid was scalding hot and almost burned his tongue, but he didn't care. It was delicious, and the only good thing anyone had given him in days. "You're not mad, are you?" the girl asked, leaning closer to Dom. He moved back instinctively, knowing that Richard was watching their reunion on his cameras. It had been like living in a horror movie the last 2 days, with Richard pronouncing him the game's winner, and then spending hours, drinking and eating, partying with his guests until they were sick. Forced Dominic to pretend that he was voluntarily doing this, when really he could keep himself from constantly going into panic attacks, fighting hard to stay calm and normal. He was done with it, with everything. With Mitchell and Richard's sudden mood swings, kissing and cuddling him at one moment, and then beating and slapping him the next. Richard being possessed by the house, unpredictably, and the other men, constantly assaulting him. It was enough to wear anyone down. Constantly being brainwashed into believing that there was no escape, and the only way to stay alive was to submit to them. He had finally accepted his fate. This was the only way to keep Emily safe. "No, I'm not mad," Dominic replied, looking back at her, his cracked lips dry, making it hurt to speak, but he continued. "And Emily?" He paused, hating to lie to her, but knowing what would happen if he didn't. "I'm sorry I told you all those things. It was stupid of me." He hesitated and then went on. "Everything I told you was a lie, and I'm sorry." Emily hugged him then. "It's all right," she said, throwing her arms around his shoulders and squeezing until he winced. The nightmare interrogation sessions that had finally brought him here, to this point of failure, had left him weak and bruised from head to foot. Not only his body had suffered from it, but mentally, too, he was a little fucked up. As badly as he needed the hug, it hurt like hell, taking everything he had, not to cry out at the mere touch. If she had been able to really see him, this reunion wouldn't even be happening. No amount of makeup or clean clothes could hide what they had done to him. His face was pale, and cut, bruised. His wrists still showed the marks from handcuffs snapped onto tightly. It hadn't mattered that Mitchell had spent hours cleaning him up for this, helping him into a bath filled with bubbles, and proceeding to kneel by his side to help scrub away the dirt and filth left on him from the Mirror Maze horror show. It didn't matter that the butler had spent forever bandaging him up, wiping away the blood and covering him in band-aids, and dressing him neatly in clean clothes, spending the time to even brush Dominic's hair as gently as possible. And now, even though he was physically alright, somehow Emily could still sense that something was wrong with him. Maybe she thought that he was still lying to her after all, but he didn't know. "Why don't you say anything?" she asked, reaching to touch his arm. "What's wrong?" Dominic cowered. If this didn't go well, Richard would probably beat him again, or worse, make Mitchell fuck him for the cameras. And then maybe even hurt Emily too. The only reason she was still here, happy and safe, was because she still hadn't figured it out yet. But if she did, Dominic didn't know what would happen to her. She wouldn't play along, he knew that for sure. She was too stubborn and strong-willed for it. She would most likely freak out, and then Richard would be forced to take action. Dominic knew that it wouldn't be very hard for Richard to make Emily disappear. "I'm fine," he lied, picking up the flowers Richard had told him to give to Emily. "Here, I brought you flowers," he said, holding them out for her to take. She touched each pretty blossom carefully, and smiled. "Thank you. I bet they're beautiful. Describe them for me, won't you?" Dominic nodded in response. "Well, they are roses, pink ones, a really light shade of pink." Emily giggled, kissed the buds lightly, and grabbed him for another hug. "Thank you, I love them." "So what have you been doing the last few days?" Emily asked suddenly, setting the flowers down, and edging closer. "I was worried. Richard wouldn't let me see you. He didn't even want to talk about it." Her question was pretty much impossible to answer, and he knew he could never tell her the truth. "Well, Dominic mumbled, looking up at that instant, to see Richard had quietly came into the room, and now leaned against the door frame watching them, daring Dominic to cross him with a meaningful look. Dom turned away, his back facing Richard. "I was sick," he lied. "Sick?" Emily repeated doubtfully. Dominic's palms began to sweat as he prayed she would believe him. They had went over this 100 times. "I'm sick. I didn't feel like having company. No, Richard isn't taping you, blah blah blah." "Yeah, But I'm better now and I wrote a song, he told her, focusing his attention on the girl and off his uncle. Really? Emily exclaimed, surprised. Sing it for me, please, won't you? I would love to hear it ever so much, she begged, and Dominic hesitated. Please, I love music, Emily persisted, and slowly Dominic humored her, singing softly. It was just a simple song he had written a long time ago, when life seemed sad and lonely, and no one had been there for him. I'm trying to get to sleep with the lights on. 'Cause I'm confused and I'm frightened. I'm trying to get to sleep with the lights on. I don't understand this on my own. I'm just a messed up kid, with sewn up lips. I can't take this shit, I need to exist. Emily was quite in out silence, almost blown away by the mere passion and depth of the song, almost wordless. Why, it's beautiful, and so sad. Dom, why are you frightened? She asked, reaching for his hand. Oops. He hadn't meant for this to happen. But just then all of a sudden Richard was in between them, pulling Dominic away. Alright kids, that's enough for today. Dominic here has work to do, he was saying, dragging Dom from the room. Emily, you have dance class, come on now, don't waste all day. He spoke evenly, but his grip on Dom's shoulder told a different story. Emily said after them, Dominic, please don't feel lost anymore. I'll be your friend. His heart skipped as she said his name. It sounded pretty when she said it, in a way no one else had before. I can't see, she called after them, but I can hear, and your song is beautiful, I loved it. If you really care about her, you'll keep that fucking mouth of yours shut, Richard hissed, when they were alone, turning Dominic toward him, pushing Dom against a wall and pointing a finger into Dom's face. No more songs. I don't need her falling in love with you. Well, what did you want me to say? Dominic retorted. Do you want me to tell her about the lovely days we've been spending together? He stared Richard down. Do you want me to tell her about how many times you had to beat me before I would finally break and go like your little messenger boy, spouting lies to her, so that she can go on believing in you and taking all your bullshit and getting sold on the internet? Richard glowered in rage. You have a lot of nerve talking to me this way. As he spoke, he drew a revolver from his pocket and pointed it at Dominic's head. I could shoot you dead right now. She's my little celebrity, but don't you think for a second that I won't cut her in half if things go south. There's a lot of beautiful girls in the world, and don't forget it. She's no leverage for you to play with. I'll sell her for quick cash the minute you breath a word to her about all of this. Do you hear me? Yes, Dominic responded. Now, if you like singing so much, let's see you sing. Then it was a brainwashed nightmare after that. A constant dizzy dream of sickness. Emily's arms around him as they danced together on a blood-covered stage. His bare feet soaked in it as Richard sat in the front row and watched them, captivated in his horror scene obsession, forcing Dominic to walk barefoot in the blood. Emily couldn't see it and didn't know what they were walking on, but Dom could. She was an incentive Richard used to keep him going, pushing Dominic farther than he thought was even humanly possible, made to participate in Richard's evilest passions, alongside his uncle assisting as Richard produced more, and still more dark videos. Sinister sex tapes that ended in murders. Even forcing Dominic to act in some of them, walking out onto the stage to face a mass of cameras, a microphone thrust into his hand. Sing, you worthless shit. Richard mocked him, using his long whip to smack Dom with, as he hesitated, caught in the light of the stage. Knowing that they didn't really care about what he could do, they just enjoyed his humiliation. You said you write songs. Well, let's hear them. Dominic lurched back as Richard's friends began to throw stuff at him, pelting his face and arms with shoes and anything they could find nearby to hit him with, yelling for Dom to put on a show. Come, show us what you're worth, dance for us. Or maybe Emily could do better. No, I'll do it, leave her alone. A weak cry caught in Dominic's throat as he did what they asked, ignoring their laughter and the shame of it. Uncomfortable in the skin-tight leather jeans that Richard had forced on him, so aware of how much of himself was on display. Ah, that's a good boy. Don't cry. Dominic clutched the microphone between his hands, and did his best to entertain them. Hating his uncle, and the men grouped around the piano, drawing on cigarettes and drinking themselves into insanity, taping him while he died a little more inside. Mitchell, too, acted in some of the videos, but always wearing his mask. They really seemed to want to keep his true identity a secret, often giving him the parts of a dominant, and Youngblood as they called him was the sub. But somehow Richard's viewers always liked Dominic the best, forced to pretend he liked it. His life depended entirely on how convincing he was, and he was good, almost surprising his uncle with the show he could put on when he really tried. And then the videos grew worse and Richard grew more insane as the demon Dominic had accidentally freed played with their minds, throwing them into mad delusions that could last for hours. But what Richard didn't see was how Mitchell picked up the broken pieces. The quiet young butler had decided somewhere in the mess of madness to stay by Dominic's side no matter what, keeping his promise to protect Dominic. With Dom lost in tears, his face buried against the butler's chest, Mitchell did his best to help comfort Dom. Mitchell was the only person Dominic could confide in, the only thing in the God-forsaken house that would listen to him. Dominic couldn't even tell Emily about the things happening behind her back. Forced to edit her lewd videos and upload them to Richard's paying customers, Dominic knew that he liked to rub it in his face, purposely giving Dom all her nude videos to work on, knowing that it made Dominic hard and turned on for her, but also sick with himself for doing it. And out of all this, Mitchell was the only person that could help him, make him feel better. His strong arms around the shaking boy's body, barricaded inside of a closet padded in pillows so that Dominic could feel safe enough to sleep for one night. His head on Mitchell's lap, the butler's fingers in the boy's hair, stroking it comfortingly. Mitchell sneaked him food when Richard denied him meals, clutching his hand under the table, as Dom lay bent over it, taking a rather harsh belting yet again, even though he hadn't deserved the strict punishment. And it went on, and on late nights, draped across the butler's lap while he cried, allowing Mitchell to kiss his tear-stained face. As they grew closer, even when Richard commanded Mitchell to do things with Dom, it was quite as bad. But then finally he had had enough. One night it all ended. Dazed with the drowsiness of the drugs that Richard had given him, and half out of it from long endless, sleepless nights, working and acting in the mind-numbing horror flicks, that along with the constant drain of overpowering fear that Richard would end up just killing Emily or decide to get rid of him, Dominic finally roused himself with a new notion, an idea. He reached for the doorknob shockily, hands trembling. He was convicted, determined and unable to stop himself. Satin the big black dog watched him curiously as the boy stood drunkenly staring at his bedroom door. The mansion's whispers followed him as he stood still, his green eyes set on the door fixated. Please no, not now. His words barely audible, lost in the dark cloud that wrapped tighter around his waist, almost crushing him. But he remained still, looking right through the door. This shouldn't be possible, Dominic murmured aloud. But it was. Not now. I shouldn't be able to see the other side when the door is still closed, but I can. Dominic would have cried, but his tears were already all used up. This had happened a few times before this. Dominic would feel weightless, falling through things like they weren't even there, or he wasn't, walking through walls, falling through floors, reaching out for Emily and his hands going right into her. Slowly Dominic reached forward to touch the wooden door's smooth surface, but his hand passed right through it, and his shoulder and finally his whole body, just as if it had never been there at all. Kill him now, a voice said at his side, and Dominic looked down to see a small child standing beside him, the demon, the same girl from the maze, with the blazing eyes and wicked temper. But in his slowed state, running seemed impossible. Her mind held him frozen to the spot, her small white hand in his, the large eyes staring up at him unblinking red, her pink dress crisply flowing out around her, new lace and a big pink rose-colored bow in her hair. Don't be afraid, her little voice in his mind reassured him as she squeezed his hand in her small one. Dominic felt her sending a cool wave of numbing blankness over him, calming out his anxiety. No, he didn't have to die. Dominic knew that now, enlightened by her whispers. It was simple. All he had to do to make this all stop was simply to kill Richard. How come he had never tried before? And after you jump off the balcony, the demon's spell will be broken, the child said sweetly, still talking to him in his head, but with no audible words. And you and Emily can be together forever, free from him, and safe. Come pretty baby, don't say a word. Somehow he knew she was lying, but he still turned his head and swayed a little bit as the 4 or 5-year-old ghost child led him down the hallway. Somehow Dominic knew that he was being tricked, but she was too powerful, and he couldn't stop her. The tendrils of oily blackness following, taking a firm grip on his mind, sending all the fear, pain and doubts away, until he was blank and open for her to control. Their footsteps made no noise on the mirrored, checkered, pattern tiled floor as they walked along together in silence. The house felt very alive tonight. The marble statues placed along the hallway almost moved, their eyes watching as Dominic walked past, head slightly turning to catch a longer glimpse of the boy walking dreamily past them, one hand held out from his side, as if he were holding an invisible hand. The chandeliers overhead twinkled a simple sorta of lullaby as the polished crystal shook, just the tiniest bit, like wind chimes, singing quietly. The curtains at the windows tremored and Dominic began to stray to them, as if they almost called his name. The big window's glass doors, tilting open, and cool night breeze touched his face with soft, timid fingers. Dominic looked down far below, away at the ground and its stone walkway, covered partially with rose bushes heavy in thorns. His body leaned over the balcony. He wanted to jump off. He wanted to so badly. Why am I doing this? He asked himself wildly, unable to stop himself. His hands clutching the railing and his mind fighting him, leaning him farther over the edge. It was so far down, too dangerous to be pressing forward like this. He was going to fall, yet he didn't stop himself. He almost wanted it. No, he did want it. Wanted to fall, to slip over the railing, to float down. Why? He screamed in his mind. This will kill me. Not yet. Dominic heard the child say strongly in his head, and then felt her hand slip into his once again. But I want to. Dominic argued back, stubbornly holding onto the white marble with his one free hand. Soon. He heard her say comfortingly. Soon you can jump off. But not yet. I need you to do something for me first. He let go then, and she pulled him away, almost happy, glad that she had saved him. It's got to be the house. Fucking with me. And just like the man alone in his gorgeous theater, I'm now being controlled by the demon, Dominic thought. He felt sick and weak, so drained, but he allowed the child to guide him on, into the game room where Richard had hidden a door to the basement. Nowadays Richard stood in his torture dungeon and stared at things, so possessed, he didn't even, hardly breathe anymore. Kill him now, the little girl said before disappearing into the wall. Dominic limped down the endless stone steps, still wanting to jump off the balcony so badly it hurt. But he had new orders, a command that came first, before pleasure, so he made himself go on. Each step took effort, however, and when he finally made it to the basement he was exhausted and oh so tired. But down here away from the child in the pink dress, Dominic felt more like himself again, aware of his injuries now that the house's grip on him had faded somewhat, and the blankness in his head was clearing. Maybe it couldn't get down here, maybe it only had control of the main apartments of the mansion, but he really did it. Dominic hesitated and then remembered. Oh yes. I'm going to kill Richard, and end this. Dominic had found a small gun in Richard's desk a while ago, and now, he was going to use it. Dominic walked into the shop, with the cages, the carousel, the pickled body parts and all the rest of his shit. The little plastic horse, and the faded pink bike with the missing training wheels, and the freezer in the corner that he had never had the courage to look inside, half hidden in the room's oppressive shadows. What was in there? Dominic wondered, distracted. Suddenly a crazy idea occurred to him, so stupid yet brilliant he couldn't help himself, feeling a little nuts for thinking it. What if this whole time it wasn't a big giant freezer chest at all? Wasn't Richard's specialty camouflaging even the most obvious of things? What if the freezer was just meant to look like a icebox, disguised, but maybe, just maybe this whole fucking time it actually was a hidden tunnel, a bottomless box that opened into an escape route. It could possibly lead all the way out of here, underneath the locked enchanted dome that stood around the house and gardens, cutting off any form of escape. But this could be his ticket out of here, sitting undisturbed in plain sight this whole time. It was perfectly insane. Richard's type of crazy, but he had to at least check. Dom strolled over and fumbled anxiously with its latch, completely forgetting about his plans to kill Richard, and the ghost girl's orders to do away with him. Please, help it to open, Dominic thought as he worked with the stiff latch. Freedom, after all this time. It would be so sweet, so unbelievably wonderful. Dominic would bring back every policeman he could find. They would jail Richard for his crimes, and release any prisoners he was still holding captive. Suddenly the latch sprung loose and Dominic fell backward, caught off balance. Quickly he got up, just about to get a good look when from behind him Dominic heard the clear, unmistakable sound of the large door opening. Oh no. Dominic felt the blood rush to his head in a motion that made him feel like he could faint. Slowly Dominic turned around, to see Mitchell in the narrow doorway, his arms folded across his chest. He was silent for what seemed like an eternity. Mitchell, what's wrong? Dominic asked, half afraid. He had never seen the butler act like this before, and it frightened him. Never before in his life had Mitchell looked so intimidating, still, quiet in an airy motion of deadness. His eyes ablaze the way they did when he was running in high-function mode. Never before had he really seemed to be a threat, not even in the film. Dominic had seen where Mitchell had been ordered to fuck him. The young butler had done what he had been told, but still Dominic could sense the butler holding back to make it hurt as little as possible. But now, he had changed into a mask of unreadable emotion. Dominic waited, feeling the hair on the back of his neck stand up. Mitchell was looking past him, his gaze locked on the freezer. Dominic, what are you doing in here? He finally asked calmly. Dom stood with the freezer door partly open. He hadn't seen inside yet, but the look on Mitchell's face told him that whatever was inside was not good. Dominic half turned back to see, but Mitchell held out his hand to stop Dom. Dominic, don't look. He yelled firmly, but Dominic didn't listen. He spun back, eyes locked unbelieving, on the 3 mangled bodies just preserved enough for Dominic to recognize each of them. He looked back over at Mitchell and his heart dropped. As behind the robot Dominic watched 3 tall figures form a barrier between him and escape. What the hell is this? Dominic demanded, dazed. What the hell am I looking at? Mitchell. Why are there? But he couldn't finish his sentence, and his broken words cut short. So unable to make any sense out of what he was seeing, Richard and his 3 friends lay dead in the freezer. Clearly they had been there for a long time, stabbed multiple times and dribbled in their own blood, almost unrecognizable. Pieces of their faces had been carefully removed, showing muscle underneath. Also vital parts of strips of skin surgically peeled away. Oh my god. Dominic covered his mouth to keep from throwing up, and bent over coughing, letting the freezer door slam shut with a harsh crack. Richard, Dickon, Charles and Eric lay frozen in the freezer, yet behind Mitchell stood perfect duplicates of them, or pretty close, human models. Richard from the freezer looked just a bit different, but Dominic knew that he had never seen the real man alive, just the copy of him. Fuck. Dominic knew now that he had been made to believe a horrible lie. The whole time, the man that had played the part of his uncle, it turns out, was actually someone else. And this time it wasn't the house, or the demon fucking with his mind. This was all real. So who was behind it? Mitchell began to laugh. His tone sounded exactly like Richard's high-pitched girly laugh the night they played the carousel game, as if he had finally taken the place of Dominic's uncle. Dom felt him quiver with a dull shudder and it made him wince. Dominic, can't we just pretend this never happened? Mitchell asked, trying to calm the spastic laughter. Dom cold replied. His mouth had run dry. Mitchell? It was the butler. This man had been his friend. But it looked like that was over with now. The once kind robot, in the black suit and tie, was grinning with a smile that made Dominic instantly sick to his stomach, with the feeling you would get if a lion had just pounced down on you. Mitchell had entirely changed, his face reading deceit and anger, rage, almost that Dominic had found out one of his buried secrets. Dominic didn't want to believe it. His mind wouldn't let him. All he could do was stare at the bodies in the box, and then back at the men behind the butler. They all stood still as statues, only Mitchell seemed activated. They were robots. They had to be, just like Mitchell was. We were having so much fun together, Mitchell said, advancing slowly towards Dom, quivering as he edged closer. Get back. Dominic choked out. We were a real team, human and computer working side by side. I've never had such pleasure working with a human before, Mitchell said, trying to level his voice to a normal tone, but it just didn't work this time and his spastic laughter spilled out again. What are you talking about? Dominic asked, tears running to his eyes. The butler was scaring him. I don't want to kill you, but I think I'll have to, Mitchell spoke sadly, reaching to wrap an arm around Dominic, and the boy whimpered in fear, trying to wriggle away, but Mitchell held him close, pressing his body against Dominic. This butler had been by his side from the very beginning. Of course it was him, the real villain. I really wish it could have been different, Mitchell said, gripping Dominic's shoulder as the boy began to fall, his legs giving out from under him. But humans aren't like computers, you can't just reset them, deleting their memory. Dominic began to cry. Slowly he was piecing the true story together and it shocked him. The whole time Dominic had assumed that Richard was the mastermind, a lunatic psychopath. But he was wrong. No, it was Mitchell, the brainless butler that had locked the gates on him from the very beginning, behind Dominic's back. He had always wondered who had chained the gates closed, but now he knew. It would have been easy. The butler was already out there, just waiting for him. How hard would it have been for him to lock the gates? Then he had picked Dominic up in his new stolen black car, spied on Dominic that first night in the shower. He was good, incredibly crafty. Hadn't it been Mitchell the whole time? Faithfully at Dominic's side throughout everything going on, pretending to be stupid. But oh no, he was just playing one more fucking game. So you're the one making those sex videos from that? You killed all those people. It was really your carousel game, wasn't it? Dominic gasped out. You fucking sicko. You had sex with me and blamed it on a made-up robot. Dom was wordless then. He could see that the butler wasn't even sorry for what he had done. Mitchell shrugged. What can I say? I was designed to pleasure my master, or whoever owned me, before the government turned my functionings into their machine. But someone chose to keep that side of me active. I can't help the drive they gave me. Dominic was abhorred. Mitchell didn't even seem to realize that it was wrong. My god, Dominic, you really did feel so damn good. Mitchell breathed and Dominic gritted his teeth. The robot was nuts. Dominic's mind raced. How the hell was he going to get away now? You should be happy, Dominic. If it hadn't been for a lonely man and his loser friends, making porn videos in his great-aunt's mansion, we might never have had this time together. What time? You mean the endless nights locked in the closet with you? And to think the whole time the evil was locked in there with me. But we had something, Mitchell said, his earnest face clouding with anger. Dominic cowered. Mitchell rarely lost his cool, but when he did it was never good, but it was fun, he insisted. Dom wiped away his tears and looked up into the butler's face. What are you talking about? It was a nightmare, and we were friends. Where did you even come from? Tell me the truth. I want to know the real story. Mitchell grudgingly nodded. It was chance that brought us together, he began. I was being transported to a secret government facility to finish my programming in black market, dark web illegal transactions, among other things. Shutting them down, you know. They had programmed me to catch the bad guys selling and buying illegal merchandise. Mitchell made air quotations and smiled evilly. But whose right is it to label them as the bad guys? They are the ones making all the money, getting all the sex, and they are the ones with the power. Dominic winced. So that was what he wanted. A power-hungry, sex-crazed robot that wanted to be human. I don't know if someone purposely programmed me to double-cross them, or if it was some sort of mistake, a glitch in the system. Dominic huddled on the ground at Mitchell's feet, still not really taking it in. His head clouded with the shock of it all. He had let Mitchell comfort him, kiss him. He had fallen to sleep with this machine sitting over him, guarding him. It was sick. There was an accident. A semi hit our transport van coming 80 miles an hour. Needless to say, the driver was killed instantly and I walked away unharmed. After that they never found me. Mitchell grinned and flexed his fingers. It was pretty easy getting rid of my tracker and disabling some of their primary functions on me. After that I was a needle in a haystack. They never even came close to finding me, even though they tried pretty hard. Pretty damn hard, too. It must have taken them years of programming and careful design to have created me, because I'm a masterpiece of perfection. Someone out there gave me everything they knew, because I'm almost unstoppable. God. Dominic shivered at this. Then Richard came along, and took me into his house, understanding that I was to be a secret, a runaway government experiment, you see. Mitchell brushed some dirt off of his crisp black suit and went on. Richard, the real man, you understand, thought that I was a cool toy, but well, he had no idea. I'm not a toy. Anyways, he introduced me into his small business. And that's where I saw my true purpose. He made sex tapes, laid around drowned in women and alcohol, and sold his tapes on the internet. But what kind of a life is that? It wasn't good enough for me. So I tried to tell him about the dark web, and all the gateways and opportunities it had to offer someone like him. But he would have none of it. I think he was already pretty far gone though. You see, the demons in the house had a tight hold on him as well as his old aunt before him. Demons? Dominic exclaimed. There's more than one. Oh yes, when the black room gets open it's a gateway into the world of darkness. Then why did you make me go into the maze, knowing that the black room was down there? Dominic asked angrily. No, Dom, as much as you would like to hate me for it, I did not know that it had reformed in the maze. You see, it relocates, never staying in one place. If he thinks someone will break him free, the demon will use anything to trick the host. Then I'm afraid anything can get through, and that's how it killed his aunt. 35 years ago, I believe. And now there was nothing to do but get rid of Richard as well, and that's when I found my fascination for killing. Mitchell leaned down to Dominic's level and touched Dominic's cheek with the tip of his finger. You feel it too, the pleasure that comes from taking a life, seeing what they're made of, what makes them work. Dominic shook his head, sniffling hard, blowing his nose on a handkerchief Mitchell handed him. You're absolutely mad. You're off your wires. I never enjoyed watching him kill people. Mitchell sighed, almost sad, and went on. Then I realized that with my brilliant technology I could create other robots like myself. There was almost nothing I found that I wasn't capable of. My mind is the government's most powerful computer, I think. In my logs was stored the most high technology known to man. As I went along processing information I evolved. Of course the first prototypes I made were failed attempts. But as I created new ones and corrected my mistakes, they got better and better. I could use them to do my dirty work, so I made another copy of the man that had once been my friend. The creepy laboratory. Mitchell had used it to experiment and make more robots. Dominic guessed, dismayed. Disguised as real humans. Mitchell continued. No one suspected a thing, and as I created more complicated designs I realized I could control them all so easily, all of them with my mind. Mitchell turned to face his prototype men, still standing in the doorway, and they snapped to life like magic. Join us, Dominic, and this all goes away. Richard barked in the deep voice he used when he was about to get angry. Yes, boy, join our Black Hearts Club and be one of us. Charles spoke up, taking a step forward in their direction. If Dominic hadn't seen Charles and the other men's bodies in the freezer, he never would have believed it. You really have no idea how easy it is to buy parts on the internet, if you know where to look for them, Mitchell said. And then I could send my new improved Richard model to adopt you, to adopt Emily. It was easy, I almost couldn't believe it. You humans are so stupid. All it takes is the right paperwork to buy a human boy or girl. And Emily's condition made it even easier. She's codependent, unable to see what's really happening. Dominic was astounded by now, sickened and amazed that there were things out there being made by the government with minds this powerful to pull off such an undertaking. It blew his mind. And then there was his haunted house. And that helped me along to cover up all the noises you heard. You know how sometimes when you're on the internet and that page pops up asking you to verify that you're not a robot? Yeah, what about it? Well, that precaution was to keep things like me off the internet. But you know I outwitted them. Their feeble attempts to stop me are pathetic in light of my knowledge. Mitchell looked at Dominic and brushed the hair out of the boy's face, his eyes softer, as he studied Dominic. The only thing that I was really missing out on was what you humans call love. Feelings for another person, companionship. Mitchell kneeled down next to Dom and took the boy's hand in his. Dominic pressed back, eyes locked on the monster in front of him, the gentle butler that had been his friend. But why didn't you tell me the truth? Dominic asked, inching himself away from the robot that hovered over him, its mechanical eyes fixed on Dominic in an almost perfectly human stare. Why did you let me believe this whole time that it was Richard? Mitchell blinked. Because humans tend to bond with people close to them in scary situations. The whole psychology documents in my memory banks is filled with psychological weapons, information that helps me assess and address situations depending on the target. Dominic just stared at the butler, totally lost. And when I made Richard pose as a threat to you, naturally I knew you would form a relationship with someone that you felt safe with. Dominic, I know I had them hurt you. I myself broke your trust. But isn't that what makes people human? They do what feels good, even if it hurts. They take what they want out of life. What are you saying? Dominic asked incredulously. That you want to be human? Because people don't murder other people for fun, and they don't hurt people they care about. No, maybe not, Mitchell replied. But I couldn't help wondering what it would be like. Suddenly Dominic jumped to his feet, moving on pure adrenaline. I'll show you what it's like, he shouted. What it's like to die. Without a second's hesitation, Dominic reached out and grabbed the sparking wires connected to the faulty fuse box that was next to him on the wall, gripping the rubber coils. He drew out the gun from his pocket that he had found in Richard's desk a few weeks ago, and pointed it at Mitchell's forehead. You messed with the wrong guy, Dom yelled, trying to sound tough, but really he was just scared to death, his heart beating so hard, he was afraid it would burst. His knees began knocking together, but he didn't stand down. The butler froze for a moment, completely not expecting this, maybe believing that Dominic liked him back. And now just really stunned by Dom's rejection. Really though, what did he think would happen? Everything he had built up was a lie. Did Mitchell honestly think Dominic would just accept it all, and go on blindly following Mitchell's lunacy? Everything he said was complete bonkers. Oh hell no. Dominic used the split second that Mitchell was still frozen in, to take action. He lunged forward and thrust the electrified wires into the side of Mitchell's head. Mitchell fell back slightly with the internal choke, and that's when Dominic shot him, emptying the 6 cartridges into the robot as accurately as he could, but basically just getting him in the leg, multiple times. The effect it had on the butler was immediate. Mitchell fell forward, along with the other robots behind him, stunned. They must have been somehow jointly connected. Lucky for Dominic. They all fell together face down onto the floor, smoking and emitting a sharp staticky smell. Mitchell threw out a hand and caught hold of Dominic's leg. Where are you going? You can't go. His grip tightened and Dominic let out a cry. The sound made the butler recoil, letting go, and Dominic stumbled free to crash through the basement, heading for the exit. Get back here, you stupid boy, Mitchell yelled, but his voice was lower, and his body had stopped, making the formula hum sound that Dominic was used to hearing. You can't kill me. Mitchell choked and struggled to speak, the sound coming out in a hoarse whisper. I'll find you, Dominic. We can be together forever. Dom had reached the door and glanced back. The human-like butler had dragged himself about 2 feet closer to Dom, but finally, he had given up, and just lay clutching a hand to his face. I can fix you, Dominic. You don't have to be broken anymore. Your uncle was right, we are all a little messed up. He struggled to breath and went on. But I know how to make you love me. Love you? Dominic questioned. Mitchell's face had begun to melt and Oz where Dom had pressed the wires emitting electricity. He was still sorta awake but not completely working anymore, choking a few last words. I love you, you hear me? I think I can feel it now. And that was all. His mouth opened but the words weren't coming out anymore. Dominic paused for one long moment, caught in the meaning of the robot's choked last words. The stiff, proud, handsome butler had said it. Fuck. Dominic turned and rushed through the vault's heavy door, swinging it shut to close the endless paddle locks behind him, trapping them inside. He didn't want to think anymore. He felt strange and sad, like he was leaving one of his best mates behind, but no. Mitchell wasn't his friend, he deserved to die alone. But somehow that didn't make Dom feel any better. Slowly he turned and ran, wanting to cry. He wanted a hug. Just one last one. Tears blinded him as he went, winding through the house's maze of rooms and hallways, finding Emily in her tiny pink bedroom. Dominic wrapped a protective arm about her, and cried. Somewhere in the back of his mind, he had always pictured Mitchell by his side, running away with him. Together escaping from his sick sadistic uncle, and the sinister house of horrors. But this changed everything. Dominic buried his head into Emily's blonde hair and hugged her tight, not realizing that she remained frozen still as a stone. Come away with me, he said, spilling out everything he had wanted to tell her for ages. But Emily didn't move, she just sat there emotionless, unmoved by his words. Dom, she said softly, you know this isn't real, don't you? She asked in a creepy voice, stepping away from him and sitting back down in the rosewood rocking chair. Dominic stared at her. So far his luck had been good, but he just wasn't expecting this. I'm not real. Dominic, it's all in your head. Please, don't you want to get better? Emily took off her glasses and looked pleadingly up at Dominic. Glassy doll like her hazel eyes met his in a startling blank gaze. It scared him to the core. She looked like the little psychotic girl in the demon's vision, with bloody feet from dancing, and that crazy look on her face. He didn't know who he could trust anymore. She wasn't blind at all now. Dom turned away dizzily and ran down the narrow side steps. The house had gotten to her. The house's shadows had grown thick and oily. Tendrils of black mist caught at him, as if it knew that he was getting away. It wound around his legs, trying to drag him back. I'm going to kill you. I'm going to kill you. I'm going to kill you. The childish voice of a 4-year-old girl screamed as the child sprang from the house's gloom. The demon knew that he was escaping. Her hands blood-stained as she wielded a sharp knife dripping with the stuff, a limp doll dangling from her other hand. The pink dress stained in handprints. Already he could see her beginning to change. Her baby girlish body bubbling and bulging, turning into the shadow creature. Holes appeared in the floor in front of Dominic. Furniture and tile flooring fell away into the abyss as if it had never existed in the first place. The whole mansion shuddering and groaning as if it wanted to fall to pieces. The motion throwing Dom back and forth as he plunged forward, flying down the circular stairway. Get back here, boy, voices screamed, as he ran onward. Dominic passed the kitchen and reached to grab the first things he saw. A half-eaten loaf of bread, sitting under a glass dish on the table, and a jug of milk. Hey, you, stop. Someone yelled after him, and a knife flew past his head. He heard the stairs behind him thundering with pounding footsteps as he made his way down the main hallway. Up above his head somewhere upstairs, Dominic heard explosions, as if the lab up there was ripping into pieces. Then Dominic saw the old gray cat sitting in the middle of the hallway, licking its fur calmly and cleaning itself. Dom paused as the mangy cat slowly looked up at him, fixing its gaze on him coolly, and then it began to talk. You think I'm just going to let you walk away? Dominic gulped. The ballroom's doors right behind the cat stood open wide and inviting. Try and stop me. Dominic challenged it, running forward. The cat sprung at him and puffed into black fog that burned when Dominic ran through it, licking at his face and arms, eating at any bare skin exposed. Dominic screamed as the burning sensation bit at him. It was almost suffocating as arms reached through the walls for him. The black powdery darkness melted slightly as he entered the glass ballroom, only to see a party in full swing. The rounded expanse gleamed in polished silver and mirrors as it reflected back 100 ghosts. And the carousel still there, and with it was Richard's dead prisoners riding the horses. Well, really they were Mitchell's prisoners. But instead of screaming in fear, they were now laughing. The guy that had been sawed in half was placed upright in the carousel's center, holding his lower half, his guts spilling out. Donald Graves was right across from him, his neck broken and his body twisted unnaturally from the fall. His evil glare burned right through Dom, and past him. The little dude that had been stabbed to death, still sat with 6 knives sticking out of his chest. And Dominic saw Richard himself, only the real man that Mitchell had stabbed to death. Parts of his face had been removed, making him look like a stripped mannequin. He stumbled forward in spite of his injuries, and struggled to speak. In his blood-soaked hands he held an old telephone, just like the one from Dom's bedroom. Into the receiver the ghost spoke. I tried to warn you, but you didn't listen. Then he collapsed emotionless. Dominic realized it now. The man calling him every night at 11 o'clock was Richard. The real one, calling Dom to warn him of the danger he was in, trying to save him from falling into the same trap that he himself had been ensnared in. "I'm sorry," Dominic cried as he caught sight of Mitchell's guests dancing together in a fine old Victorian waltz, further back in the room. But as Dominic stopped short in horror to look, the people charged him, screaming with their hands outstretched, wild demonic eyes, red mouths full of teeth. Dominic tripped backwards dodging them, and when he straightened up, they were all gone, vanishing. So Dominic continued, strolling across the glass floor, determined not to stop until he was out of this house. The floor, it turned paper, thin in front of his very eyes, and began cracking as he stepped, see-through with nothing beneath it but an endless drop into a cloud of blackness. Dominic dropped to his hands and knees and crawled forward, feeling like one would on the top of some high spot, unsafe and treacherous to cross. Finally he reached the high glass windows on the other side of the room. Carefully Dominic stepped through one of them, wading through the knee-high grass and tangles of dead flower beds, the thorny briars catching at his jeans. Still holding the milk carton, and munching a dry loaf of bread, Dom looked back, but Mitchell still hadn't made an appearance. Maybe he was good and stunned. Dominic could only hope so. He took a big bite of the bread, even its hard crust tasted delicious as Dominic inhaled it. He heard Emily shrieking for him from somewhere up in the mansion, his heart breaking as her sweet voice reached him. "Don't go. Don't leave us," she begged, standing in an upstairs window looking out, the lace drapes whipping around her, but he knew she couldn't see him. "Don't leave us here," she said, but her voice had changed, deepening into a demonic pitch. Suddenly she burst from the window, falling in slow motion with shining pieces of sharp glass sparkling in the full moon's light. She flailed frantically, screaming and crying out for him. She was absolutely gorgeous and horrifying all in the same instant. Unreal and shining. She wore one of her prettiest pink ballerina gowns, with the matching silk slippers, and the white pearls around her throat. "No, Emily," Dom screamed, taken in by her spell, but it was too late and she slipped into a tall bush of leaves and greenery, dark against the night, in spite of the round moon, hanging low in the pale blue sky. Dominic crashed into the gardens, searching for the small girl, but she wasn't there. It was as if she had never been there at all. Dom shouted her name and pulled plants back, trampling the pink flowers underfoot, not even caring, aware the whole time that he was wasting precious minutes. Time that he desperately needed if he was going to get away, without Mitchell stopping him. He could be breaking free from the basement any minute now. "Go away, get out of here," a little voice said in Dom's head, and he knew he should, but he didn't want to. He wanted to find Emily, and put his arms around her, hold her body close to his, keep her safe and kiss her cheek. He wanted to take her away with him, but somehow, he knew that wasn't going to happen. Not this time. Slowly he drew away, turned down the sloping hill, leaving the old mansion and the girl far behind. Cool breeze blew sadly, and tiny golden stars twinkled softly as if they were crying in sympathy for him. The gray woods shimmered as Dominic strolled down the steep hill to the lily pond, far below. Frogs chirped sweetly in the distance and Dom felt himself stumble weakly. Once upon a time, the pond had shone with goldfish, but tonight it lay quietly sleeping in the shadows of the misty trees, peaceful in the dreamy shade. And across the rippling water, Dominic saw a gravel road. There was his escape, he told himself. Slowly making his way around the pond to the other side, the sorry strip of gravel road led uphill sharply, and turned around a large bend to end up at a rusty cowgate. Dominic climbed over it easily, and tripped and ran, dragging himself along until he finally came to a highway. It was deserted and quiet, but Dominic ran forward, hope growing in his chest. Tonight was the night. This time he would make it to freedom. About 15 minutes later, finally after what seemed like forever, Dominic saw buildings rising up in the distance. A small town. He was saved. Through the dark he saw a church steeple, and a water tower, and then he could make out houses. It was a little town that opened up across the darkness and later led on into a small city, aglow in neon lights. And soon Dominic broke into town. Running down streets, past cute houses snugly set back from the roads, all with comforting lights in the windows and white fences around their yards. Dogs barked at him as he ran past, but Dominic hardly saw them. Coming to the main streets, it was filled with a few crowded bars, and brightly lighted storefronts, and one or two cars driving along. The few people still out at this time of night looked up at him warily, staring blankly as he went by. He must have looked very deranged, because most of the people pointed him out, and leaned to talk to one another. He was so oddly dressed in rags with worn-out shoes, his hair tangled and long, his white t-shirt ripped and dirty, streaked with blood stains, his face cut and bleeding in several places, his eyes dark green and shining wildly, but he kept running, unable to stop. tripping and falling into people only to get up again and continue his mad dash forward. He didn't even know where he wanted to go, he just knew it had to be far away. Dominic turned a sharp street corner and fell face down on top of 3 nuns dressed in black veils and robes, holding hymn books and Bibles piled high in their arms, no doubt going back home after a long late-night service. Dom's head hit the pavement with a crack that sent him back hard. His hands, thrown out to catch himself, started bleeding. The nuns grabbed at him in a flutter of spilled hymn books and papers, exploding into the street, their veiled faces trained to stare at him, eyes fixed on his tear-streaked face, pale in the streetlight's weak glow. They reached to touch his face, caress his bruised cheek from where Richard had hit him, but their concerned attention only made him freak out. The touch of human contact after so long drove him into a frenzy, without even knowing why. "Let go," he screamed, panicking. "No. Get away. Don't hurt me," he sobbed pitingly, thinking they might hold him down until Richard or Mitchell could come to drag him back home. His eyes met their worried expressions with a kind of heartbreak. They wouldn't stop though. Instead, they seemed determined to hold him back. Dom crouched to his knees on the cold cement, his shivering arms shaking and his hands folded together. "Please don't take me back there," he begged, flinching as one of them tried to wipe the blood off his cheek. "Please don't let him take me." Dominic could just see Mitchell, with his calm, collected, poker face expression, strutting in to talk his way out, convincing them into letting him take Dominic back home. The butler, with his handsome winning smile, and all the right words. It would be easy for him to make up some excuse. Dominic began fighting to break free from them. He would never go back, not without a fight. Soon the street had crowded with curious people, and with them the police showed up. And Dom felt himself being lifted off the ground, half pulled, half carried to a waiting car. The men stared at him just like everyone else, shining flashlights into his face, and talking to each other in a jumble of words that Dominic couldn't understand. They poked at his clothes and asked questions that Dom still couldn't make sense out of. Somehow his body had stopped responding to them. He was tired, and he wanted to sleep now. Finally they got into their cars and drove him away, looking back at him in their rearview mirror, talking about him as if he wasn't there. Where did he come from? What's that he's wearing? Some kind of hospital gown? Dominic looked down at his bloody t-shirt and jeans in shock. It wasn't jeans and a t-shirt, but thin white cloth, tattered and torn, ripped so badly that he was nearly naked. Dom gazed at his bare legs, dazed. What was happening? Was it another trick of the demon? But no, Dominic knew he had run away from the house, so how could the thing be controlling him? "He's so thin," they went on. "Must be malnourished, looks like he hasn't eaten in a week," one guy said. "I wonder whose blood that is, his own or someone else's. I don't know. But he looks like he might have been through some sort of trauma. Look at how he jumps when anyone gets too close. Remember how he flinched when we touched him?" But now, finally, after what seemed like forever, Dominic Harrison had successfully fled the House of Horrors. Finally everyone would find out about the mad robot and his dark secrets. And Dominic could tell the whole world his incredible story, the suffering, the fear and pain that he had endured. There isn't a small town, nor city where that fucking robot could hide in after Dominic exposed him. That insanely brilliant man and his fellow companions of the Black Hearts Club, as he liked to call them. Black Hearts because they didn't have any hearts to begin with. Soulless machines. There was no escape from justice now. But alas. Imagine Dominic's dismay, when he tried to tell them his story. Only they didn't believe him. No one did. The house he had described was an abandoned mansion at the edge of town. Empty, silent, deserted and falling into decay. There was no tunnels, no underground mirror mazes, no oddities about the house whatsoever, and not a single statue, filled with corpses as Dominic had claimed. There was also no record found of anyone living in the place by the name of Richard Wargrave Harrison, or for that matter a mastermind killer robot. No missing persons records, no nothing. The house had been condemned and remained empty after an old lady had apparently died in the house, leaving it to sit and decay for 35 long years. And when the police searched the house, there was absolutely no trace of the psychotic robot described by Dominic. When questioned, Mitchell had vanished into thin air, it seemed. So there was no real proof to back up his story, none whatsoever. Then they tried to explain to Dominic that technology was not even that far advanced yet. So his crazy rantings couldn't have possibly have happened. It was a fantasy world he had created, they told him. Not even the military had come up with robots so complex as he claimed Mitchell to be. The government didn't have secret killer robots, designed to take out criminals. And even if they had, robots aren't capable of double-crossing the designers and programmers. And the idea of him making dark web sex tapes and killing people for entertainment, that was when it went too far. The police became very disturbed by what Dominic had to say. bringing in professionals and detectives and psychological analysts. And then Dominic told them his story, again and again, and every time they just shook their heads and walked away. His story didn't make any sense. There was so many factors that just didn't come together. A robot would eventually need to be charged, rebooted, and making more copies like itself. It was lunacy to say the least. Much less designing the prototypes to look identical to real people. Not even the best scientist could come up with a clone that could pass as a human without being detected. The bottom line was that his story was just plain crazy. It began to sink in that no one was going to believe him. So Dominic never even bothered to tell them about Emily. He wasn't even completely sure if she was real or not. Mitchell had kept him pretty doped up on all kinds of drugs, and the house was haunted by the demon. Emily was probably some sort of pretty delusion to keep him there, strung along falling into the mansion's tight web. The only thing was that Mitchell had seen her too, used her in his videos, so had the house somehow taken hold of him as well as Dominic? He didn't know, and he couldn't think straight anymore. He had been sent back to St. Mary's Mental Hospital, immediately put on strong medication and evaluated, and there Dominic was diagnosed with schizophrenia. Notes: schizophrenia is a chronic, severe mental disorder that affects the way a person thinks, acts, expresses emotions, perceives reality, and relates to others. Though schizophrenia isn't as common as other major mental illnesses, it can be the most chronic and disabling. Schizophrenia involves a psychosis, a type of mental illness, in which a person can't tell what's real from what's imagined. At times, people with psychotic disorders lose touch with reality. The world may seem like a jumble of confusing thoughts, images, and sounds. Their behavior may be very strange and even shocking. A sudden change in personality and behavior, which happens when people who have it lose touch with reality, is called a psychotic episode. Delusions. These are false, mixed, and sometimes strange beliefs that aren't based in reality and that the person refuses to give up, even when shown the facts. For example, a person with delusions may believe that people can hear their thoughts, that they are God or the devil, or that people are putting thoughts into their head or plotting against them. Hallucinations. These involve sensations that aren't real. Hearing voices is the most common hallucination in people with schizophrenia. The voices may comment on the person's behavior, insult them, or give commands. Less common types include seeing things that aren't there, smelling strange odors, having a funny taste in your mouth, and feeling sensations on your skin, even though nothing is touching your body. End of notes. Finally, the doctors and nurses tried to explain to him calmly and with comforting smiles what was happening. He had been here before. They even supposedly had records of his stay there, telling him over and over that he was sick and just needed proper medication to get better again. The escaped patient he had read about in the scattered newspapers was himself. Just a runaway kid from a mental hospital. He was classified as dangerous, unpredictable, struggling with high levels of paranoia at times. He was also diagnosed with some amnesia, which explained his memory loss, undergoing some minor treatments that only made his brain feel a little more foggy. The shocks made thinking harder and sleeping easier. After each wellness treatment, little bits of his memory seemed to have faded, slipping through his fingers like trying to hold water in your hand. But he never forgot about Mitchell, the handsome young butler that had screamed at Dominic that he loved him, that no matter what he would find Dom, no matter where he was. Somehow throughout every shock treatment that drove away the nightmares and the self-harm urges, Dominic held onto him, never letting himself truly forget about Mitchell, the man that had forced him through so much madness, fucked him brutally at times, even though Dom had convinced himself otherwise, letting the robot beat him, listening to the man's endless lies, and also brainwashed into thinking that Mitchell loved him the whole damn time. Dom never forgot. For the most part the boy was perfectly fine, the doctors said as they watched Dominic through the glass of his cell. He was going to be alright, except for his mind. He had a few small cuts and bruises from the madhouse experience, but the small injuries were brushed aside. Doctors assumed that Dominic had probably hurt himself sometime in the last week that he had spent wandering through the mansion. Yes, it had only been a week, not years or months later, just a few short days. The story was tragic and quickly printed all over the news. Then finally people forgot, and slowly things went back to normal. Now the real question is, my dear listeners, was Dominic Harrison actually crazy? Simply a mentally disturbed patient off his meds? A clever boy that had escaped from a mental illness hospital, and had hidden out, alone in an abandoned mansion, dreaming up delusions to keep himself company, stuck somewhere far away, in a dark place inside his own head? Or had the government went to great lengths to keep their new invention a deep, dark secret? thinking that pronouncing a poor foster kid with no family or friends to ask about him, clinically insane, was easier than having the real truth to their part in the story exposed, thinking that locking Dom away was a small price to pay, pushing up the real story. Who can say? It just might remain an unsolved mystery forever. Notes from the author. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, you have come to the end of my story. The House of Horrors, the Black Hearts Club. Now I want you to blow up my phone with comments. Let me know if you hated it, or if you loved it. Did it make you cry? I know it made me tear up once or twice for Dom, because I can't imagine going through all that. What was your favorite part from the whole story? Did it scare you at all? Give you nightmares? Let me know how you think the story ended. Is Dom crazy, or not? Should I start working on book 2, like some sort of sequel, or possibly another new horror story altogether? Let me know. Oh, and hey, if you still are having a hard time making sense out of what really happened, I strongly suggest listening to it over again. That way, you can really pick up on the clues hidden all over my story, for you to use to solve the mystery for yourself. I know personally I have read the book at least 5 times, trying to untwist my own head out of the knots of this atrocity. Anyways, thanks you so much for listening. Subscribe, like, and share with your friends. I love all of you guys and hope this story kept you at the edge of your seat. Thank you from the bottom of my heart. Also, please check out our YouTube video teaser for the story at the top of the page. It gives good visuals as to what Mitchell looked like, and also it's sorta cool to watch. Anyways, enjoy and thanks again.
I saw the part of you that only when you're older you'll see too. You will see too. I held the better cards, but every stroke of luck has gotta bleed through. It's gotta bleed through. You held the balance of the time that only blindly I could read you. But I could read you. Yourself, but you're somebody else, only it ain't on the surface. Well, you talk like yourself, no, I hear someone else, so now you're making me nervous. You were the better part of every bit of beating heart that I had, whatever I had. I finally sat alone, pitch black, flesh and bone. Couldn't believe that you were gone. Now you look like yourself, just somebody else, only it ain't on the surface. Now you talk like yourself, no, I hear someone else, so now you're making me nervous. Now you look like yourself, just somebody else, only it ain't on the surface. Now you talk like yourself, no, I hear someone else, so now you're making me nervous. Well, you look like yourself, but you're somebody else, only it ain't on the surface. Well, you talk like yourself, no, I hear someone else, so now you're making me nervous. Well, you look like yourself, just somebody else, only it ain't on the surface. Well, you talk like yourself, no, I hear someone else, so now you're making I saw the part of you that only when you're older you'll see too. You will see too.